Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
can hear you. Can't see you. Bottom left. I click the camera. We're not live yet, I assume.
And you know what? It wasn't as pretty a transition as I was hoping it would be, Nick, but here we are. Merry Draftsmas. Y'all, it is such an exciting time to be a Chicago Bears fan as we get this thing kicked off. And I mean, goodness, Nick, how long have we been waiting for this exact moment? I'll tell you, like, at least from my perspective, from the moment that Carolina wrapped up that Week 17 loss, it was just a matter of time until we got here and picked the quarterback of our new team. I mean, among everything else, like, don't let me pretend that the drama at 9 isn't like euphoric. You know what I'm saying, Nick? Like, the drama at 9 is viscous. You could feel it, right?
Well, hold on. Let's try one thing at a time. So, how long I've been waiting for this?
Yes.
I mean, a long time. I mean, this was during the season. Remember, it was like we were picks 1 and 2, and we might be able to get, Caleb and Marvin Harrison Jr. or however we want to do it. So it's been a while waiting for this draft. You know what's going to be weird? Okay, I know this is going to sound bad.
What?
Like, it's exciting that it's here, but it's also kind of like I'm going to miss it because, like, this is my favorite day of the year, man. Like, the draft is like my favorite time. So, like, it's like once Christmas is over, you're like, oh, Okay. Kind of like the hopes and dreams of all of our mock drafts and stuff. But the drama at 9 is where me and you we have our beef. So whenever you want to get into that for the
Oh,
peeps.
oh, I don't like the beef thing. I mean, just for anybody who's not caught up, right? Nick is probably one of the most anti Byron Murphy people on Bears Twitter, which is funny because, Nick, when I dig
Go on.
into what you think, it's not that you don't think he's the best three technique. It's not that you don't think three technique matters within the Bears defense. So if I work you hard enough, I'm going to get you to effectively say, it's not that bad a pick. It's not a punter.
No, because
But
I'd rather have Johnny Newton late first. I'd rather have, I think, Michael Hall late round 2. You could talk me into, some of the other 3 techs. I mean, Brandon Dorless, if you put on a little weight. In terms of value, man, I just don't like it at 9. I don't.
I will see. We'll see what they do because it's not as if I think the Bears are by any means locked into it. But I'll tell you one thing that at least sticks out to me, right? Is when I look at this Bears draft, what I'm most excited about is the part where we get to, I don't know, maybe this is just me. It might be. I doubt it is, though. But Nick, I've felt like there's a limit to how many words I can write about Caleb Williams while he's not a Bears quarterback. And I don't care what dinners he goes to. I don't care what interviews he's a part of. Like the pivot, for instance, was a very, very Bears forward interview. The Bears have been about as
Mhm.
blatant with Caleb Williams as I've just about seen any team besides the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence. But even still, man, he's not a Chicago Bear until about 45 minutes from now, right? And so, as much as I know you're laughing, as a Bears analyst, there's only so
He's a
much I can say while there's still that 0.001% chance the Bears take a trade down Hall and don't choose him.
are
You know what I
are
mean?
are you just gonna take 45 minutes to say Tyson Bagent QB1, baby, right?
No.
And how long he can be QB1 for? I'm just having fun.
Oh, I know. I'm really excited. I think it's a great day to be a Bears fan. I think there are a whole lot of people that are already excited about Caleb Williams, as I think they should be. And if you're not excited about Caleb Williams, I wouldn't be surprised if about a year and a half in, you're either going to pick a new team or you're going to be excited by him. And that's not me trying to draw some fine line. It's more to say, Nick, that Caleb Williams is going to be a guy with antics. I think Caleb Williams is going to be a quarterback that pisses a lot of people off. I don't think in the world of heroes and villains, Nick, as we like to cast people, that Caleb Williams is going to come across like a hero long term. I just don't know if Chicago needs a hero. They've tried to draft the hero the last bunch of chances in a row. I can't help but think that Chicago, I don't know, I don't want to say that like Chicago suits a villain, but imagine that way that we felt about Aaron Rodgers. If the rest of the league feels that way about Chicago, who, my goodness, I heard this comparison earlier, Nick, and I think you're going to love it. Somebody said Chicago is like Lakers fans, but without any of the championships to fall back on. And I can't help but sit here and giggle and say,
I mean,
yeah, but imagine if they do get a couple championships to fall back on. Chicago's not going to let anybody hear the end of anything.
I'll say this much, okay? If you want all of the players in your team to be liked, I'm not sure winning is the priority. Winning is all I'm after. Like I'm not looking for the best set of guys to go to lunch or brunch with after church on Sundays. I'm looking for the guys that are going to help win the most games. You look at the 85 team, they're a bunch of butt kicking guys. They like to have fun. They like to party. I'm not sure that those are the guys that you invite to that little thing and everything is going to go great. But I tell you what, they won football games. And so if Caleb Williams wins a bunch of football games, that's all I'm after. So no, there's a comment in here. I'm not hating on Bajent, dude. I like Tyson Bajent. I've got a connection to him,
He's
so there's
kidding.
nothing wrong with that.
Akusai gives people a hard time all the time.
Oh, does
Like,
he? Okay, good.
oh
Keep
yeah,
keep
no,
it
no,
up.
no.
It'll be fun. I'll see you
He's
in here. So
that's the other. By the way, just want to make some things clear. First of all,
yeah,
housekeeping things. If you're watching this stream, thank you. We really
yeah.
appreciate you. I assume that anybody who would be willing to listen to us talk through the draft live is some of our hardest core fans, and I think that makes you a pretty exceptional person if you're sitting here listening in, and we really appreciate you guys, right? Second of all, support us as we go through this. I mean, whatever that means to you. I don't know, like the stream, tell us where we could get better, etc., etc. Right now, usually Nick and I record everything off of a Google Meet, and then I cut it up in post here live, because we're going to get Jeff Hughes, the heart and soul of the Bears blog, joining us later. But I know Jeff doesn't want to use video. We're doing this on Discord, and like I've got a little private Discord server, and we're just casting the video to that. So if Nick's video ever goes hazy, blame that, because normally it's a Google Meet. But so all that to say that if there are any bumps, I apologize. The presentation is meant to be something that you can leave on another monitor, and if you really want to watch our faces, hey, here we are. But I expect you to be watching the TV, though. Now that I mention it, Nick, it's mostly.
Hey, hold on. We got some news.
What news?
We got news already. Breaking news.
I'm ready.
Ian Rappaport. Okay. It's not the news you're going to think, but the Eagles have extended A.J. Brown 3 years, $96 million. 84 million guaranteed.
Does that mean Ricky just caught another dub?
Dude, Ricky's getting after it, man.
There's an account on Twitter, the People's Insider, who's been dropping big news bombs all throughout.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
By the way, Nick, while we're talking about it, okay, I'm so interested. Would you trade for Brandon Aiyuk?
So, did you see my post on that?
I did. So for those who didn't, Nick mentioned that if the Bears traded back from 9, Brandon Aiyuk, valued as a second rounder and a high one at that, plus the San Francisco 49ers, what pick do they have again?
Pick 31.
Pick 31 would actually equal the Bears' number 9 selection, roughly in terms of Jimmy Johnson chart value. So my question, it would be, Nick, if you actually had your finger on the trigger, and that was the highest and best offer San Fran was willing to make you, are you down?
So, that's saying that the top 3 receivers are off the board, in my
Wags,
opinion.
how you doing? Excited to see you. That is saying that the top 3 receivers are off the board.
Yeah. So if those 3 are off the board, then I, would do the trade for a couple of reasons. One is I think the gap between like pick maybe 15 to mid 20s, which normally some guy falls, is pretty similar. And Aiyuk is one of the top 10 receivers in the NFL. And I know people are like, well, we just got Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's going to be 32, and you're not going to re-sign him. To me, yes, Aiyuk's going to cost a lot of money. You re-sign him. But, there's no risk. That's the thing. We look at all these rookies today, y'all. We're going to be like, well, this guy's going to be awesome. And, I know Robert loves Byron Murphy, and some people like J.C. Latham, and some people like Brock Bowers, and then you got Jared Verse, et cetera. 50% of them are going to hit, and 50% of them are going to be a bust. We know Brandon Aiyuk is not a bust.
This is getting
25, 26.
This is getting out of hand. I have to jump in and hedge, because I do feel like, all right, so Nick, I watched Byron Murphy's tape, and when I watched his tape, I couldn't help but think to myself,
hold on, would you take the deal?
Probably not. I think in 2 years I would. But right now, as much as you and I think that Caleb looks like a rock solid prospect, because that's the funniest part about this, right? Is when you watch Caleb Williams' tape, yeah, absolutely, there's a ceiling that is euphoric to chase, right? But to me, what he has shown in terms of willingness to stay in the pocket, willingness to throw from the pocket, diversity of throws made in the pocket, the arm talent that he displays in terms of how he gets rid of the ball and to where, even when his base gets cut off. Like, take away all of the frills, all of the highlight plays that you've seen, of which are really exciting. And I think, Nick, if you feel like I do, you left with a quarterback that's actually got quite a high floor in terms of what we've seen from his processing ability, what we've seen from his mechanical throwing ability, and how he should slot into next year's NFL. I mean, I'm not trying to speculate on how much he'll produce, because that's a whole separate question of offensive cohesion and 11 to 15 guys working together. But it's more to say, Nick, the funny part about Caleb, I think, has been that everybody talks about that, hey, he might be a top 3 quarterback in the NFL if everything goes right. We say that all the time. You could say that about enough prospects, and eventually you'll find a Stroud that people were mid on, right? And then he pops and becomes one of the greatest rookies ever. You know what I mean? With Caleb, I am surprised at how safe I feel like the pick feels. Let's start there. Do you agree with any of that?
Well, so you're just talking about Caleb, but like I thought we're gonna talk about the
We're going to
trade.
get there. We're going to get there.
Yeah, so I feel very safe. I feel safe with the floor. I feel that there's a high ceiling. I think when he walks in day one, I think he's quarterback 15 in the NFL at the minimum.
I I really like that. Getting back to the Aiyuk trade. We don't know until we know what Caleb likes in the NFL, what he doesn't like in the NFL, and what we need to add to the roster. And trading for Aiyuk pretty much sets the dial on now. That's the oven. We're turning it up 50 to 65 degrees, right? One move can't do everything, but it's not a move that sets your window on 2 years from now, to say the least. And for a roster that I do think is still in the ascension process, Nick, it might shortcut things a little. Is that bad? Not necessarily, especially if everything works out, right? But I could understand if the Bears weren't or thought a little more prudently. That's all. Like, it's a sweet move, but Ayuk's probably the moment you trade for him going to ask for, what do you think? I would expect $31 million a year.
I mean, sure, something like that, but like I don't know why it's a short-term move because you're going to sign him to 3 4 year deal, right? So you have him for including this year, let's say this year and 3 years. Okay, 4 years, right? Until he turns 30, I guess. And you get pick 31. So like that's the thing. So like the guys you're going to get at 9, okay? Now again, let's just stay with your guy, Murphy, right?
We're going to
Let's
get
say
there.
right, let's say at 31 you get I don't know. We'll go you could go, I mean, I don't think Johnny Newton's going to get there. Maybe you go Chris Jenkins. So the difference between Chris Jenkins and Byron Murphy, or you go with Marshawn Nealon, who I kind of like, would be a little bit of a reach. You go with Darius Robinson, like a lower end D lineman, plus an established receiver. Which, by the way, let's get into that a little bit. Brandon Aiyuk was the second best wide receiver per PFF last year. The second best.
Oh yeah, he's a stud, star.
Yeah, and like you don't want to pair that with Caleb.
So that's the problem, right? Because when you make it binary, yes, no. Do you want to pair that with Caleb? Well, yeah, I want to get Caleb Williams, the second best receiver in football. When you say, do I want to bet everything on Brandon Aiyuk, who apparently isn't happy in San Francisco, despite having gone to a Super Bowl just this last year and producing just fine in the absence of Deebo Samuel? He doesn't want to be there anymore. So are we going to bring him to Chicago and continue to ask him to block and expect him to be happy about this? Like, is there a limit to what your locker room looks and feels like when you add Keenan Allen and also Brandon Aiyuk and also DJ Moore all to the mix? I mean, hey, it's an explosive offense, especially on paper, man. When you play it out, especially given that you and I know Shane Waldron likes 12 personnel a lot. He'll even throw some 13 personnel in there. Who's coming off the field in 11? Are you or is it consistent? I think that there's just enough of these questions to just not make that move immediately, because it does feel as if there is one of these receivers that's on the move annually. Am I crazy about this? You may not feel that way. So feel free to jump in.
No, well, I mean, I think one of them is generally on the move, every offseason. But I just think if the opportunity presents itself and if you make this move, then Keenan's here for 1 year. You just know that. And then you have DJ Moore and Brandon Aiyuk, and you pivot and you work on the D line.
Is that
and
Jeff?
You work on O line moving forward.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we do.
I am shocked I got into this damn thing before 8 o'clock.
I can't believe you didn't have to ask me about it. Do you know how common it is?
I texted you. I texted you.
Well, then I froze you out.
I texted you because when Discord shut my phone down twice, I said, this guy makes me do things I don't want to do. He's in charge. I have to follow his instructions.
Yes, you do.
I'm not used to this. I will just follow his instructions. We are 6 minutes from the Caleb Williams era. Who cares about Discord? We are 6 minutes from a new era of Chicago Bears football. Boys, how do you feel?
Man, I'm stoked. I'm really, really excited, Jeff. I mean, not to mention, I feel like we get to turn the page at the right time. I don't know how you feel, Nick. The other part of this that we get to skip is that year of acting like things are going to get better when in the back of your mind, you're worried they won't, right? That Mitch Trubisky 2020 season, and we just get to skip right past it and move right on. It's going to feel probably still to this moment like the Band-Aid got ripped off too quickly for plenty of people. But I, as somebody who went through Trubisky, went through Cutler, went through Justin Fields, frankly appreciate that we're moving on to the best product or the best prospect of the group and also doing it so fast. You know what I mean, Jeff?
It's going to be an incredibly unique season because I can't remember a rookie quarterback going this high in the draft, walking into a team that should not only not be bad, they should be good. And it's going to be thrilling to watch a team with a good roster play while watching a quarterback develop in that structure. And if those two things gel, and we all expect them, you expect the first pick in the draft to be good. If they gel, we could be in for one of those seasons where we look back 10, 15 years from now and say that was a turning point season for the organization.
Right.
Why are the Eagles giving massive extensions 5 minutes before the NFL draft? They just gave it. Why are they giving AJ? Why now? Why are they giving AJ Brown 100? The draft's in 5 minutes. Why are you choosing now to give to leak your $100 million contract? Some of these teams are bizarre.
Well, Jeff, I was expecting negative news to happen right before the draft. Last year was when the tampering for Gannon came out. Like,
right.
Normally now when the NFL's like, okay, let's just sneak this in here, and then
what can we bury? What can we bury? What can we throw in right now?
Nick, how are you feeling about the new era of Chicago Bears football that's about to kick off?
If you could write a script, you give Ryan Poles a blank piece of paper, and he writes a script. He's like, okay, I take this over, I flip everything. Okay, then I'm gonna trade the number 1 pick and get, not, just some other players, but I'm going to get the best quarterback prospect of the last, 5 years. Some people say back to Manning, whatever. I'm going to get him with a bonus pick after getting all this other stuff. Like, I'm ecstatic. Like, me and you have talked about this, Robert, we're very different on Byron Murphy at 9. That aside, that just feels like a bonus. Like, we're able to finally watch a great quarterback prospect. Like, I was there for the other ones that you talked about, but I think me and Jeff were also there for Cade McNown.
Were you actually there for McNown? Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I'm almost 40, man. Like, I remember Eric Kramer. I remember Steve Walsh.
I'm 42, Nick. I'm 42. I watched Cade I'll date myself twice. I watched Cade McNown play the Minnesota Vikings his rookie season at the ESPN zone in Times Square in a lounger chair. And I remember thinking to myself then, as I was gulping Diet Cokes before my drinking times, thinking, this guy's going to be the answer. This guy looks fantastic. And I was wrong again.
Jeff, you remember this. Robert, I want to know what you think of this. When McNown was a rookie, their strategy, okay, for like slowly, working him in, was he was going to start every third drive, no matter what. No matter if the game was close, the game was a blowout, whatever. Like, every third drive, just to like get him used to NFL play. Isn't that crazy? That's what it used to be
crazy.
like, and now we have
easily the weirdest part about being roughly my age, right? Is and I'm 29. Just to throw that out there, is that you'll learn things about history that are uncomfortably close to when you were alive or right before you were born. Like, for instance, for those who don't know, I went to Baylor University, and Jeff, you were not allowed to dance at Baylor University until the late 90s. And so I learned later on. Oh yeah,
and from my knowledge of college sports, that was the least of Baylor's problems.
It was the least of Baylor's problems, especially the way things moved on. But it's more to say that when you'll learn things, obviously, like all kinds of events in history, and you'll go, wait a minute, the 70s wasn't that long ago. And when I have heard about old football, it is like listening to an older, I'm going to use a joke I saw on Twitter. It's like listening to a 65-year-old person say, yeah, when we were running the org, we used to just have the prospects line up and we'd throw rocks at them and we'd see which of them could catch the rocks in their mouths. And then another executive roughly that age goes, yeah, it's a good system. No, that worked for us too. And it's like, Nick, I hear we're going to have them start every third drive. And I'm like, what are you doing? But
Yep.
Matt Eberflus just recently has his guards change out same season in 2024, where it's like, well,
Mhm.
Tevin's kind of healthy, so we're just going to play him about half the game. And the other half of the game, we're just going to get rocked.
Two quick things. Number one, my family's claim to fame with the NFL draft is my brother John's a diehard Jets fan and was at the draft when the Jets passed on Warren Sapp for Kyle Brady. And my brother was on the back of the Daily News with his thumbs down and the headline "You Saps." And we had that framed in our house. The other thing is I'm watching the draft here on NFL Network, and the NFL, which knows how to make a good dollar, but is the least creative organization maybe in the world, decided they wanted to have because they're in Detroit, an animation that was voiced over by Smokey Robinson, and all of the top prospects were just shown animated in like 70s leisure suits. I see these things and I always have the same thought. What are we doing? Like, why has this become such a ludicrous event? I still don't understand. I'm looking at Detroit. There must be 50,000 people at this thing. And why? You're not going to see anything. You're going to see a guy walk out, hug another guy, and then walk backstage. I mean, it is absurd. Whenever I hear people criticize Roger Goodell, and I've done it plenty, look at your television set right now, look at that crowd, and you will understand why 32 owners can't wait to re-up his contract every single time.
Mhm.
He turns everything into a lucrative commodity. And the fact that the draft has gone from what it was when I was in college, that's 20 years ago, it was on Saturdays and Sunday afternoons. If you watched it, you were a sicko. Literally, people would say, you're going to watch the draft. I watched them all. We used to play drinking games for them. Like, nobody watched the draft. People found out about who their team drafted in the Monday newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
Because it would be listed. And now, look, it's Thursday night. This is going to do 25 or 30 million people on television. There's 50,000 plus at the thing. What this sport has even become it's just so jarring to me to see what it's become. And I know there's a lot of doomsday folks. I just think it's going to keep going up. I don't see any sport infringing on the NFL's territory. When I see a crowd like this, for Detroit Lions fans, they don't even pick for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, these guys are just going to sit there.
And you gotta, I mean, not to mention, and I don't want to get too far away from the ultimate subject matter, but it is funny, right, Nick, where it's like, one of the best things about football is that so I'm a hockey fan, I'm a baseball fan, I'm a basketball fan. You cannot watch every game. You can't watch every game. I mean, I can barely watch every playoff game at this point, and because it's a 3-hour commitment every night when your city's basketball and hockey team are both in the playoffs. But Jeff, for football, you follow it. You watch the game in the one game on the weekend. If you want to watch more, you can. But one game on the weekend, and then boom, you're done for the whole week. And if your team beats the team in Green Bay, or in Nick's case, because he lives in Green Bay territory, if the Bears beat the Packers, he's going to talk smack about it for 6 weeks because there's nothing they can do about it for 6 weeks.
You mean 6 years? Like the one time we'll beat them in the 6-year time frame?
No. Don't you say that, because
so I have one fun tweet to talk about, and this I think will lead into the maybe the 9th pick a little bit.
Okay.
But Jeff, just to let you know, I was that sicko. So like as a kid, ages literally 6 to and on Saturday mornings, I wouldn't watch cartoons. I watched taped NFL drafts. So I'm always been wired that way. But Brandon Robinson, we all know Brandon, right? So Brandon had this tweet. I thought this is very interesting. It says Ryan Poles has a history of taking highly ranked recruits with top 65 picks. So Kyler Gordon, Brisker, Darnell Wright, Javon Dexter, Pickens, and Stevenson all fit in that category. Okay. Guys that fit in that category for today. So if you think of like either trading down or pick 9, Caleb Pitts, Dallas Turner, JC Latham, Chop Robinson, Brock Bowers, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy. Just something to think of in terms of liking the ranking recruits out of high school and liking that big profile.
We'll see. A lot of those guys make a lot of sense.
I think with this draft now, it's been interesting to sort of follow the news today and what people are saying. It sounds like we're looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4 that's going to be by the books. New England is floating this. You hear these all the time, unless they get wowed by a package. I mean, it just doesn't seem like anybody's going to wow them. I think there's going to be a weird run on offensive tackles in this draft.
Yes,
I think that's why those spots 8 and 9, where Atlanta and Chicago are, could be very valuable, because I could see a New Orleans moving up. Now, again, do you believe that Denver is going to take Bo Nix at 12?
I can't get
a
there.
lot of people have it. Like, and Sean's very friendly with the media. If the media is telling you that the Broncos are considering it, it's because Sean's telling people that. And I've watched a little bit about Bo Nix guy, and I don't know. I don't see it. But what the hell do I know? But I don't see a Sean Payton quarterback. That's for sure.
It's funny.
You also have Penix, right? Rumored to the Raiders at 13. Like that's one thing, guys, why trading down from 9 to 14, 15, 16, I'm like, I might be open to it because there might be a quarterback or two that get picked there and you get more value by trading down.
All right. So now that we're right about to be on the clock, if you guys don't mind me deviating a little, because I think you brought up something important, Jeff, but I want to make sure we tip our hat to somebody who I think deserves it, right? So, Jeff, if I was going to ask you for the common thread between the current Vikings and the current Giants, what do you think it is?
The current thread between the current Giants and the current Vikings.
Current Vikings, current Giants. They are both in a predicament. What got them there?
You're just paying short-term contracts to a quarterback.
So I think that I'm so sorry. I'm realizing that this is too vague a question. Nick, one thing you and I have talked about is how do you do a rebuild, right? And Jeff, I feel like it is becoming very common for a lot of first coaches. Like the moment a coach gets their chance, they want to hit that gas pedal. They want to win as much as they can immediately. And the moment you do that, Jeff, you prove to your fan base and your owner, well, I can. Therefore, next year, we should be able to do more. Whereas Ryan Poles showed up in Chicago, looked George McCaskey in the face, said, this team is bad, it's getting worse. The only way out of this is if we tear it all down, we start over, we build this thing right, and then whatever happens, we're going to be set for wherever we need to go in the future. And here we are with pick number 1, which isn't ours. Because Ryan Poles was smart enough, I think, to recognize that in last year's setting, we were much more like the Patriots, with a roster that just didn't have enough guys around it to really support any quarterback the Bears wanted to choose. And so I think that as the Giants now potentially leap up for a quarterback, but it would cost them an awful lot. Or the Vikings potentially leap up for a quarterback, but it would cost them an awful lot. Versus the Bears sitting at number 1. It's an interesting reflection because one GM used all the time he had available. The other GMs allowed their rosters to hit the gas pedal maybe a little too early and are trying to explain sudden failure to their owner and their fan bases as if everybody couldn't see it coming. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm going to derail you briefly again here because this is how I'm going to operate tonight. They just did a sketch in Detroit with Eminem, who, my God, looks worse every time you see him. The greatest sketch comedian right now in the world is from Detroit, Tim Robinson. Why are you not using celebrities who have made material in the last decade of any relevance? Oh God, no! Now the Lions are coming out.
Here they
come.
Lions,
oh, Barry Sanders. He quit your team, guys.
Paid Amon-Ra St. Brown.
What do you guys think of the Amon-Ra contract? I am a bit of a contrarian on Amon-Ra. I think he's a bit of a system guy, and I think you can find that production elsewhere. That seemed like a lot of money to me.
Well, I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be interesting, Jeff, after next year when Ben Johnson is not there, because we're going to see the real Jared Goff, the real Amon-Ra St. Brown, and everything. Now, again, I like Detroit. They got things humming right now. Yeah. But I mean, I'm surprised Ben Johnson came back this year, but without him, I want to see how it runs because we know, I mean, look at the Eagles, right? They should have went how far this year, but they replaced both coordinators, and that stuff matters.
I mean, it's
Nick,
funny.
you know what's
Yeah.
also amazing as I'm watching this? And it's so unique to the NFL. I don't know who any of the guys, I don't have the sound on. So I know Jared Goff by his face. I don't know anybody else by their face in the NFL. Like if I was watching golf right now, or I'm
Gotta be more
assuming
obsessed.
is that Aiden Hutchinson or TJ Hawkinson?
Young
That's
one is
Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson. Hawkinson's a Viking now.
Oh, that's right. He's not even on the team anymore.
Then obviously Goff is Goff.
I know Barry Sanders.
Then
Is that so? Amon Ra's the small guy?
yes.
Yep.
Wow, he's tiny.
He's a slot receiver. And not to mention, Aiden's a defensive end. So you compare him to Eminem, and it's not like he's tiny. But, I mean, I totally get it.
What is he wearing?
What Hutchinson right now, you guys have seen this. Hutchinson should sing Billie Jean right now and do the dance.
Right now? That's what
You
you
remember that
think?
from Hard Knocks?
No.
It was
This
amazing.
is my moment. The Lions need to get out of the way. Like, this is my Bears moment. Put the navy in orange on the backdrop and move out of the way. Tell me Chicago's on the clock.
This is also this was kind of my point. You had to bring these guys out. Their team doesn't pick for hours. Like once this thing starts, they're all going to be looking at each other going, should we get a bats and go hang out in the back? Like what do we do for the next? What are they picking? 29th? Where are they in this draft?
Yeah, 29. Yeah. Hey,
The 29th.
Rappaport just said the Bears are officially on the clock.
I hope, for the love of goodness, that they don't make the Bears wait all 15 minutes.
They
But
tend to. So one of
I
the things
know.
I was told by a buddy of mine at the league, I got this great friend at the league who tells me all this crazy shit that goes on. But one of the things he told me was they sell ads for this in such a specific way that they need to make sure teams are on the clock at certain times, but they have to get through X amount of time or they're left with unsold ads and that's the last thing the NFL wants.
I got
So
you.
it's-
So, for all we know, Ryan Poles already sent the pick in.
The pick is in.
I mean,
The pick was in
obviously.
The pick was in December
I
18th.
meant the
or
literal
whatever
sending
they
in of the pick. I mean, the
Well,
very.
it's in. Look at them. Look at this group. This is the image you've got of this, guys. They look like they're at the end of the world party for some kind of cult.
Rich
He's
Eisen.
twitchy.
Rich
Hold on,
Eisen
I'm
would
gonna-
never. See, they're
I'm
done.
going to ask you guys.
These
I'm
are
gonna ask
people
you guys.
waiting. These are people waiting for an announcement. If you're watching NFL Network, they're showing the Bears.
Yeah, they are.
They're gonna wait. They're staring up like they're waiting for the sun
They're
god to
waiting
emerge.
for an
They're still
announcement.
debating it, guys. They're debating. That's what they're doing. Sitting there, mentally debating with each other.
Shouldn't they be on the phone at least chatting about the ninth pick, or was that like a staged? We are gonna look super serious when the cameras turn on.
Maybe
Robert,
that's what
do
happened.
you guys?
Hey, guys! NFL Network showing us. Hey!
They're showing us Caleb Williams.
I love
Who's-
the idea. I love the idea, Jeff, of like
Is
somebody. just
Caleb
basically
watching his
yelled,
highlights?
Nobody show anything.
Caleb's just watching his highlights.
Oh, you know
I
he's
like
sitting
that.
there.
Do you guys agree with the assessment that he's twitchy?
I
I have no idea what that means.
I think I would just use a dumb, different word like shifty, where I think that Caleb is
Ooh.
really, really shifty. He has this very easy ability to enter like an athletic, I don't know, directional stance. I don't know what you'd call it, Nick. I'm sure you have a better word than I'm coming up with, where basically he just drops his weight and suddenly a defensive end has absolutely no idea if he's going to his right or to his left, and he can make the defensive end make the first move, go the other way, and it consistently works. I mean, he's consistently breaking down defensive ends, linebacker types, DB types. It's sweet.
I think he has great balance, and that's in the pocket. That's while running all the time. And like you look at Drake May, who's also a very good athlete. Sometimes he'll kind of get tripped up and fall over. Like you don't see that with Caleb. He just has good balance all the time, just like Rodgers, which is my comp. Like it's annoying how on balance and how they can maneuver in the pocket.
The way I describe it, Nick, because I think we're saying the same thing, but I want to just color it as many different ways as I can because I think it's fun, right? Caleb plays like a time traveler that has seen that play before and knows, okay, I need to move out of the way of this. I need to move out of the way of this. I need to shift back in the pocket here. Like, Jeff, some of the stuff I know you even saw when you watched the little tape that you watched, he will attempt things that other guys just won't try. And there's an aspect to if you're willing to try it.
Caleb got a phone call.
Oh,
Do you think he's the pick?
What I like about Caleb is, and this is one of those things that when I look at college football, because I don't take it seriously as a sport, when I look at it and I say he makes really difficult throws look somewhat effortless, and that's very rare at the college level. And I actually can see his skills translating to the next level, and I don't always see that. Now, I just want to add another comment I'm going to make. Why do they all have to wear suits? I'm looking at Ryan Poles and all these guys. They're all in like formal suits. You're football people. What? When do you? They wear suits? Never. But for this, is that Kevin Warren? I'm surprised he's not in the middle. I'm surprised Kevin isn't standing on a table right now telling us about his work ethic.
Jeff, I think you'll like this one. I had this debate this week, just joking with some of my buddies. I was like, why do baseball managers wear like the baseball attire?
That's crazy.
Not gonna play the game.
Always. Remember Joe Torre? You'd see Joe Torre wearing that shit. And you'd be like, his guts hanging out. He's 80.
Yeah, maybe I'm a contrarian. I think the suits are cool. If I was in that room, you better believe I would be ready to rock a suit. Like, I don't want to sit there in sweatpants.
Yeah, I was joking with him. I was joking with him because he's a football coach.
Oh, I was like, they're handing the call over.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I'm like, so as a football coach, should you wear pads and a helmet then? You know what I mean? Like, just like baseball, like you're going to go in and wear cleats. Oh my gosh. You know?
That'd be hilarious.
I want to see, is there any manager who's worn the eye black?
I'm just saying. Okay, so Nick, if you were going to put all the coaches in the gear, right? Obviously, you'd get some of the older coaches like Belichick that would just look hilarious in that gear. But I feel like Tomlin would look really scary. Like, Tomlin, I feel like, could suit up and look like, oh, this guy could probably still play. At least
Andy Reid. Andy Reid would look like an absolute monster.
He would look
Andy Reid would terrify. They wouldn't be able to put McCarthy in this stuff. Like, McCarthy would just be so comical.
Dan Campbell would look great in the pads.
Yeah. The guys who wore it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love the new Eberflus look. I didn't see if George was in the room. Was George in the war room? I didn't know.
Jeff, I'm glad you mentioned George, if only because one of the funniest things I think about this current edition of the Bears, and I'm curious to hear if you think you agree.
Pick is in, guys.
Nick,
pick is in.
I feel like George McCaskey has taken so much heat for presiding over awful Bears teams, and I get it. We got to be mad at somebody, right? But George's hands-off approach, if the Bears do turn it around and start winning from here on out, is what people want out of the winning owners. Stay out of the way and let the football guy do the football. And it will be funny, I think, to see what people are saying about George McCaskey in 5 years, because I don't know about you, Jeff. I feel like he acts like people want their owner to act. Like, the way people talk about wanting an owner to act over a bad team is Tepper. And have we seen what Dave Tepper did to his organization? It gets way worse.
Robert, wait 5 years and start listening to how people are talking about the Patriots in 5 years. Because Jonathan Kraft has essentially now established himself as the co-general manager of that team. And all of a sudden, when you start being hands-on, day-to-day, the pressure will change on the Krafts. And listen, George has always been the same. George doesn't know anything about football. So he hires people that he trusts, and they run the team, and they haven't worked out to this point. I think this group is good, but George would never. I once asked somebody who knows George very well, why doesn't he just hire Bill Parcells for a year to train him on tape, bring him in, and become literally proficient in all this stuff? And the response, like, hold on, I'm going to put the sound up here. We're going to hear it.
I'm watching it on delay, but I've got Twitter open.
Hold on. Caleb Williams has been selected. He is hugging. I think that's his mother. That's his girlfriend. That's his father. Rich Eisen's doing the same thing I'm doing. What is he wearing? There's a zipper in a place I've not quite seen one.
There it is. Now, I saw it officially. Nick.
Those are crosses, yeah.
Nick, I got to ask you, did you tense up a little and go, I mean, it is Caleb, right? Because as sick in the head as I am, I definitely had a moment there where I was
No.
like, please, just be normal.
Hold on, let's play a game. You guys are on camera, I'm not. I'm gonna do a fake first selection. I want to see your responses, right? If Goodell had done this with the first pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Chop Robinson.
That would have been like a turn the stream off.
Just anarchy breaks out on social media.
I just ate a lemon, Jeff. You just made me eat a lemon. What the hell?
Jeff's sitting here like, okay.
I just saw that name. I saw that name for the first time.
Nick,
like
would
Wednesday.
you rather they selected Chop or Byron Murphy at 1 overall? If those are your
Chop,
only choices,
Chop, just because I don't want to hear Byron Murphy on the Bears.
Nick, what is up with you and Byron Murphy? I've not heard this. What is?
Should we talk about Caleb first, or should we like?
How much more? How much more can we fucking talk about this guy?
A lot. Are you kidding?
We've been
He's
talking about him for 4 months.
We've been talking about, but Jeff, I don't know if you've had to do this. I've had enough people in my mentions, and I've thought the take was fair that he hasn't played for the Bears yet. That I've had to talk about Caleb in the hypothetical for 4 months. Now
let's just talk about Justin Fields. We'll just talk about Justin Fields for the next 2 hours.
Is what we will not do. I'm so stoked. Nick, I don't know if you're seeing this the same way I'm seeing this. To me, it is really fun seeing how excited Caleb is about this too. Like that he has seemed ready in every interview that we've seen, but this is an incredibly talented quarterback embracing the opportunity to be a Chicago Bear and to redefine what being a Bears quarterback means. How is anybody not excited? And I understand that there's questions about whether you would go get a beer with him, that some people wouldn't. That there's questions about whether some people think he could be a team leader. Cole Kmet told us on CHGO that he came across very well like a team leader to the players. Maybe it's all fake. I doubt it. But I don't know, Nick.
Fake.
I'm stoked. I'm stoked to see what this all looks like.
Let's just put this out there, okay? So, again, multiple people. This isn't just like one person who's like his family member have said that he is, one of the best quarterback prospects. I don't like saying the generational stuff. I don't like that because I'm 40 and I've heard of 24 generational quarterbacks.
It became a marketing word, which sucks.
Right. But so like one of the top like 5 quarterbacks of my lifetime, right? Elway, Manning, Luck, T-Law, however you want to go in there, right? If he's at that level, y'all, right? We have a top, let's just say 5 quarterback. We don't even know what the hell that's like. And there's a chance with looking at all of the backgrounds of all the quarterbacks that have been selected one, and we've done this, Robert and Jeff, we haven't with you, but like knowing that there's more and there's Keenan and whoever they get at 9 and how things are evolving with Kmet and the line and everything, it's the best situation because this isn't a number 1 overall team. This is, the 9th overall team getting the first overall pick. And Caleb could be, y'all, a top 10 quarterback this year. He could be, again, a better version of, you could have Burrow or Herbert or whatever. I mean, he could be, again, this is crazy to put out there. He could be Mahomes level. He could. I know Mahomes is amazing. But like, if he has that talent, we have to accept that it's not like the Bears and we're going to be jinxed. He has that potential.
I will say this about him. I was asked on Des Moines radio today. I've been doing a show with those guys for like 15 years. And they said, well, they know I'm not a tape guy. They don't want my football analysis. I've rarely seen a guy who looks this ready for the spotlight. And that's what impresses me about him. He doesn't give a shit. When that criticism came out about him painting his fingernails, and the next thing he did was do like an Instagram video where he's mocking those people, to me, that tells me more about him than any throw he's going to make in a game against Utah. This is a weird job. I said this on the radio today. I've said this a million times. Robert's heard me say this a million times. My friend in the league says Roger Goodell is very fond of saying the greatest untapped resource in the NFL is a star quarterback in Chicago.
I have heard you say this a million times.
And I've said it a million times. And I say it because, think about it. It is a 1 football major city. It is a team that if they are good, they change the landscape of the league. And this kid has all those intangibles that you would be looking for. Look at him. He's taking selfies with that crazy guy in the Bear outfit. Like, he just seems to embrace this moment in ways that I think Fields, I think Trubisky, I think guys like that coach speak shit. He's not into it. He embraces the moment. Now he's got to deliver on the field, and we'll wait and see if that happens. But what excites me about him, and the Commanders got their pick in pretty quick. What excites me about him is I just don't think the spotlight's going to get to him, and I think a lot of times it does get to guys.
Oh,
And a lot of things too is he's preparing for this. Like you look at that interview, I saw another video of him working with Brock Purdy and some guys, and he's working on his mechanics. Like I just feel like he's wired in a way where football is his life, and being the best possible player is his life. And he's, he doesn't care if he's liked by everyone. He wants to be the best, and that's Jordan wasn't liked by everyone either. Like I want the guy that's like weirdly like honed in where that's his goal, and it's not like, hey, everyone likes me and I don't want to piss anybody off. Like you should piss off some teammates if they're not doing their job.
and I mean, what I personally like about it, in a new poster in our chat here, which we are reading, by the way. It's a three-way conversation, so we'll bring the chat in as much as we can. But new poster mentions we also have to accept that he could bust. It's a mystery box at this point. While that's true, especially because numerically speaking, draft overconfidence is a sickness, Nick, that you and I have talked about before. And Jeff, it's basically the part where on draft day we say Marvin Harrison, surefire Hall of Famer. Huge words, right? We will lay claims on some of these kids as if there's no chance they'll ever get injured, no chance they'll ever have a spat with their agent that whirls its way into like a 2-year like desire to not work out. We'll act like none of these guys will ever lose their love of the sport, blah 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 blah, all the kinds of things that create lackluster careers. It's always possible that Caleb Williams doesn't deliver on expectations. I think my favorite part about the Caleb Williams pick is that for once I don't have to talk myself into Nick, that the quarterback has to grow in some major area of his game just to be playable, right?
Jaden Daniels is off the board to the Washington Commanders.
Which, honestly, huge pick for the Bears. Because if for some reason that had changed and been, say, Drake May, I don't think number 3 is as firm as it would be otherwise. And we kind of need all these things to be in place. So
the question now is just on a big picture thing. The question now is how enamored with May are the Giants? So all the reports in this area of the world, for those who don't know, I live in New York, are that the Giants are enamored with May, but that they're finding it very hard to get the Patriots to make a deal because the Patriots like May. The question is, can the Giants get up there and make a deal?
If I was the Patriots, I just wouldn't let them. I mean, Nick, let's talk from the position of people who hold on to the pick. I have told a lot of people, Jeff, I told Nick this offline just earlier today, that I think if the Patriots get the chance, they should trade down because they have such a bad roster that they should take advantage of the goodwill that they're given in year one of their organization. But you just got a gift. A guy who should be the first overall pick in a normal draft just fell to 3 for you. You got to take the gift horse in the mouth, in my opinion, because I think May's that good. But I don't interview any of these kids. That's the other part of this, Jeff, that I think is funny. Nick and I get a very cold view of a lot of these prospects. We get to turn on their game tape, and that's pretty much it. And so it's not yeah.
So real quick, so I know you don't watch film though, Jeff. So, but Robert, where do you have Daniels ranked among the 4 quarterbacks?
Among the 4 quarterbacks, we're talking overall, right?
Yep.
I've got him. So real talk here. The Bears had number 1. I watched May really closely. I watched Caleb really closely. I watched everybody else closely enough to eliminate them, which happened pretty quick compared to May and Caleb. So when it comes to Daniels, I go back and forth because McCarthy might end up the better pro, but I do think the fact that it'll take him a little bit to get there might mean that he ends up in a throw the baby out with the bathwater situation where he basically gets plugged into an offense way too fast, develops some bad habits, and never gets over certain humps. I could keep talking, but the point is that if you put the not gun, I'm trying to think of a more appropriate word, right? If you made me choose right now, I'd probably say Daniels is 3, but I wouldn't take him at 3. I would just drop
Okay.
a little bit. Like I
So-
would have expected the
I-
quarterbacks to get taken around 7 and 12 if I was going to be real
Oh, I
about
got you.
where I
Okay.
expect them
So
to be.
I watched Daniels play a bunch of times this year because the two coaches I watch a lot in college football, where I root for Jim Harbaugh and against Brian Kelly. So when I watched Jaden Daniels, the thing that scared me about him were these violent hits. He
Yes.
seemed to want to take. And to
Yes.
me, if that's your square one, which is going to have to be for Dan Quinn now, the Pats pick is already in, so the Pats are
Yep,
going to
I
take
already-
it. Great.
I already know who it is. If you guys want me to say now, or you want to
Yeah,
wait?
you might as well. Yeah. Is it Drake?
The Patriots stayed and they took Drake May,
As
which-
they
Okay,
should.
which I love because I was scared this entire draft process that Drake May was going to go to Minnesota. So I'm so happy he's not there because I'm with you. He was my number 2, Daniels was my 4, and JJ was my 3.
So let's talk about Minnesota. So if you're Minnesota now, the draft has just started for the Vikings. Do they want JJ McCarthy enough to make a move? Because he's not. I don't see him falling. Does he fall past 6 in the Giants? I don't know. I think Minnesota's thinking if they want him, they've got to get up to the next 2. I don't think Arizona even entertains it now. I'd be shocked if Arizona doesn't take Marvin here and just move on.
If I was Arizona, the further we get into this, the more that I think if you have Marvin Harrison, you've already got, oh my goodness, how have I forgotten his name? I love this kid. It's Nick, help me up. It's Trey McBride.
Trey McBride.
Trey McBride is
I can help you. I can help you out too with pro stuff.
Trey
So
McBride
that's-
is balling in Arizona
he's great.
right now.
He's a hell of a player.
And if you add Marvin Harrison, who should be able to play make for you immediately, that's exactly the kind of player that I would want next to Kyler Murray. Malik Neighbors could easily work too. But because you get the big body to go with the big body, you could go find a speedier Z receiver because I do think they're a little easier to find, and then have yourself a nice little offense.
Here's
Yeah.
the only thing I'll throw out there, okay? So let's say they had Neighbors close to Harrison. If the Giants give you anything of value, right? You flip with them for 6, you still get one of the top 3 receivers at 6 to pair with McBride. You get this whatever compensation you just got, and you still have that 20s pick too. Like they could easily double dip a receiver and surround Kyler Murray with some weapons and get this thing humming too.
I'm going to hit you with
I'll make an argument that actually, if the Giants were to trade up to 4, I'm not sure Harbaugh's going to take Harrison there at that 5 spot if he can't bail out of it.
Nick, let me ask you a brutal but honest question, because this is what it is to be an NFL coach, okay? Do you think within 1 year you're going to have J.J. McCarthy playing better than Daniel Jones?
Yes.
Better than Daniel Jones, who is probably the 22nd best quarterback in the NFL.
I think he's worse than 22nd.
I mean, okay, where do you think he is? 25th? 28th?
Yeah, it's probably 25 to 27.
25 to 27, which works. But you think you're going to get J.J. McCarthy playing how much better than that? 18th best? 16th best?
Yeah, depends, but yeah.
How
somewhere
much
close in there.
How much do you think you could manufacture out of Jones with Malik Neighbors?
I mean, that's a debate, but then that's not the debate for next year. That's the debate for the rest of Daniel Jones's contract. And do you want to keep him there? Which I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either, but you got to get through next year first. New York media is coming down on you right now. Like,
There's no New York. There's no more New York media. I that's one of the things that bothers me so much when I hear from people, which is like the New York media. Once Mike and the Mad Dog retired and stopped being on our radio stations, the New York media, the newspapers have been gutted. I want to
That's
just derail
hilarious.
us one more time and
I
just
like
say
it.
I was rooting for Drake May to come to Chicago because I had a great idea to call him the Drake Hotel. And I had a logo involved, and I was going to sell a fucking million T-shirts. And I got nothing for Caleb. I've thought about Caleb Williams and trying to come up with anything. I can't, Robert. I was trying to get us into the T-shirt business. If you guys have a pun or something, it's a terrible name for T-shirts. So I was trying to do that. I like the Drake Hotel. We would have sold 1 million of those.
I'll tell you one other thing, Jeff, that I want to throw your way and Nick's. Nick, this could have been the Bears. This moment right here, where 3 other teams all picked quarterbacks, and we are sitting having the same conversations that Minnesota is, or not. Or we're saying, no. We're going to get a sweet receiver at 9 because Rome's going to fall for us, and we're going to be able to make this thing work. We just traded for Keenan Allen. We're going to be fine. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'm just looking back. I am so happy that Lovie Smith was willing to go for 2 when he did.
Crazy.
That 4th and 20 wafted straight through that Colts DB's hands. That Carolina went so hardcore into being so bad. How on earth did I still look back and say, how on earth did they think that was going to work? You know what I mean, Nick? Like,
Did you see? So I made a post of the video of that series of plays, but even before the 2-point, even before that 4th and 20, did you see they converted a 4th and 12?
Yeah.
yes.
I watched
Well-
I watched the end of that game.
I mean, how
Uh,
everybody watched that game. We were all there.
And I remember texting my buddy Dave. He was called Reverend Dave all the time on our site, and he lives in France. And I was texting him going, "You won't even believe what's happening in this Houston game." And he went and watched it, and we just watched together. We were like, "This is wild,"
It was
and it was wild.
Jeff. It was unironically.
By the way, is Ben McAdoo now on the Patriots staff? I think I just saw Ben McAdoo in their war room. So did Mayo bring Ben McAdoo in? I don't know who Mayo's offensive coordinator is. I haven't actually even looked into it.
I
But
don't know
Ben
where
McAdoo,
is.
yeah. He was in the Pats war room. You can't miss Ben McAdoo. The guy, no one knows how to wear a suit worse than Ben McAdoo. If you don't know that story, go look at his press conference when he was introduced as a head coach here in New York. He wore a suit that did not fit, and it was the most bizarre. Not since Trestman's hair has there been a worse physical appearance by a coach. Ooh, the Arizona pick is in. Did
Pick
somebody
is
say
in.
ooh? Is it
Well,
interesting?
Yeah, well, I know who it is. You ready?
No,
Yeah, of course.
we gotta at least
Marvin
start waiting a little. Like,
Marvin Harrison Jr. That's the
of
thing.
course it is, but don't tip anymore. Not that blatantly.
Yeah,
Like,
okay, hold up. I have
Why
a thing
not?
with this. Okay, if you don't want picks tipped, don't watch social media.
Yeah,
I'm
just-
actually asking you to just wait until Rappaport tweets it out. Like, that's all
Yeah,
I'm
but
asking.
it's everywhere.
He's not going to. It's that to me. Monty Ossenfort's a really good football guy, but you started hearing him recently say things like, "We're very comfortable staying at 4." I think they fell in love with the player, and they should. I think he's the best player in this draft. I say that based on very little tape study, but when I watch, he's one of those guys where I watch college football and I go, he doesn't belong on this field.
No,
Yeah.
He is better than everybody else.
Now, Jeff.
I get
Jeff,
him not
give
going
us
first.
give us the juice, Jeff. Give us the juice. Is Harbaugh taking Malik Neighbors?
No,
Are they trading?
I think he's trying to get out right now. I would say the guy, and this is everywhere now. So I mean, I thought I had scoops earlier in a month. I know they're in love with J.C. Latham, right? I was told that by people that he's in love with J.C. Latham, but he likes a lot of these offensive linemen. I think right now he's trying to get out of that pick. Now we have to see, is the Giants taking J.J. McCarthy a real threat? Because if it is, this is where Minnesota comes. And I think that's what we should watch right here. Does Minnesota now jump up to the 5th pick? Because I think the Giants will have a question on their hands. The Giants love LSU receivers. They take them all the time.
Yeah.
I think this is a very interesting spot now because I think Harbaugh, if he can get out of here, will get out of here.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is I think Malik Neighbors is from New York as well, by the way, if that even counts as anything. But
Is he really?
I mean, I think so.
Wow.
There's tons of rumors. Like, you know, the rumor of
His suit looked
Harbaugh
amazing.
will take McCarthy at 5, right? And he'll trade away Justin Herbert to the Vikings.
He would
right?
do it
Like
too.
that dumb
He's
rumor.
he's a lunatic. Like
Right, yeah. That's
he would
crazy.
do it. Like he would, but he could take Blake Corum here. It wouldn't. I mean, the guy
Yeah,
is
right.
not. He's not like the rest of us.
I feel like
He's a
Jeff.
straightforward lunatic.
Jeff, I feel like Harbaugh is exactly the kind of guy. Here's the funny duality, I think,
Oh,
of what it
God.
takes to really win in the NFL. Not that I can't say I know, but Harbaugh's the kind of lunatic you need as a coach. And because he's that kind of lunatic, he's going to ask for control over player personnel, and you shouldn't give it to him. Like,
No.
he's too much of a lunatic, and he will do better if he's got a smart organization picking his players for him. But of course, he's going to get that player control. And
But, Rob,
he's going
this is why everyone knows how much I love Harbaugh. And during the offseason, when I was saying they're not going to hire Jim Harbaugh, people were getting mad at me. And I said, if you are going to hire Jim Harbaugh, you also have to fire Ryan Poles. There is no way around that.
Yep,
there's one alpha allowed in a Jim Harbaugh room, and that guy's name is Jim Harbaugh. That's it. It is
boys.
Jim. Look at who they hired as a general manager, the 17th in command in Baltimore, because he was friends with him. They hired Ortiz, and Ortiz is a good guy. Like I've heard great things about him, but that guy is now hired to do the legwork for Jim. Have you really?
Yeah. Well, his dad coached. I was at Western Kentucky, and so I met their dad, and then Jack, and then I met Jim right after he got hired by Stanford. He took our quarterback coach who I worked with every day, Willie Taggart, who then was head coach at Oregon, Florida State, Western Kentucky. So the other fun tidbit with my background, Jeff, you'll like, is I coached against J.C. Latham his freshman year of high school. He was 6'6", 280 as a freshman and crushed us in the playoffs.
6'6", 280.
He was playing defensive end and was just unblockable. According
I
to Nick.
put him at running back at that stage, and just like, hey, I try you guys tackle him, please.
It was Julius Peppers at a high school level, and we were like, well, that game's over.
So give me the skinny here. So like, I think this is where I can get a little bit smarter. Like, why? All I heard for months and months and months was Joe Alt. But now in the last week, I've seen multiple mock drafts telling me that Latham could jump him. You guys tell me why.
I've got this one, Nick. Okay, it's the same reason. I'm gonna put a sour face on Nick, so just turn away. But it's the same reason, Jeff, that you heard Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, right? It's because everybody defaults to who plays left tackle, and that answer is Joe Alt. Or on the defensive side, they say, "Hey, honey, thank you so much." They say, "Who plays edge rusher?" And they take the first and youngest edge rusher and they elevate him a little. Right? Latham played right tackle at Alabama. He may be able to play left tackle. We aren't totally sure. I mean, I guess you can't say for certain, but he could play a hell of a right tackle. And he looks like he could also play a mean, nasty guard. And he's got a temperament that's a little different than Joe Alt's because he's much more violent. Nick, is that a decent summation?
Yeah, well, I mean, also, J.C. Latham is a massive human being. Joe Alt is tall. J.C. Latham has humongous hands. He is more versatile than Joe Alt. So there's some value in all of that. I think you could question who's the overall better player. If you want the best overall left tackle, it's Joe Alt. But they already have that guy, the Chargers. They have Rashawn Slater. So they don't need just the left tackles, which I think makes Latham more valuable for the Chargers.
Gambit, I'm going to pretend I didn't see that briefly because that one is going to be, I don't want to say it's an earth shaker. That's not fair. Okay, so.
By the way, here's my t-shirt for Joe Alt. The t-shirt would be Conjo Alt Delete.
Jeff, you're working so hard.
Alt Delete. I just want to sell swag.
I just want to make some money.
Right. The Chargers pick's not in yet. They're saying at 3 minutes. Do we already have it leaked?
I have seen a leak. It's not like I've got it confirmed second time, but it sure looks like the Chargers aren't moving out of 5 at the very least.
Rappaport says that they're picking, not trading.
So the Chargers picking here would tell me. My guess is they would have taken Harrison if he was there. I would assume an offensive lineman here for them. It's just a Harbaugh move.
Well, yeah, we've all been sold this idea that it's going to be an offensive lineman, right?
But if they go wide receiver, it would change things. I mean, I just don't. Man, I don't like someone like Malik Neighbors in a Jim Harbaugh system. Odunze would be great for Harbaugh. Odunze would be really good for Herbert as well.
You know who else would be really good for is Chicago, and we need him to fall.
I'm gonna guess it's Blake. I'm saying it's Blake Corum.
No way! Come on.
Listen, the guy just won the a national championship with 40 carries a game, and the quarterback gets to go top 10. And I never saw him throw a pass. It's crazy down. Never saw the guy throw a pass. He's going to go to the top 10. I was like, maybe he's good.
Maybe
I would have
he's gonna go in the top 10.
I would have preferred to see it once in a while.
Man. Okay. So
Who is the pick rumored to be?
it's rumored to be
Just
Neighbors.
leak it.
It's rumored to be
I
Neighbors.
have heard it is not him.
So good. Okay.
But
Let's
I don't
see.
know the pick. But I mean, that's
Oh,
just the rumblings.
Are we
I'm seeing.
getting multiple leaks here? Let's get one good leak.
Let's see. What is it?
I'm
Oh,
shocked
man.
we went five. I'm shocked that we went 5.
I'm
picks.
actually on the edge of my seat. I'm like, because
I don't
here's
know
my
who this is
thing.
gonna be.
Here's my thing, Nick. You know who it's going to be?
No, I don't know. That's
I don't,
what's so
first
exciting
of all,
about it.
I don't either. But it's funny, right? Because don't we do this every draft, Nick, where we go, yeah, the Chargers want an offensive lineman. And if the Chargers take Neighbors, we're going to sit back and we're going to go, well, he is the best player. It's the right pick, but that's going to put a bullet hole in the thought that Rome Odunze is going to make it to 9. Like,
Yeah, he ain't making it. Oh,
to-
I got
if
it now. I got it.
Neighbors, is it Neighbors?
Let me know if you guys want it or not.
Yeah,
How
I
are you
want.
feeling
I
then?
want.
know what?
Yeah, I want it.
all right, Jeff wants it.
Left tackle Joel Alt is selected to the Chargers.
See,
Solid.
okay.
do you
That
think,
tells me
Jeff?
that Jim. That tells me that Jim was working some bullshit this week, because last couple of days, because too many people were saying that Latham thing, and that's why I kept coming back to why would this have changed so dramatically? And I think that was just Jim trying to get people off the scent. So if he goes to Joel, now I'm going to assume Neighbors is going next to the Giants, but now the Giants have to make a quarterback decision. I mean, are the Giants? Brian Daboll, and I've told people this, and people don't quite understand this. The hottest seat for a head coach in the league this year is Mike McCarthy, right? And Rob Saleh at the Jets. That's because they're bad coaches. Daboll's seat is hot because Bill Belichick's dream job always was that Giants job. And him and John Mara are super, super close. And if they struggle this year, Bill Belichick is coming in. So I don't think Daboll can afford a year where he goes 4-13 with a rookie quarterback. But what is the prudent thing for the Giants to do here? Is Malik Neighbors going to make them a 10-win team or an 11-win team?
I mean,
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, that's the interesting thing here is like, where does JJ McCarthy go, and like what helps the Giants, because they just beefed up the defense. They could go O-line.
We have a number
Well,
update.
Jeff.
We have a number update, by the way.
boy.
Number.
Caleb Williams' official
18.
number is going to be 18.
Wow.
Thoughts, Jeff?
Could not care about anything less in the world than what number a player is going to wear.
I'm caught
don't
between
care.
Peyton Manning and Kyle Orton.
I don't care about alternate uniforms.
Is that Robert Tunyon? No, that's Caleb Williams. Out there.
Hey, you want to hear my one of my predictions I made last year? I always make these prediction columns. They're never even close to right. But one of the things I predicted last year, my bold prediction was Robert Tunyon would lead the Bears in touchdowns.
Brutal. He almost, maybe if he caught that.
Did he score one? I'm not even sure he scored one.
Oh, he had one in his hands. He sure did.
Oh, look at Joe. Look at
We
Joe
don't
Alt.
need to do this. We don't. Need to do this.
Joe Alt looks like he was built in a left tackle lab.
He was built in a
Look at
left
the-
tackle lab.
Look
Like,
at the girth of the boy.
The funny part about Joe Alt, Nick.
What
and-
lodge are they in?
Nick, I don't know if you feel this way. The funny part to me about Joe Alt is if the class didn't have Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors and Caleb Williams and Drake May in it, Joe Alt would have been like talk of the town, and he was still largely talked about. But this is an outstanding player. Like, the top part of this 2024 draft is really good, especially compared to the last couple of years of drafts. But I'll tell you what I think is interesting. We are a Bears show. We can make this thing Bears obsessed. I don't know how you feel about this, Nick. I feel like if you want Rome Odunze to get to Chicago, you want Malik Neighbors to go as late as possible. Because the moment that Malik is off the board, I mean, besides the fact that there's two, but I believe the moment that Malik is off the board, demand for the last one spikes dramatically.
Robert, you're right. Robert, right now, there's no question Rome Odunze is going to get to the Bears if nobody jumps them.
Well,
right? So Tennessee and
somebody's
Atlanta are
going
not
to.
taking a wide receiver. If somebody wants to jump the Bears for him, that can happen. The Giants, I think the Giants. I can see the Giants taking Rome Odunze, to be honest. I know everyone says Neighbors because of the value there.
They need more
but
size, Jeff. Like they have
Yeah.
all these short receivers, and Odunze is 6'2", 6'3", and Neighbors is 6 foot. I think Odunze makes more sense to the Giants.
and he fits that Giants thing. He's got that giant. Well, their pick is in because Dable has stood up. He only stands up if the pick is in. Talk about not being able to wear a suit. Just let the guy wear his sweatshirt. Like, he doesn't want to be in a suit. He does not. That suit is not well fit to him. He does not want to be in it. I forgot Saquon Barkley signed with the. Eagles.
If I'm Joe Shane, and if I'm the Giants, I have talked to to Mara about this very recently. We're gonna take Neighbors. I'm gonna prove that my offense works, and then we're gonna fix our quarterback when we don't have to give everything under the sun up to get.
I got the pick.
All right, give it to us.
The Giants are taking wide receiver Malik Neighbors.
I think that's a good choice for them. I really do. Now,
I think Odunze makes more sense.
I think Odunze
I
makes a lot of sense, but man, I think Neighbors is so good. Like,
So
Nick,
Mike Francesa had this pick on Monday.
Mike
He's so locked
Francesca.
in with the Giants. He's just so locked in with the Giants forever. Like, this is a guy who owned horses with Bill Parcells in the 80s.
Nick,
So
if I had to make you tell me whether you think Neighbors is closer to Harrison or Odunze, where do you think he lands?
They're just all different receivers. That's what's so tough. It's like it's not like they all win differently.
Yep.
I think they're all in the same group. If I'm being honest with you, that's where I'm at with it.
Okay. I think.
Hold on.
here's the question. Here's the question I'll ask you guys. Does this thing change in the next 3 picks? Let's play. Let's do the war here. Tennessee's up on the clock. We all know they need offensive line help. They have a desperate need at left tackle. Who's jumping Atlanta right now? Nobody's jumping Atlanta, Chicago. I don't see any reason why they would.
Jacksonville.
Is Minnesota getting J.J. McCarthy at just sitting where they are?
No, because Denver or the Raiders will jump. They have
pretty funny. It'd be pretty funny if they did, though.
That Minnesota, Denver, Vegas thing right now. Those
are
Warrens,
the Bears.
Are
the Bears going to get a quarterback tax trading back with J.J. McCarthy on the board?
And I'll add this. I'll add this. It won't happen. But if I was Woody Johnson, and I'm not Woody Johnson, I don't have his money. I'd have the Jets taking a quarterback at 10, but they're not going to do that because no team has ever been all in on one season more than the New York Jets are this year. It's just a bunch of older, injury-prone guys and one-year deals. It's like the replacements.
Yeah. The other thing too that people have told me is safe, but I don't believe it's safe, is the Titans have a new head coach, a new regime there, right? They signed Ridley. They got some new things going there. Why am I confident that Will Levis is Brian Callahan's guy? Why can't it be J.J. McCarthy?
I agree with you. I'm shocked how confident people seem to be that they're not moving on. That feels like a lateral move. Again, I'll ask you guys because you know this stuff. What happened with J.J. McCarthy between playing football and not playing football, where he's suddenly a top 10 pick?
Jeff, he literally talked to people. Like, that sounds like a joke, but from everything everybody has written, J.J. McCarthy sits in a room with you and makes you believe in him. And then you go back and you look at his record, and he basically never lost. Now, Jeff, you and I both know football is like a 25 starter team. Like, just because you were on a bunch of teams that didn't lose doesn't immediately make you good. But it's so easy to believe in him. And then you call his head coach from Michigan. Remind me, Jeff, who's that? Jeff, come on. It's Harbaugh.
Jimmy H. I know. I was muted. I started yelling.
No
I was yelling, but I was muted.
And Jim Harbaugh is a very convincing person. And then there you sit, starting to believe. You know what I mean, Nick? This is how it goes in the football world.
Well, and if you watch him, he has all the things in a small sample size. He has good mechanics. He has good footwork. He has good eyes. He throws all the balls that you want in terms of even in the middle of the field, which is the issue with Justin Fields and
Oh,
with
yeah.
Jane Daniels. He'll throw middle of the field. Now he struggles a little bit Mitchell Trubisky wise throwing left outside the numbers, by the way. But I just looked this up, guys. Will Levis last year, his first start went gaga, 4 touchdowns. His last 8 games he played in, 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. The last 8 games.
Yeah.
How are you confident that's your quarterback?
I was the most shocking offseason this year to me was the Tennessee Titans because they operated in free agency like a team that's just on the precipice of winning a title. And I don't see a scenario where they're any better than the 3rd best team in the division. And I still have them 4th in that division if Richardson comes back healthy.
I got the pick.
Don't you?
At least I think I do.
Nope.
All right.
We're gonna hold. We should probably. I got Malik Neighbors. So the new look seems to be the dreads down, sunglasses on, with the hat barely resting on the top of the head. That seems to be the look this year. Oh, he's sudden. Malik Neighbors is sudden. Oh, they're comparing him to DJ Moore.
Yeah, he actually looks
that's
very similar to DJ Moore, which is funny, right, Jeff? Because you ask most analysts and they say, well, yeah, the Bears are going to take a receiver because they need more receiver help. And then they go, Malik Neighbors, one of the best receivers in the draft, basically a clone of DJ Moore. And I'm like, you cannot get both of these. Either the Bears have one of the best receivers in the league, or Malik Neighbors, his comp needs to be somebody better, which I think is funny because I tend to think it's more the former. Also, new poster, wanted to acknowledge what you're saying. I agree with you. The funny part about J.J. McCarthy's tape, kind of like Nick mentioned, J.J. will lace incredibly difficult throws over the middle. Throws that a whole lot of prospects simply won't attempt at the collegiate level. A lot of the throws he makes or attempts are very pro level. I think he has some of the most translatable NFL tape, Jeff, because Caleb Williams is out here playing air raid ball, and Drake May's out here playing air raid ball, and Jaden Daniels is throwing to guys that are going to get drafted in the top 10, top 15, and J.J. McCarthy was not only throwing to receivers that aren't, I don't know, that's weird, because it's not like Tez Walker and Brendan Rice are amazing, so junk that take. But it's more to say, the way he drops back, the play actions that he's running, the throws that he's attempting, are exactly the throws that you'd be looking for in the NFL level, which is going to get a lot of people's eyes. They're going to say, if he could do it there, I think I could teach him to do it more. But also, it's a quarterback needy league.
Nick, who is pick 7? They're about to go. They're at the commercials, so fuck them. Who's pick 7? Who did Tennessee take?
They took the guy I faced coaching in high school.
So J.C. Latham did end up being a top 10 pick. So it wasn't total bullshit. It wasn't total bullshit. He was clearly climbing boards because he was everywhere the last week. And now, if you're the Bears, you are sitting here and saying, if somebody wants Rome Odunze and they assume the Bears are going to take him, this is where that move gets made. Yep. This is where a team has to leap. This is, Robert, we talked about this a few weeks ago. This is the scenario that Atlanta must have wanted. Where, okay, can we get someone to come up now and leap us? Is Buffalo serious? Is Buffalo willing to really come up and get a wide receiver? Is there another wide receiver needy team willing to leap? It just seems, I predicted this morning when I saw a couple of things. Nobody's moving, nobody's trading, nobody's panicking. And if you're Minnesota right now, you have to be confident that if you want McCarthy, he's there. He's there at 11. He's not going. If nobody moves in, he's not going. Now, could it go ape shit where Sean moves ahead of 11 to 10? That could be fun. But right now, I think this is broken. The Bears can't have asked for this any better than it is if we assume, Nick, you tell me, do you believe this Dallas Turner to Atlanta shit?
I do, because he fits their scheme. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker who can drop into coverage and also can rush the passer. That's not Jared Verse. And Latu could, but he's got the injury stuff. So, I think he fits them super well. It's interesting because you have this is so good because you have McCarthy, you have Turner, you have Odunze. If let's say Odunze goes 8, okay, whatever. At 9, you have people that are going to want to trade up for Chicago's pick. This is good value no matter what, which is awesome. But Robert, it will not. So Robert, I don't know where you're at, but it's if they go with Byron Murphy,
He seemed to have a cookie in his hand. I think he was very excited about having a cookie in his hand.
that's fine.
It's
You
a
can-
chicken
you can-
sandwich.
can-
I had to eat dinner.
you can eat your food, whatever. But I'm just saying the value is going to be there at the pick. Like,
Yeah.
no matter if they want to trade down, if they want to take a guy, like this is the best because it's not that the top 8 guys went. Now the Bears are like, we'll take the best defender available. Like, there's going to be value there, which is awesome.
They got what they wanted here. I mean, I would say Ryan Poles got what he wanted here. And I would say Ryan Poles, knowing the little bit that I do about him, is probably on the phone with the Vegases and the Denvers now and saying, listen, the Jets are all in on this year. They need to get a guy here to help out. You want to get ahead of Minnesota? We're here for it. And we'll make you a sweetheart deal. Hey, Sean, if you want to come up here, we're not gonna break your back to go from 9 to 12. We're not that worried about. We have guys we like that will take at 12. I would think those calls are coming in. What would push me in the other direction though is that when you see a draft move like this where nobody's trading, that tends to hold. It tends to sort of circle through the entire draft. I'd be very interested to know if New Orleans is worried that the Bears are looking offensive linemen. Or is New Orleans worried that the Jets are looking offensive linemen? Is the Penn State kid alluring enough for them to say, we need that guy. We know we need that tackle. That's our next guy on the board. I thought the tackles would be interesting tonight. And someone had told me that this morning. I said, tackles are never interesting. But I said, I thought they'd be interesting. They get a little interesting here. Atlanta has not traded out of the pick, which leads me to believe we're 10 minutes almost into this. They have made a pick.
Well,
So
you got to remember that as far as the broadcast goes, we just got off commercial. We only just got the Latham selection pretty much right now. So
yeah, but once that pick goes in is when the clock starts. So this pick is when the clock comes up, it's going to be 4 minutes probably. So
you think so? I think it's
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if they've got more time, but who knows? Maybe that's not the case. I mean,
I don't think so. JC Latham is fucking gigantic.
okay, so we should probably
Look at the size of this monster.
we should quickly get on to something that I think is important, but like it's so wild because as you're watching the draft, you talk about so many other things, right? And you don't talk enough about pick number 9. We should enter that, Nick, because there's a lot. I think there's plenty to say. Like the direction the Bears board is moving.
My gosh.
Don't tell me.
What do you
my
mean?
gosh.
Wait, is the Atlanta pick in?
I know it. I can't believe this. Oh,
Just-
How should
like,
how
Robert,
just-
you can
just-
give me
Just let it go. Okay?
you can give me 10 guesses, Robert, and you wouldn't guess who this pick is.
There's no way I wouldn't guess it.
can I guess?
There's
Can I
no
guess?
way.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
Chop Robinson.
Stop. No, wait, hang on. So, we got people asking for no spoilers, and I respect that. There's
Oh,
plenty of people
why-
that want to know.
Why are you coming?
Unreal.
Now I feel like I'm getting spoiled by not being told what the fucking answer
Okay,
is.
hang on. what are
Hold
you
on.
telling me?
Hold on. I'm going to try to guess.
Okay.
How so this must be way off the reservation in terms of, is it Kool-Aid McKinstry?
No,
Is it less crazy than that?
it's
I got a weird guess.
I mean,
I got a weird guess. Did they clone their quarterback?
yeah. Well, you see, someone put it in the chat here.
But I would have had to believe it. Was more where I was going for.
That is
They took JJ?
the next guy down, in my opinion.
What? They
In terms
took
of-
Penix?
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Atlanta did?
Whoa! Hey, we'll see. But
Nobody saw. Oh, Atlanta took Penix? All right. By the way, guys, if you wanted a scenario for the Bears now,
Okay.
panic has just settled in 11, 12, and 13 because those teams now are down to 2 guys.
all right.
That is wild.
I'm seeing something in the chat I have to repeat to you guys because I think you're all gonna laugh. We have been over the last 2 years on a parade of Bears fans, right? A parade of not Bears fans, old Bears making a cameo in key moments that help the Bears, right? We have Lovie Smith that shows up 2 years ago, helps the Bears get number 1, right? Then Mitch Trubisky starts a key game against New England and loses, which puts New England out of the race for number 1. And then Nick, the guy you never saw coming, if this is the case, Ryan Pace shows up and says, hold on, I got my guy. And
Guys, can I ask you a question? Because
I hear you. Everybody who's not looking for spoilers, I want you guys to know I totally hear you. It felt like we had a good thing going in terms of a bit was happening that I didn't want to put a lid on.
how many years
You got to keep the Bears pick to yourself, okay? Whatever the Bears do, swallow it. We're going to all experience it together.
How many years did they give Cousins?
Well, see, that's what I'm looking up right now, Jeff. Because I had the same thing.
I thought it was 3.
So-
I thought it was 3 guaranteed.
Well, they gave him 4 years, 180 million with 100 million guaranteed. So I would assume that's at least 2 years
Really?
guaranteed.
Wow, that's a commit. Listen, I love Raheem, and so I hope he has nothing but success. And I hope if this is Raheem's pick, fantastic. I'm glad he's setting himself up for a good future. I'm shocked.
All right. Hey, can we go around real quick? So, Robert, what would you do with the 9th pick? We have enough time right now. What are you doing? So you have, McCarthy's there.
Here's
You
my
wanna trade
problem,
down? You can
right?
take Rome.
So, Nick, I am an analyst. I'm not in a front office, right? At the end of the day, half my job over the last 4 years on this, not this channel, but like just overall, has been explaining really awful moves or explaining how Kyler Gordon isn't such a bad pick. I know you wanted George Pickens, but actually this guy's pretty good. Like, normally, Nick, I have to talk about a bunch of angry people off of a ledge. That's what I have to do. In this case, I refuse to be upset because normally you get one pick in the top. No. I have to get this set.
We have 3 people to talk about the pick.
Okay, fine. I'm basically just saying I'm fine with whatever they do. You want to go the fun route and draft Rome Odunze, make your quarterback happy? Go for it. You want to go defensive line, stock up on anybody from Byron Murphy to Dallas Turner to Jared Verse? Go for it. You want to trade down? It's probably the smart move. Move on.
I take a Dunze here. I don't overthink this pick. I think this thing has fallen for you perfectly. If Denver or Vegas are willing to give you something to move up ahead of Minnesota, take it. And as long as you're getting back in the second round and getting maybe something else. But I don't think you'll overthink this pick. I think Rome is, from everything I've been told, is such a good culture guy as well.
Yeah.
He'll and then, when Keenan Allen moves on in a year and a half, 2 years, you've got the next guy right there. This strikes me as Ryan Poles has an opportunity here to make a very safe, very sound pick. Now, again, I think Denver and Vegas right now are panicking.
Right.
Now, Denver, I know, likes Bo Nix, apparently. Vegas, I was told by people that Pierce really likes Penix. I don't think any of those guys thought that he wouldn't get to them. They thought they were going to be criticized for taking him too early. I do not think any of them thought Penix was going in the top 10 picks. So this becomes fascinating now. And do I think somebody moves up here? I'm watching Denver and Vegas. I'm watching the screen for a trade here. If the pick goes in quickly, it's because Poles had a guy he was targeting all along. And if that guy were there, he was taking him.
Nick, I have a thread I want to go off, but first I want to let you answer your own question. What do you do here?
Yeah. So in order, this is I'm going to stay true. I would go Brock Bowers, I would go Rome Odunze, and I would do trade down. Those are the 3 things that I would do here.
Perfect. Jeff, you mentioned something I want to key on, okay? You mentioned, well, I thought people were going to get people thought they were going to get criticized for taking him too early at 12. This is why I think the draft is so funny and why draft media, Nick, has entered what I think is sort of a weird spot where if somebody takes somebody too early, we laugh at them, right?
Yep.
But also, there are teams just behind Atlanta that thought they were going to be the only one on that island, and now they don't have their guy. So now they have to pivot away from something that they thought was going to work for them. As much as I love the we have about draft value, if the Bears take somebody who is legit, I'm saying 20th or better on consensus boards, to me, that's how BPA works. Where it's like, yeah, everybody's board is going to look pretty different. But I don't know.
And
that's
Robert,
a soapbox.
remember, all of these team war rooms do their own mock drafts.
They do their
And
own
I'm
mock
gonna
drafts,
tell
and they
you,
get one
I'm
pick
going to
in
tell
the,
you,
in the
none
first
of
30.
them, not one of them
Nope.
had Atlanta taking Michael Penix at today's pick in the
I
draft.
bet you at least one of them did it as a joke,
The
and then they all
Bears pick is
giggled.
in. The Bears
Yeah,
pick is in. So no
I know who
trade.
it is, but I'm not
Don't,
spoiling
Bears-
it.
don't spoil it.
The Bears ran it in, didn't they?
Can we
Like-
get so again? This is exactly what I thought might happen here, which is the pick got in quickly, which tells me if a guy was there, they were taking him. Nick, don't tell us who it is. I'll watch it on the television set.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Hey, hopefully nobody in the chat don't spoil it either, even if you see
Yeah,
it.
I'm happy to learn this one on television. I will then. Are you guys going to do the whole first round live on this thing?
Probably.
All right, so I'll pop back. I'll have a couple more beers offline. Then
Okay.
I'll pop back in and get silly because I have nothing to add to conversations once we get past the Bears.
All right, where I'll tell you, Jeff, where I need you.
I'm
So-
hoping this is Rome Odunze.
Jeff, in an hour and 20 minutes, I need you on here with Nick if you can do it, because Zimmerman asked
Yeah.
me to jump on his show for 15, 20 minutes. And so
at
I've
Zimmerman.
got my laptop, Bill Zimmerman.
He's just up the road. He's just up the road from me in Long Island. He's not far from where I live.
I'm going to just
He's
charge
just
over
up
to
the
my
road.
laptop and do the show over there while I leave the stream running on this side. So
Why
it'll
couldn't
be-
we just get everybody to do one big show?
I know.
Wouldn't it have been funny if everyone who does this shit,
Well,
and I don't even do this shit,
How am I going to talk
yes,
enough?
exactly. Yeah, how are we gonna rant and rave like madmen if we have to share the spotlight? I'm waiting for this pick to come in. Nick, can we ask you this? Can I just ask you this? Are you happy? Yes or no?
I
Don't say
see.
anything. No
you
hints.
want yes or no?
Jeff
Can I
wants to
say-
know, but you can keep a better poker face than that, and I would know because I know too. So just
Right.
just
It's
cool it
All
back
All right, so
down.
this is
It's
clearly
not-
not okay.
not by
He's
our
coming out.
mercy.
It's coming out right now.
It's gonna come up at some point, and until it does, we got a little bit. And for
All right.
everybody in
No,
there,
it's on TV now. I'm gonna watch it live. Hold on. I love it. So okay. So
look at Goodell
I don't-
pointing. He knows what
I
he's
don't-
about to do.
I don't go crazy about these things, but I did like this whole Twitter exchange between the two of them on the airplane and all of that. So I do like the idea that now seeing him, I would imagine we're going to get a cool moment here where Rome walks up to Caleb at some point here quickly. I don't know who that guy is. They're all so gigantic.
There's a trade. That's all I'm gonna say after this pick, but we don't have to get into it. We
Are
can
the
talk
Jets
about it.
trading?
The Vikings have
Jets.
moved up one pick.
Oh, because the Jets struck gold.
I
The
don't
Jets-
care. Let's
the
just
Jets
shelve
found
it.
them-
Let's just shelve it for a moment, okay? Can we talk about pick number 9, Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's. I'll give you my thoughts and then I'll bail out on you guys so you can do your real thing.
Jeff,
I
I've
will say
spent.
this.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will say this. As I thought kind of coming in, if the guy was there that they wanted, why this pick got in half the time, they saw a guy, they want the character, they want the gel, they want the chemistry. They clearly have a relationship, him and Caleb. This thing came together in the last few days. And I think this is a really exciting time to be a Bears fan. If you don't see the project, if you don't understand the project, you're not paying attention. Every choice, every offseason decision, they all fit into a coherent structure. And it's been my entire lifetime. Jerry Angelo had a couple of years where I saw some of it. But it's my entire lifetime, I've been waiting for this kind of general manager. This makes sense. And I think it's an exciting time for the Bears. They are coming out of this draft with the best quarterback in the draft and one of the best receivers in the draft. Their wide receiving core next year is DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. This is the Chicago Bears, guys.
I know.
This is not, the 1999 St. Louis Rams. This is the Bears.
Mhm.
Exciting things are ahead for this franchise, and I'm thrilled that Robert will be writing about it every day on the Bears blog and not me because I don't have the energy anymore. But I'm going to leave you guys go. I will rejoin. Robert, what time do you want me back on?
Get back on here. Let's go. At Central Time. It'll be 9:25. So give it about 70 minutes.
All right, I'll be back in an hour, boys.
Catch you
All
soon.
right, see you, Jeff.
Okay, so let me get this thing moved around a little just to not cover our faces quite so much, Nick. But so, how you feeling?
Dude, I'm so relieved it's not Byron Murphy. That's, that's literally it. Like, it's not even excitement about
It
Rome.
stopped
It's
being
just
about
I'm
being.
relieved.
It stopped being about the pick, and it started being about not being wrong, didn't it? Like,
No, it was about I had a real fear for the Bears with that. I just hated that whole setup.
I thought there was a decent chance Murphy would go at like 8. To be honest with you, okay. So like, first thought, I kind of can't believe the NFL let this happen. I mean,
Yeah.
Here's the thing, right? I was asking you earlier, where do you think Neighbors is between MHJ and Rome Odunze? And if you couldn't hear me say it to you, I think Rome's really good. I think those two are different. We've made a big 3, and it's like you got 2 in the double S tier, and then you've got 1 that is really, really good. And he's a great character guy, but the part, for some reason, that started to make this feel a little dreamy, if I can be honest with all of you guys, is we start getting these interviews when you get to draft season, and suddenly Rome Odunze starts saying things, Nick, like, yeah, well, you know, when I grew up, I always said to myself, I want to be like Devin Hester. He's my favorite player. And I went, what did you just say? And then today they asked all the drafted kids, like, what was the first NFL jersey that you got? And they go through everybody's, and it's like, oh, well, Steve Smith. Oh, well, LT. They get to Rome Odunze. He goes, Brian Urlacher. And they cut away from him. And I'm like, what did you just say? Like, you're telling me that in all of this, Rome has been a Bears fan this whole time? And so I can't.
How about too? I felt like they spoiled it a little bit with, okay, they're gonna have him throwing with Caleb Williams and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen already. And okay, now everyone knows that's what the Bears want to do. And then I thought someone was going to jump them. I thought someone was going to jump to 8 or 7, and they were going to take Rome Odunze. And it didn't happen. So here, actually, I thought, like, because we have a bunch of people here, let's talk through some Rome stuff. I have his report up.
Nick, here's what we should do, because I'm not asking you to shelve it. What we should do is that I'm going to go ahead and hit the record button, and you and I are going to do a 30-40 minute podcast, and then we'll do a little bit of live show with it, and I'll cut this up later and post it, like reaction to Rome Odunze. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll just put this up.
What you should do though too is you should do a cut up of me going nuts with the Michael Penix Jr. pick. Just the reaction.
Probably. You know what? If I had the money to make myself like a social media manager or the time to do all of that, I would. But cutting up the podcast is its own its own mess. Anyways.
I know.
But so here we go. And the Chicago Bears just selected Caleb Williams at number 1 overall, and then 8 picks later picked Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. We'll take you through our initial thoughts. This is being recorded pretty much live right after the fact on this episode of Bear With Us. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Bear With Us, a Chicago Bears podcast hosted by yours truly, Robert Schmitz, editor-in-chief of the Bears blog, right here with my co-host, Nick Whalen of Football Guys. And Nick, I do want to apologize to you because last episode I did it again where I said, bear with me at the end of the show. It keeps leaking out. I'd say 1 in every, 6 episodes, and I apologize. Old habits die hard. The Chicago Bears have completely flipped the investment landscape of their team. They've gone from a defense-heavy organization to now 3 straight top 10 picks on offense. You've got tackle, you've got quarterback, you've got receiver. Where do you want to start?
I don't know. I'm pumped. I'm excited. I mean, I think you have to start with Caleb Williams, if you want to start with like that pick. They have an elite level potential quarterback, which, I mean, you could debate, what Fields could do passing wise if he was going to get there. I don't think Mitchell Trubisky was ever going to be on that level. I don't know that we've ever had anyone in the history, maybe besides Fields, if you combine the running and the throwing, to get to that level. And so this is super exciting, man. Like, and he's already throwing with receivers, and he wants to win 8 Super Bowls and pass Tom Brady. Like, that's everything I want to hear in my quarterback.
I mean, it's a pretty shocking day, right? There's plenty of questions that we can ask about this Bears team later, but let's ask them another day. I mean, the Bears have a brand new quarterback, one of the most talented quarterbacks that I've ever seen Chicago have the opportunity to draft. And it's funny because talented means a lot of things to a lot of people. Fields is the greatest physical quarterback the Bears have ever drafted, and I actually don't think Caleb surpasses Fields in that. But as far as natural throwing ability, there's this, I can't explain it other than to say a feel that Caleb has within the game of football, Nick, that I've never seen the Bears close enough to draft. I mean, these guys go high in modern day NFL circles. We're talking the last 10, 12 years, the Bears haven't sniffed, and if they could, they would have had to trade the whole world to get the opportunity for Caleb Williams. And instead, they get to draft him because of Carolina's own misfortune. They got DJ Moore and Darnell Wright for the trouble of drafting Caleb Williams. And how amazing is this? I mean, not to mention, Ryan Poles doubles down very quickly afterwards on the offense of the future with Rome Odunze, who, I'm just going to say it, Nick, if there was any receiver in this draft to treat Keenan Allen like a giant sponge and just pull out as much goodness about route running tech. How does he read defenses? What is he doing to get open? Rome is exactly the kind of guy from a body type perspective that I think stands to learn the most from the 6-time Pro Bowler. There's an element of this where you almost look at Odunze and think to yourself, I bet you Ryan Poles wants Odunze to leave the season as Keenan Allen, but younger. And if they're able to pull it off, man, what a heist.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, we obviously were talking about this as we were live streaming, and now this is the pod, but I was just fearing they were going to mess it up because it's like, okay, this just seems so obvious. There's so much value just dripping here. And they took it. Like, it wasn't a reach. It wasn't a surprise. It was like, yep, this makes sense. Like, if we look at, Dane Brugler's top 100, right, from his beast, he has Rome Odunze 6th overall and Caleb Williams 1st overall. And we had the 9th pick and we got, or 1st and 9th, and we got both of those guys. Like the Bears got insanely better. Like, I have, if you look at just, you talked about those 3 receivers, right? You got Komet and Everett as well at tight end. You got Swift and Herbert and Roshan at running back. Like, we are locked and loaded, man. Like, the Bears offense is holding us back. Like, I don't even think it's even possible next year.
The other thing I think is funny about looking at this situation is that if there's been a position that the Bears have tried to get right for the last couple of years, it's been receiver. And so far, early returns on their, let's call it wide receiver evals that aren't proven, have been pretty lackluster, Nick. I mean, whether you want to say anything about Velus Jones or Tyler Scott, which I'm sure plenty of people might see it as a cheap shot because Tyler Scott's a rookie, so he could easily get better. Gosh, we hope he gets better. Plus Velus Jones, who, say what you will, he's a 3rd-round pick, not a 2nd or 1st-round pick. Guys, we all like the Bears here. I'm not trying to crush these two. It's more to say that between those evals and Chase Claypool, there was a lot to be desired in the early way that the Chicago Bears tried to build their receiving core. You could argue, Nick, that one of my favorite things about Odunze, so who is he as a player, right? Everybody's going to look at his contested catches. Those are the ones that make his highlight reels. What I see is a fluid mover that's got the speed to threaten deep, and it's more of a threaten than it is a press. Like, you got some of these guys, Tyreek Hill obviously is one of the biggest ones, but you look at deep threats around the league, and these guys will explode past you. Rome will glide past you, but there's not a lot on a football field that I see that he can't do. He may not be the most explosive separator like a Malik Neighbors type, but at his size, he's consistently able to win windows like a power forward and offer the opportunity for a quarterback to put a ball into an area that he can then take care of. That's at least what I see, and that's probably not the world's most succinct explanation of what I see from Odunze, but it's like he's going to get you 1.5 yards. He's going to get you 1.5 steps of separation. He's not the guy to get you 3-4 yards of separation, but he'll consistently get you 1.5 steps, even in tight window areas, while still being really useful in the red zone for more aerial passing plays. And when you compare that with what the Bears already have in their receiver room, specifically I'm talking about DJ Moore, you're promoting body diversity, you're giving Caleb all kinds of receiving targets to throw to. I think it's a pretty exciting pick. hard not to look at it and call it exciting at the very least, right?
I mean, well, first off, let's just talk about you paired a rookie quarterback on a 4-year deal, fifth-year option with a rookie wide receiver who has the talents to be a top 10 guy. This isn't a reach. I mean, you could argue, again, top 6 talent, top 7 talent on a rookie 4-year and fifth-year option deal. Like, that's a great pairing. Like, that's what you want. Not like, oh man, we got to worry about when we're going to re-sign this guy and this guy's going to leave. Like, you're already going to get that chemistry going, which is awesome. Then you look at the structure of the Bears, right? Like, what were they lacking? You look at the whole team. Like, Keenan Allen's probably going to be your slot, and he's 6'2", which is nice with how he can move. It's crazy. DJ is more of your speedier, explosive athlete guy. You're missing a tall guy. And Rome Odunze is 6'3", 220. He has 4.45 speed, so he's not, 4.3 speed, but he's not slow. He's not running 4.55. And he has a 39-inch vertical, like 6.88 3-cone. He's not, because he's so tall, y'all, he can't do as well in terms of getting in and out of breaks or suddenness. He's better in his route running in terms of what?
I was agreeing with you. I was saying it's just physically hard to do. It's like when you watch an edge rusher who's 6'5", and it's like it's really hard to bend when you're 6'5".
DK Metcalf, right? 6'4", 230. Like, it's tough for him to get low in his hips and to get in and out of breaks, but he wins in other ways. And then Odunze, I think he's better in terms of his athleticism before the catch than after the catch. So if you're looking for a guy to do crazy things after the reception, he's not that guy. Okay. Think of him more like maybe Alshon Jeffrey, right? Like, before everything and catch point, he can get it done. He's more athletic than Jeffrey, but just in terms of like after the catch, it's going to be a little bit more limited versus DJ Moore, who's outstanding after the reception, right? You can't have it all.
And I mean, I'll just throw this at you, Nick. You and I have kind of talked about it before, that DJ Moore is an exceptional player that can play X receiver if you need him to. Keenan Allen is a really good player that would prefer to be in the slot, but technically, I guess you could line him up out wide. The Bears got the second best X receiver in the draft here in Rome Odunze, which is quite hard to do because this is a position that is really valuable across the league. I mean, before we got this recent extension for Penei Sewell, and even then, there's still plenty of receivers that are being paid more than Sewell is. But before then, it was Laramie Tunsil at $25 million a year that was the most expensive offensive lineman in football, and 4 receivers were paid more than he was on a year-to-year basis. It's very, very difficult to find guys that play within this archetype, and Odunze blocks his butt off. I think he's more willing than he is good at it, but hopefully his youth is something where you can get more out of his blocking as he goes. I mean, from a narrative perspective, Nick, how do I not get wrapped up in the fact that we find out this week that all of Odunze's favorite young players are Bears? Specifically, we're looking at Devin Hester, Brian Urlacher. This guy, you would hope he knows the history of the team, all that ooey gooey stuff that doesn't really matter, but it's so fun to be a fan of somebody that you feel like knows you, right? And so I can't help looking at this and thinking to myself, Nick, the funny part about Odunze is I think a lot of people are going to look at this as a ceiling pick, where I see it as a little more of a floor pick in its own way, where you are saying, if Keenan Allen gets hurt, now we have DJ Moore and a top 10 pick. And next year, if Keenan Allen wants to stay for a medium-sized extension, we will keep the 3 of them for a while. And if Keenan Allen wants to walk and go somewhere else, we wish him the best. We have DJ Moore and a top 10 pick to go with our number 1 overall pick. Ryan Poles said, Nick, he wanted to break the cycle of what Chicago has done historically with their quarterbacks and try to surround him with talent. It is hard to argue he is not trying to do that. And to me, that's really exciting.
Well, he's making it almost hard for Caleb to fail. Like, he's making it almost impossible. Like, we're going to give you so much. We're going to go so anti what happened to Justin Fields in his first year with Ryan Poles, right, where you have hardly anybody. You can't fail. Like, it's like even the RAS score, right, relative athletic score. While Rome isn't Malik Neighbors fast or quick, he has the size, right? Because that takes size into account. He has a 992 RAS, y'all. And that's on a scale of 10. That's out of all of the prospects over time, because those numbers change based on more people like in the system. 992. That is outstanding for a Bears wide receiver, Robert. This isn't like, okay, we got Valus and we're trying to like talk ourselves into a role. Like this guy, like you said, a floor. Like it's tough to envision him not succeeding because
It's
he
tough
can
to
do
see him being worse
everything.
than T. Higgins. If you were going to take the Bengals example, right? The Bears have a receiver that just caught 1,400 yards with a quarterback setup that didn't throw for more than 3,800 yards total between Bajent and Justin Fields. So obviously the production's there for DJ Moore. Not to mention DJ's got all of the like Z and slot elements of Jamar. He's obviously not as tall. He's not literally Jamar Chase. But if you've got your inside guy or your intermediate threat guy, now you've got, like you're talking about, Nick, your outside guy. And hopefully he can become even more than that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be very, very excited about this pick. Probably my
I think
favorite.
he can play in the slot too.
Oh, I mean, it's not like Odunze can't play in the slot.
Yeah.
The big slot is so common these days. It's more to talk about, like, I don't know. I think it's easy to overrate somebody like Odunze. I think it's easy to go Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, and also Rome Odunze. Rome is very, very, very good. And I think that's awesome. If he ascends beyond that, that's even better. I'm so excited to see the way he grows. Like you're talking about, he is really athletic. This gives the Bears all kinds of options in 11 personnel. And they want to live in 11 personnel because as much as we talk about 12 and 13 personnel, those two packages are going to take up, what do you think, 18% of the snaps? Like if you run 5% of your snaps out of 13, you ran it a ton, according to the league.
Well, I mean, that's short yardage goal line, mostly.
Mm-hmm. It's also interesting because when you take a look at the rest of the division, do you see what I see, Nick? I just thought of this. So if you don't see it immediately, what? So a little bit of an arms race, but I see pretty lackluster corners across the board. Like you've got Jair
The best
Alexander.
ones are in Chicago.
You've got Jair Alexander, of course, but outside of that, the guys in Green Bay are draft and develop guys. Then in Detroit, you've got as best they can find. But now you've got legal trouble going on with Cam Sutton if memory serves.
He's gone.
He's gone. And so Detroit's trying to scramble while Minnesota doesn't have any corners yet, so to speak of. We got plenty of the draft to go. We just watched pick number 11. Have you seen what happened with pick number 12 yet? No way.
I have to comment. The 6 quarterbacks have gone on the first 12 picks.
You're kidding me. Bear with us, audience. I just realized Bo Nix went 12. Man, Nick, can you talk about...
I've been holding that in, man, this whole time.
That feels to me like, I don't want to say a panic pick, but that feels like an, oh my gosh, 5 quarterbacks just went. We like this guy. We got to take him, right?
And so the Vikings traded 1 pick to get J.J. McCarthy. And they gave up like a 4th and a 5th, and they got a 6th back. It's like, Denver, if this was your move, y'all, you could either moved back into the 20s and gotten Bo Nix, or moved up and jumped the Vikings to get McCarthy. But anyways, if we stay with Rome Odunze for a second, okay? Other things, y'all. So we talked about his size, right? He's not a small person. He has a good vertical, so he can win the jump balls. He's also still 21 years old. He turns 22 in June. So he's not an old player, which is good, even though he played, 4 years at Washington. He has multiple years of over 1,000 yards receiving. Actually, he has 1,145 and 1,640 in terms of receiving yards. So it's not like a small sample size of him being a good player. He did it for 2 years. And Robert, like you talked about in terms of surrounding Caleb Williams, with Rome, like it was already going to be the best situation for the first quarterback ever without Rome. You add Rome in there. Think of, I can't, again, I'm biased, so you have to talk me out of this, okay? Is there ever a better trio for receivers, maybe in NFL history? Like you look at the Colts, they had...
okay, hang on. You ratcheted this up to NFL history, or are we talking about pick number 1?
History.
I would really struggle to immediately say these 3 are the best receivers in history. That is
for one team. So I have 2 examples, and you can pick. Okay, the Colts, they had for Peyton at one point, they had an older Marvin Harrison, a young Reggie Wayne, and then they had Stokely and who else? They tried to get a 1st-round pick, the Gonzalez guy for the Ohio State. He didn't really turn out for it. So that's one. Okay. Or you can go with the 98 Vikings. So you have rookie Randy Moss, You have Chris Carter and you have Jake Reed.
I'm honestly going to tell you I don't know. Because, like,
I-
I think Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd is a really good setup. But it's
Sure.
funny, right? Because Keenan Allen right now is going to be a super duper hot name brand. I'm really excited about what he can bring to the Chicago Bears. Do we know what he's going to look like at 31, 32? I guess technically no, right? But based on what we saw last year, he's an extremely good player. And then Rome's a top 10 pick. Like right now, Nick, in the world of projecting forward, you can take the rosiest projection possible and they all sound amazing, right? Either way, at the end of the day, whether it's the best ever, the bar is pretty low for what does the surrounding core or what does the cast look like around a number 1 overall pick. And the Bears have pretty quickly made a bid for this is the best team assembled around a number 1 overall pick for his rookie season, maybe ever. And this is part of what happens when you catch the luck of the draw. And Lovie Smith and Mitch Trubisky and Ryan Pace and all these other Bears all across the league help you somehow pull the number 1 overall pick out of a season where your team, quote unquote, drafted 9th and you pulled number 1 off of Carolina. So it helps, but I don't know. I'm excited. I'm sounding too level-headed because, Nick, I am jacked up about where the Bears are going. Let me put it this way, Nick. I have had to talk myself into reasons why the Bears will be fine for 4 years running. I've said, if this happens, if that happens, if Trubisky takes a step, if Jalen Johnson doesn't get hurt, if Eddie Jackson rebounds from his ankle, if Tevin Jenkins stays healthy this year, if Tevin Jenkins lives up to what we paid for him, given that we traded up for him, if Fields hits the ground running, if Mac doesn't get hurt this year, we've been there, Nick. We've been down this road. And the Bears are very quickly building a team that I'm just confident that things can actually go wrong this time. And as long as certain things, certain really bad things that I'm not even going to say, don't go wrong injury-wise, they should be pretty good. Because they're building a deep team that's still short a pass rusher. They're going to have to figure that one out. But they're building a deep team with an eye on now and the future. And let's not forget, Nick, because they didn't trade up, yet, I guess technically, they still have their whole war chest in 2025 of draft picks. They still have a ton of cap space. This is just great. I never thought I'd see the day where the Bears would properly prioritize offense in an offensive age. And here they are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just getting so many text messages, like I'm sure you are as well.
That's because it's your guy getting taken at 13. It's your dog. It's your guy.
I know. He's going to eat. I love Brock Bowers. Okay, so dream with me, okay? Robert, okay? I know this is going to be a pod, and people are like, Nick, you're going crazy, okay? Let's go back and look, okay? The 98 Vikings, okay, with Randall Cunningham and Brad Johnson as the backup, okay?
Yep.
They had rookie Randy Moss, who was outstanding, by the way. I love Randy Moss. I'm not taking away from him. He had 69 catches for 1,313 yards. He had 17 touchdowns. That part's nuts. 17 touchdowns, okay? All right. Chris Carter had 1,011 yards. So not what you'd think. He's age 33. He had 12 touchdowns, 78 receptions. So, and then Jake Reed, their third, he's 31 years old. He had 34 receptions for 474 and 4 touchdowns. Their tight end had 522 and 5 touchdowns. Like, I think Randy Moss, 17 touchdowns. I don't think, DJ's going to get that. Okay. But let's say he gets 1,200 yards. I don't know. Right. Can Keenan get 1,000? Yeah. And
don't do this to me. Don't do this
to
me.
Can Rome get 474? Yeah.
Don't do this to me.
Can Komet get 522? Come on.
Nick, don't do this to me.
98 Vikings, baby. Okay. All right.
Don't do this to me.
Let's go further. Okay.
You're going to make the case, but if you're not careful, Nick, this is a positive podcast. I'm excited, but I do want to warn you with a tongue in my cheek. What you are doing is laying the expectation for a 4,000-yard season. You're about...
No.
So they're just going to have the greatest receivers ever but their garbage quarterback isn't going to throw for an above average amount of yards?
No. I'm not saying 4,000. I'm saying 4,500, Robert. Okay.
Oh my
we're
gosh.
shh,
We're
where
Strouding
we're
it.
at right
We're
now.
all the way to Stroud. We are.
Okay.
He's going to break records, baby.
Okay, but look at this though. Okay.
know,
Let's go with
I
the
know.
2004 Colts. Okay, this is number one.
Throw for 4,000. Throw for 30 touchdowns. Oh my gosh. Nick, like, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Do we realize, Bears fans, what we might be about to watch? You might see Ian Rappaport tweet out in mid-October, Caleb Williams has shattered the Bears' rookie passing record with 12 total touchdowns. And then a couple weeks later, he'll say Caleb Williams is the new rookie record holder for yardage thrown by a Bear with 2,300 passing yards. And then you play a couple more games, Nick, and then Caleb Williams is the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards. And then a couple weeks later, we hope, Caleb Williams is the first Bears quarterback to throw for 30 touchdowns. And if it all happens next year, Caleb is not going to leave you alone on your television set. You're going to be watching baseball in March. And Caleb Williams is going to come and try to sell you insurance. And like, I mean,
look at the chat right now. Shoot for the moon, believe it. Like, okay, all right. Let me keep going. Okay, all right. 2004 Colts. This was the record-breaking year for Peyton. Okay, he had, and I'm not putting this out there. He had 49 touchdowns, y'all. Okay, 49 touchdowns, 10 picks. He had 45-57 was his yardage total. Okay, on 497 attempts. He didn't even get 500 attempts. I think that we should get, what, 550? 570? I mean, that's like a solid total. Anyways, his number one receiver that year, Marvin Harrison, age 32. Remind you of another age of somebody? Keenan Allen, okay?
Oh my gosh.
He had 139 targets, 86 receptions, 113 yards. Or 1,113 yards. That's doable, right?
It is, Nick. I'm still processing the fact that we host a logical podcast where we really try to be rational and grounded, and my smart co-host is telling me that the Bears might have one of the best receiving cores in history. This is a lot to swallow.
How are you disagreeing? You're not disagreeing. So, okay,
I'm not I'm not even attempting to disagree. I just never thought this would happen in Chicago, that we could even have that conversation.
Hey, get on the train, baby. We're going. Let's roll. You know what I mean? Like, so Reggie Wayne. Reggie Wayne's 26, okay? Just like DJ Moore. Okay? And he had a great year. On only 115 targets, had 77 receptions for 1,210 yards. Okay? Now, again, he had 12 touchdowns. Harrison had 15. Okay, that's a crazy amount. Now, here's the one that's going to be a tough one, okay? Brandon Stokely. He's 28. He had 102 targets. So they were in 11 personnel like for days, man. Days. He had 102 targets, 68 receptions. He had 1,077 yards and 10 touchdowns. Okay, that one's going to be a little bit tough in terms of the touchdowns, and I don't know if we're going to have 3,000-yard receivers. But then Dallas Clark's on this team. He only had 423. You think Kmet will probably have more than that. They also had Edge, right? Edge had 1,500 rushing yards and 483 receiving. So there are parts of this that are tough, but I'm like, okay, Harrison, Wayne, against older Harrison, right? And Wayne, those are kind of the ages that we got for those two. But then Rome Odunze, Stokely, like, it depends on how you have them. But it's like, dude, like, this is 4,500 yards in the old NFL. Like, I don't know. You're telling me, I don't know. I don't think it's out of. Is it impossible for Rome to get 1,000 yards this year?
I think it would be extremely difficult.
I mean,
call me the anchor in this conversation. I think that asking a rookie to produce that many passing yards is very exciting, especially in April. But I think that's just asking a lot. Maybe I'm the problem here. But I think if Caleb throws for 4,050 yards, it will be an incredibly exciting time to be a Chicago Bears fan. Maybe he can do better, right?
So you said Stroud, right?
No, I said
Stroud-
you were building towards Stroud because you said
Yeah, but Stroud had-
4,500 yards
Well, Stroud had 41
in 15 games. You
in
do the
15
math, and
games.
it's a 4,500 yard pace.
It is. But why is that not possible for him?
It's possible is a dangerous word, is all I'm saying. Because
It-
we're in Chicago, where if you don't deliver pretty much immediately, people have no patience for you to like take the time to deliver those results. Look at us.
Did
Look
you-
at me.
Did you listen to Ryan Poles? He says breaking the cycle. This is breaking the Bears cycle of what we've always been in.
I love the investment. I really do. Not to mention, regardless of what you may not think Rome is amazing, spectacular. You may be a Rome doubter. Even if you are, I bet you think he's a pretty solid receiver. I mean, that's the other piece to this, Nick. The Bears will benefit if Rome is better than DJ Moore. A lot. But if Rome is T. Higgins, then the Bears get really good on account of drafting Rome. People are going to forget that with number 1 and number 9, they kind of can treat this like a bonus pick. And it's hard to argue they didn't take BPA. We love it when teams take BPA. And they also took a position of future need. Because in 2025, if Keenan wasn't on the team, this wide receiver depth chart had left a lot to be desired. So they prioritize offense. They give their quarterback a chance to grow with the young receiver that he obviously already likes. There is, I think, a lot to be positive about here, even if you're a doubter, which is the best part, right? Even if you take, to me, the most negative light possible, I sit here and think, whatever you think of Rome Odunze, if Caleb wants to throw to him, and Caleb is what we hope he is, then I think Rome's going to be just fine. And if Rome is better than just fine, woohoo, you get pretty good pretty fast. I'm really excited to dig into the tape. I'll tell you this, Nick, where 30 minutes into this podcast, I did not deeply study most of the receivers because I did not believe the NFL would let this happen. And then the NFL did let this happen. And not only that, but they let it happen in such a way. I mean, you got to remember, Atlanta takes a quarterback at number 8. And then at 10, we see another quarterback get taken. And then at 12, we see another quarterback get taken. It's hard to buy those spots off of somebody. You know what I mean? Like if Atlanta wanted a quarterback, they weren't trading.
That was a surprise pick. I mean, the thing is I watched Rome, probably a couple months ago when I watched all these guys to kind of place them where they were at, and I was lower on him. I'll be honest. But then the more I watched, the more I liked everything that I saw because there was like nothing that was like bad in his game. You know what I mean?
He's a very well-rounded player. The
Wait,
worst thing you can say about him, I think, is that he might be a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none. That's also 6'4", 220 pounds.
Yeah. But then I watched him again actually this last week. And I was like, okay, well, let's just see if they, because there was the things of like, okay, move up to 7 to get him or 8, or maybe he'll be there at 9. And watched him again. I was like, man, there's just like so much that because again, the sample size is so big. It's not like, well, he made like one David Tyree catch and he,
the
ran
Keon
past
Coleman
whatever.
thing.
Like,
I love Keon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
where you look at him and you say, well, you have these sweet moments. What about everything else?
So, but the more I watch, the more I'm like, man, this is just such a safety net and fits so much well with the Bears. And then you hear that he's working with Caleb already, throwing and stuff. It's like, dude, like, let's go. Like this fits so well. So
well, let me get something from your alley, Nick, because this was something that really bothered me. Okay, a lot of my favorite receivers, I'll name 2 of them. I really liked what I saw from A.D. Mitchell's tape. I really liked what I saw from Keon Coleman's tape. I think Brian Thomas Jr.'s tape looks incredibly athletic, right? Obviously, I liked a lot of what I saw from the top 3 receivers. They're the top 3 receivers for a reason, right? But more what I'm trying to get at, Nick, is then I saw a bunch of fantasy guys on Twitter talking about a stat called yards per route run in college, which I immediately realized a lot of my favorite big X receivers were well below 2 yards per route run and dangerously close to 1 yards per route run. And then they circled that part of the graph and they said, here's a history at that number. And it's all a bunch of receivers that were very exciting and did not work out. And then they go, and here is this category that Rome Odunze is in, where it's above 2 yards per route run, I think it was. And it's a whole lot of very productive receivers. I mean, I'm going to ask you this, Nick, because I think you know a little bit more about like fantasy analytics than I do.
Yep.
But Rome's production profile is stellar at Washington, which that matters, right?
Mm. Yeah, the thing that you like, I think you'd like to see a little bit more in the route tree, but at Washington, they ran a lot of stuff,
He ran a lot of
and
stuff. He comes out of the slot. He comes off the X position. Like he
Mhm.
comes in motion more off
Yep.
or plenty of times. Like Rome did a little bit of everything.
Yep, and I liked it. You go down the list. Like I liked his releases. I think were better than I thought initially. His routes were better than initially. And it's tough because y'all like you can't compare him to Malik Neighbors. You can't compare him to Lad McConkey because like he's just bigger. Like you have to do it all from the same size and how they go. But you're right in terms of yards per route run, in terms of contested catches. Like this guy wins in so many areas that even if Robert, let's just say he doesn't become a superstar, he doesn't become elite, okay? But he's good. He's Mike Evans, okay? 1,000 yards every year, right? He might have 1 year where it's up to 13, whatever, but he's 1,000 yards every year. And with a quarterback that what we think could get to a certain level, he's going to get 8 to 12 touchdowns a year. That's pretty good for the 9th pick. Now that's like again, anybody could bust. I understand that, but I think he has such a high floor that you're looking at like 800 yards is like his floor to me.
That's what I'm saying. And not to mention, like, okay, so maybe somebody's going to tell me that I'm turning my brain off when I say this, but there is a certain point, I think, where you look at Caleb and the fact that he's already formed an incredibly fast attachment with Rome Odunze. And Nick, you may hate this logic. Jordy Nelson was fine, okay? Like, as far as athleticism goes, like, he's a big dude that could get into the right areas, and Aaron Rodgers loved him. Aaron Rodgers could tell you where Jordy Nelson is right now. Their connection was strong enough that it was like he had a GPS tied to Jordy Nelson at all times. And to me, there is something to be said, Nick, for if you've got that guy at quarterback and he likes a receiver, that receiver is going to produce, right? And not to mention, if you're surrounding your quarterback, not just with talent, but with people he likes, I don't know, man. Like, I'm sitting here trying to almost take the doubter's position because I am so excited by what is happening that I'm trying to poke disbelief holes. Is that obvious, Nick? Like, I'm excited. I want to prove to myself that this isn't like last time. Almost.
Yeah.
This is potentially, this is a whole new direction. It feels like.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this kind of offensive investment since Trestman, and with Trestman, the defense fell out of the bottom, and it was just abysmal to watch. And
but I think what you said, investment, is the word here. Like you look at what Poles is doing, he's intentional with making the offense a priority, with investing around Caleb, like doing all of the things where, like, okay, if you're making a fantasy team, Robert, right, and you wanted DJ Moore to get the most yards possible, this isn't what you do. But we don't care about fantasy, y'all. This is about like what Caleb can do. So it's like, yep, we'll give you the veteran, we'll give you the guy who's already been here and done it. We're going to give you the rookie. We'll give you all of that. Oh wait, hold on. You want a better backup tight end that won't drop that pass, Robert Tonyan, right? You want a better pass catching running back? Like he's doing all of it to make this baby work. And that's the exciting part. Like I think that the floor for the offense even is way higher because of all of these moves.
It's hard for me to disagree, which is something I'm shocked I'm saying about a rookie quarterback and a rookie, like an awesome looking potential rookie receiver. Can't wait to dig deeper into what and who Rome is, because I've watched like 2.5 games and then a couple other scattered moments
really?
where I was watching somebody else. Yeah, I have a child. I only had so much time, and I really was locked on to the idea that the Bears wanted to trade down and draft a pass rusher, partially because I did not think that Atlanta was going to take Michael Penix. but that's life.
Can I? How about this? Before we cut this, and I know we're gonna keep our live thing going, but how about I give you a fun trivia fact on Rome Odunze?
I would love one. I would love one, Nick.
So his name is Rome because his dad is a history buff and loved the Roman Empire, so he named him Rome off of that.
By the way, first of all, that's awesome. When you thought first defensive player drafted, did you think Laiatu Latu?
No, and I saw this, but I wanted to wait because I know we're talking about the Bears. But yeah,
Hey, it's been a crazy draft.
I mean, you want to talk pure tape? Latu is the first guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, so this talks maybe medicals. Right?
Obviously, the Colts here feel comfortable with his medicals, and good for them. Like that, his tape is awesome, and if his medicals check out, then yeah, you're getting a sweet player. Not to mention, Nick, I think it's really intriguing to me that we made it all the way to pick 15 for the first defensive player. So, in the world of why were Bears fans so disappointed at the idea of verse at 9, this is why. For those who can't see, I don't know, man. It's so chalk. I almost don't have the gas to go crazy over it one way or another, right?
So like again, there's some talent here that we did not think was going to be here. But again, I thought the tackles were going to go, which we've seen, right? So the corners, I mean, you have Fatanu is still there.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, and we're starting to get into the range where I think a Quinyon Mitchell makes a lot of sense, right? Or a Terrion Arnold. That's not me trying to take anything away from
or
him.
Your boy.
I was about to say Byron Murphy's still there. Johnny Newton's still there. At what point, quick question, Nick. All right, so we're doing our Draft Day 1 podcast. Is there any defensive player you would trade up for? If so, who, where do they need to fall?
Okay, because I mean, we're talking about trading future draft capital.
We probably have to throw either Chicago or Carolina. Let's say for a brief moment that you're going to package 75 and Chicago's 2 to move up into the second round as a pickup grade. You do not have to want to do this, by the way. You can straight up not want to do that.
To me, it would be for an edge, but it would have to be somebody that falls. Like you'd have to have Verse that is there. I don't think Turner gets there at all. Verse would have to be there. I mean, of course, like so when you get into that area, okay, I think edge makes more sense for our team build, which I've always preached. But like Murphy and I like Newton, those make sense to me as long as the medicals are fine with Newton. Like you add that player now to what we have offensively, I'm all game. Like I think that now again, Robert, you might disagree. I think we're a little bit pedals down right now on 2024 season.
It feels that way, doesn't it? Like this is
because you have Keenan, right? So like, I mean, you also could say, okay, what? I mean, you could extend Keenan. Like that's still possible. Maybe not likely, but it's possible. But like now it's time to get your Carl Lawson, maybe trade up, add in a few guys on defense because the O-line picks would be for future now. They wouldn't be for next year. And so to me, that makes sense. How about you? Is there a guy that you would, I mean, that could realistically fall to round 2?
So it all depends, right? I feel like I learned a hard lesson, and anybody who was watching, I mean, you would have had to been watching the Talking Giants stream that I was on, which I just have no idea how many Bears fans were actually going to do that, right? But so if you saw me in the mid-second round last year, I learned a very hard lesson, Nick, because starting around 40, there was like 9 guys I loved at 52 that were all still there at 40. And one by one, bang, 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 bang. Keanu Benton, Cam Smith, like Joe Tipman, bang, 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 bang. All my guys just fell off the board. And so part of me looks at this, Nick, and says, well, it'd be easy for me to look at you and say, yeah, if they can draft Johnny Newton, then, or at 40, I'm all ears. If Byron Murphy falls to 30, I'm all ears. But the truth is, Nick, chances are it's probably just going to cost too much. Chances are the more prudent move is the smarter move. I mean, Smith.
I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this though. Sorry to cut you off. Is if you look at around 75, okay, if you think of the guys that are going to be there around 75, I don't really love those guys. Now, again, players will always fall, and I understand that. You look at like that honey hole of getting that guy that you think could make a difference. Now that you're probably not going to go receiver at 75. Okay.
Oh no, Nick. Nick,
mean-
I can make you more excited than you already are. Rome Odunze on playing alongside DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. What do you think he said?
I don't know.
What do you want to guess? What do you want to guess? He said.
He's going to love like learning from them or something.
That is actually what he said. Yeah, he said he said the possibilities are endless on what I'm able to learn. There are already two very established elite receivers in the league. So
Yeah,
you nailed
that's my
it.
guy.
Maybe that's just
Boys,
coach speak.
Boys, I hate
Oh,
boys,
Jeff.
I hate to break news to you. Byron Murphy is going to Seattle.
I was just going to say that one. Robert
That's where he's headed. He's going to Seattle. First of all, I don't remember a draft quite like this. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, and not a 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 where they're the biggest stories coming in. For Penix and for McCarthy and for Bo Nix to end up sort of infiltrating this group and getting out in the top 12 is remarkable. It's a remarkable draft, and we all know 4 of these guys are gonna fail. That's just how this goes. I mean, the likelihood of half of them hitting is not good. 4 of these guys are likely to fail of these top 6. So it's a wild scene in the NFL to have no defensive players off the board in whatever it was, 13 picks. It's absolutely a crazy draft, but it shows you where this whole process is going.
It's wild, Jeff. And by the way, I'll just close this up real fast. Nick, you got anything?
You close this up. I'll just talk about this.
Perfect. All right. Guys, if you listened, thank you so much for checking this out. Pass your podcast along to everybody you know. We can only grow because of your support. If you're watching on YouTube, give it a like. If you're listening on any audio setup, I don't know, favorite it. 5-star review. Sometimes I forget what all these different platforms have out there. But thank you so much for checking this out. And thanks so much for bearing with us. Jeff, you got a feature. You got a feature in the podcast.
Look at that. That's our
I don't know.
first.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
We were doing a live recording of a podcast when you jumped in, which I don't mind you jumping in. Go for it. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah. Listen, I'll tell the draft. We've had one trade, and it was a team move from 11 to 10. So far we've had absolutely no movement in this draft. I don't see any movement coming either. This draft was starting to shake out like a very boring one, and that's how it's playing out. The Penix pick is quite literally the bombshell.
Oh,
you could say it brought
that's story number 1 tomorrow.
You teed me up for this, so I just have to go there. You brought it, the Penix pick brought that big Penix energy, right, to the whole draft.
Call him Penix. Call him Penix. It's way more fun to call him Penix.
So
the Penix pick.
This is what I have. What I was going to say before you closed out, Robert, was this. So, have you guys seen Any Given Sunday, the movie?
Yeah.
No.
So I just retweeted. It was a picture. Someone put, this is Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix next year. And it's Willie Beeman, right? Jamie Foxx and Dennis Quaid, where he's all like beat up. He's the old guy. And you got the young guy. And they're like, who's going to start? Who's going to play? I thought it was hilarious.
It's a strange dynamic because...
Oh, super.
I mean, Cousins hasn't been there. Like, this is not the Packers, where Cousins has been there 15 years and they're bringing in the next guy. They just signed Cousins a month ago to a $100 million contract.
Uh-oh. Vikings are on the clock? Half the thing. What do you think? Corner?
Corner? Dallas Turner?
Dallas Turner makes sense too. Maybe.
And I didn't see one mock draft where Dallas Turner fell this far.
No, but it was funny.
Anybody had him falling this far.
Wow, that's where
that'd be 2 trades up for Minnesota in round 1.
What I think is funny, Jeff, is that I don't think anybody had him falling this far, but you do hit a point when in all these mocks where you don't want to pick something that looks brain dead stupid, right? And end up looking like a goof for a week and a half. But I was talking to Nick, and he was agreeing with me. just a week before about how Dallas Turner seemed like a dangerous pick all the way up at 9 because he didn't have an immediate way to win in the league. And a lot of players that start that way, Nick, I mean, Jeff, you've followed enough of these NFL circles. That guy I'm talking about where you say, well, he's not anything now, but he'll develop into something. How often does that work?
They're so dangerous. And the earlier you draft those guys, the more you put your job at risk.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's so much of these, and it's tricky at certain positions in the league now because you don't know how these edge rushers are going to translate to the pros. You don't know how the quarterbacks are going to translate. The receivers all seem to translate now. I don't know why that is, but they all seem to translate. I'm watching Byron Murphy. You got to see the outfit he's got on. It is hillbilly chic. I think it is hillbilly chic. So it looks like I was once at the Midnight Rodeo Bar in Amarillo, Texas, right? This is 15 years ago. And that's what everybody was wearing. The denim, the ripped denim jeans. What'd you say?
Gucci.
The lady is telling me that it's Gucci that he's wearing.
Oh,
Yeah. I call it that's Amarillo chic as far as I'm concerned.
Okay,
that's
Jeff,
yeah.
we got to back up a little bit.
Okay.
Do you think Sean Payton was always planning on taking Bo Nix at 12? Or do you think Sean Payton saw 5 quarterbacks go before him and said, well, I literally can't wait any longer. There's no way we're going to get our guy if we don't take him now.
I think Sean Payton listen, there was just too much Sean Payton, Bo Nix talk in the last week and a half. As I told you guys earlier, Sean Payton's not shy when it comes to the media. He has a lot of friends in the media. He was telling people, he must have been, that he was into it. I think Sean Payton was very excited to be able to just sit there and do it. While everybody else, while the Vikings had to move up, he just sat there. I think once the penis came off the board, he was able to say, I can sit here and just take, by the way, I didn't even call him Penix. I just called him the penis. Once he was able to just sit there at 12 and go, he's my quarterback now. And I don't think it's going to work out. I think Sean's going to be a disaster in Denver. And I like Sean as a coach, but I think he'll be a disaster in Denver.
Yep.
It to me is teams get so desperate at this position that now they don't know how to solve that problem. And for me, you want to hear the story of that? The Falcons just paid $100 million to Kirk Cousins and still took a guy at number 8. Like, teams don't know what they're doing. Oh, there's Dallas Turner.
Nick, I'm dreaming. Nick, I'm dreaming. This is the best Vikings draft I could have asked for.
So here's something that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so again, Jeff talking about the trades and the Bears trading down. You don't know this, but I prepare a lot for our podcast, and I have the draft value charts, and I charted out like literally 12 teams Chicago could trade down with. So because of that, I have all of this stuff handy. Minnesota gave up 23 and 167 to move up to 17. So 17 is worth, and again, these are all guides, 950 points. 23 is 760, and 167 is 25. They gave up 785 points to get up to 950 points. The Jaguars just got fleeced.
So Sarah, by the way, my lady friend Sarah is showing me that Byron Murphy's shirt cost $1,300.
You thought he was going to wear a shirt that didn't cost NIL money?
I didn't even know shirts could cost that much money.
You want to know how much? Hey, you want to know how much the shirt that I'm wearing costs? Jeff,
it out sweat stains.
Jeff, I want you to take a guess at the cost of the shirt that I'm wearing right now.
Did you buy it at TJ Maxx or Marshalls?
I bought it at Target.
Oh, $8.
$6. Me, Byron Murphy, not the same.
I'm wearing a shirt. I'm wearing a T-shirt I bought on Amazon that says "American-grown Polish roots" that I bought specifically to wear to watch the Poland get their asses kicked by Argentina in a World Cup game. It costs $4 on Amazon, and it is falling apart every time I wear it.
Okay, so
all right, Dallas, guys, real briefly, Dallas Turner. I'm a little surprised that Indianapolis was willing to forego the medicals and pass on a Turner for a lot to. When you just watch these guys play, the edge guys, you study this stuff. Tell me about the three big edge guys and what you think of them.
I think that Turner has the most athleticism. I think that Latu has the best pass rushing technique, and I think Verse is the middle between kind of both of those. If that's the easiest way to describe them.
But Nick, do you see any of them as being stars in the NFL?
No, not a chance.
Which to me was the reason I ended up gravitating towards Verse, by the way, Nick, was I started to look at Latu and I was like, he's either going to be a star or he's going to flame out because of his medicals. And then you look at Turner and you say he's either going to be a star or he's not going to reach real contribution because he never gets there. And then you look at Verse and you say, well, I know he's not going to be a star. He does not have the juice to be a star. But I know what he's going to be, and that's going to be a real contributor. And I was like, I think Verse gives you the most. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's that hope he will become a star that gets him drafted really high.
I just can't believe how little they gave up and we know day 3 is like basically a bad value this year. They gave up like nothing to move up to get this guy. Like, what is Jacksonville thinking?
I mean, so it's all future picks, isn't it?
I think that's got to be Jacksonville just saying we don't have a guy.
Hang on,
I think so much of it comes down to we don't have a guy.
But it's also future picks, isn't it, Nick?
That's just what I saw. I mean, that was again maybe I didn't.
What did you say was the trade capital?
All I saw was 23 and 167 for 17. Maybe that's not correct.
23. It's 23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth.
Oh, okay. So then that's different then. Okay, never mind.
And by the way, as far as I'm concerned, Nick,
that's a lot. That seems like a lot.
Pretty hefty future price. Like that's because. So Jeff, do you know the whole bit about how when you trade when you trade a future pick, you have to knock it down around in the way that most of these things get valued. But it also means, as you can probably obviously guess, Jeff, that every time you do that, you are implicitly losing actual value because it's not actually a lower rounded pick. It's just a year away, right? Like I'm just saying, to me at least, Nick, I can't help but look at this whole situation and I'm like, so hang on. So the Vikings got J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner. Somebody looks me in the eyes. They go, yeah, 100%, yeah. And I go, and they spent a bunch of picks to land J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner. Yeah, that's pretty much the size of it. This works for me.
from a Bears perspective, I would say, from what I know of these two players, the Minnesota Vikings are not better this year. They're not a better team in 2024. I don't think either of these guys make them better. First of all, I don't think JJ will play. I mean, they were supposedly into Darnold. Now, a Sam Darnold, JJ McCarthy summer camp battle, I can't think of something more boring to watch than those two guys battling it out.
Somebody made the comparison to the 2020 Bears. Do you think that's fair, Jeff? Remember the Trubisky? The Trubisky it was the Trubisky Foles competition.
So what I would say is I would imagine that McCarthy will be the starter because Darnold never wins those battles. I'd imagine McCarthy will be the starter.
Nobody will, right?
I would imagine Justin Jefferson will be pulling his hair out by sometime, around Halloween. And I would imagine I come out of this draft and I say, I don't think the Minnesota Vikings, I don't know what that organization is right now. I don't know where they are in their process. I know where the Lions are. I know where the Packers are. I know where the Bears are, which is rare to say. I don't know where the Vikings are. I think that Kevin McConnell probably wants to start over with JJ.
All right.
I don't know if he will. I'm confused by that team.
Nick, ultimate Bears fan, homer question, okay? If you're JJ, Justin Jefferson's agent, are you trying to get out of Minnesota in the next year?
So I think so. I know that sounds crazy, but when you look at, I don't see JJ McCarthy as the huge volume guy. I see him as more of the Brock Purdy, Like he throws over the middle of the field. JJ
I want you to make
McCarthy
more comparisons
operates.
than a 7th-round pick.
But he operates the
Oh, I know.
offense like Cousins. He's a West. He's that Shanahan throw over the middle of the field on timing type quarterback. Like he
I
fits the scheme. But
I
I don't
agree
see
with you.
crazy numbers.
What I was going at, Nick, when I was saying that, it wasn't me trying to grill you. It's more me saying the scary thing to me about JJ McCarthy is every time people go through and they start comparing who he comps to, they start saying guys that weren't top 10 picks. You know what I mean?
Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, Brock Purdy.
I guess Goff is number 1 overall.
Yeah,
So,
I mean that's that realm.
man, I'd be disappointed if I was them. If JJ can't feed me the ball pretty quick, I would be pretty disappointed if I was Justin Jefferson's camp. And I mean, we kind of knew this.
Boys, while I have you both together, I know that Robert has to go off and do Long Island native Bill Zimmerman show. What do you guys think of the idea of a draft where you come out of it with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze? I mean, I don't scout these guys, but to me, and I see John Wood going fucking bananas, and John Wood doesn't go bananas about anything.
Well, they don't usually draft offense.
I've been editing that guy. I've been editing that guy's negativity for fucking 12 years. To me, it strikes me as alarmingly good. But where do you guys stand?
Well, so I'm going to be on the high end of this, Jeff. You missed earlier, but I looked at, the best wide receiver trios in NFL history that I could think of, and I thought of like 98 Vikings, right, with Randy Moss as a rookie, Chris Carter, Jake Reed. I thought of the Colts when Manning threw 49 touchdowns with older version Harrison, which was 32, by the way, same as Keenan Allen. With Reggie Wayne was 26, and Brandon Stokely got 1,000 yards. He was 28. And Robert brought up like Chase, Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and I think Chicago's right up there with all those. And plus,
I would add, was it Bruce Holt Prohl? Was that the 3 for?
Yep, and Azakim you could throw in there as your 4.
Oh yeah, Azakim. My God, that receiving core. How would you ever stop those guys?
Yeah. But I mean, Marshall Faulk. He's better than what we got. But like you go through, it's tough to see them surrounding Caleb with all of this talent. Plus, Komet Everett and DeAndre Swift is a good pass catching back, and not seeing it go well.
Yeah.
What scares me, Jeff, okay? So generally, my dad had a saying when I grew up. My dad was, I love him so much. He's not the world's smartest person when it comes to football, and that's not me hating on my dad. He wants to watch games like a normal person, right? And he used to say all the time, you're neither as good nor as bad as your last game. And it ended up training in me, if you can't tell, Jeff, a desire to pull towards the middle, to not get too hot or too cold. I understand that can be boring for a lot of people because people want to either hate the pick or they want to love the pick. And normally that's meant that I'm pretty positive because generally the Bears do things that make people mad. Right, Jeff? And so I normally go, that's not that bad. It's closer to this. This is what they're aiming for. And Jeff, here's the scary part. It is a lot harder in the NFL than meets the eye to throw for 4,400 yards and not win 10 games in the modern NFL. Like simple correlation, right, Nick? Like clean cut. It is hard to throw for a lot of passing yards and not win football games. Usually it takes quite a couple things to break against you if you're going to do that. It takes being the Chargers, who have created a verb in chargering because they are so bad at closing games out, among other things. But so Jeff, I'm sitting here looking and I'm saying, okay, so let's say Rome Odunze doesn't deliver. Let's say he becomes pretty good. Let's say he's okay. What then? The Bears still got a lot better. The Bears fixed a major need at wide receiver. And moreover, Jeff, if you told me Rome's just okay, but Caleb loves him, I've seen pretty poor receivers get loaded up by quarterbacks that think they're all that. Because when you've got a good quarterback and that quarterback likes a receiver, they get the ball. Jay Cutler, Earl Bennett, Geronimo Allison, Aaron Rodgers, James Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Julian Edelman, Tom Brady. People at one point asked if Julian Edelman was going to be a Hall of Famer. We were all there. We were all there for people asking, whether Julian
I'm sure
Edelman.
you guys saw what everybody was tweeting when Rome Odunze was doing his Zoom with the media. Did you guys already talk about this?
I don't know
No.
if I did.
All right, so Rome was doing his Zoom post being picked with the media, and Caleb jumped in on his Zoom. And literally the two of them were like hugging and chatting during the thing. And Courtney and Adam Johns were both going sort of like crazy for it. Adam actually texted me and was like, it's wild, man. It's a totally different vibe now. I will tell you this being 42 years old. I will tell you this being a kid in Kearney, New Jersey, who, after playing a Little League baseball game, was going to all my other Bears fan friends and saying, we drafted Rashawn Salam. I will tell you that I've never been this excited for the team. I've never and I'm going to say this, and people are going to think I'm crazy. And I'm going to say this more in the next couple of weeks, and it's going to make people nuts. I'm not sure I'm ready to say they're not title contenders. I'm not sure I'm ready to say they're still in some development process. I watched this team roughhouse the Lions twice last year. They should have beaten them twice. They beat them soundly once, and they had them beat for 55 minutes the other time. This is a team that is built the right way, and if this quarterback is mediocre next year, they're an 11 or a 12-win team. They really are. And if he's better than mediocre next year, they're better than that. This is going to be I'm pretty juiced up about this team right now.
Okay.
And I had thought Nick, all along, just my last point was, and what's his name? The morning host on The Score.
Which one specifically? Bernstein? Holmes?
Bernstein tweeted out, and it's a great tweet. He said, they didn't overthink it. I'm glad they didn't overthink it. How many times have we watched in the past when a Bears GM would have overthought that pick?
That pick is normally Murphy. That pick is normally
It's Murphy.
Byron Murphy. Like
that's or verse.
Nick's nodding because that's what it normally is. Normally a guy like Rome is right there, and normally the Bears take some defender anyways. Like, we've all been there. Nick, the other thing, I don't know. What's just, okay, so, Nick, we're saying they need a pass rusher if they want to be contenders, right? And it's funny. Okay, so now they have Rome Odunze. If I told you...
Are you going to tinfoil hat me right now?
Not really. I don't think this is tinfoil. If they got the ability to offer either pick 75 or Chicago's 2025 2 to pick up 17.5 sack 29-year-old Trey Hendrickson. Are you interested?
I think you do it.
Jeff,
right?
Is that the kind of move you would make? Do you know Trey Hendrickson?
I would make that move. I would make that move in 4 seconds.
I mean,
I am now. Jared Verse just went to the Rams.
Hey, all those defenders. This is what's funny about the draft to me, Nick. At pick 15, we're going. If the defenders fall, who do they trade up for? Bang, 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 bang. They are all gone. They are all gone. Cleaned out. The first round.
Robert, your question is great because I'm not sure right now if Ryan Poles isn't thinking, how do I get that last piece? I'm not sure
picture.
if he's not thinking, why do I have a hole right now? And if there is a guy that fills that hole, why not go for it?
You got to get the Bengals to give them to you, which is its own problem. But maybe you can.
But the rumors are the Bengals are a weird franchise. You can get stuff from the Bengals. You're just going to have to give up stuff to get it. And I think T. Higgins is gettable. I think Henderson is gettable. But again, I don't know if I want to give up huge assets next year because next year is going to be so important to finish the picture. It's so important to say, we need these 3 things, and this is what we got to get, and then we're going for it. But I'm not sure I'm willing to give up a lot. But I'm willing to consider it, man, because
I mean, you have 2
I'm looking at an offense now that is stacked across the board. It is. I can't remember an offense that has 3 receiver weapons, a tight end weapon, a pass catching running back weapon, running backs that are good. One of the best running offenses already in the league, and now a huge star quarterback. I don't remember this because it probably didn't exist. But it's a remarkable moment, and I think I capitalize on the energy right now and see what you can get. I'll ask you guys this question because I'm looking at the board right now and there's like 10 picks left. Is somebody going to slide out of the first round that will surprise both of you?
I have no idea because I'll be honest with you, Jeff. Because the Bears were at 1-9, I have obsessed over the first 20 or so picks. And I don't know if you're feeling the same way I am, Nick. The first 20 or so picks are pretty much gone. All the guys I was looking at the very least. A lot of the offensive linemen, Jeff, that I expected to get drafted have not gotten drafted yet. Quarterbacks took a lot of those spots. Like, is Faltanu still there? Like, did Amarius Mims get drafted in front of Faltanu? I saw Fuaga went. So, Faltanu's still out there?
Yep.
Olu's gone too, right?
Olu's gone. Yeah.
As he should have been.
Jets.
Okay. So,
by the way, another derail point. Why doesn't Roger Goodell practice the pronunciations of these names? He has to pronounce 30 names. So practice 50 of them. He botched half the names he did tonight. It's great. When you're making $50 million a year, I guess you stop caring to a certain extent.
Right.
Also, Jeff, you asked earlier about roster holes. I do think the offensive line's got some things to prove, but I mean, hey, at least you're stacked at the skill positions, so you can get the ball out on time more consistently. And if you do that, that's going to help your offensive line.
I think things to prove, yes. I don't think Braxton Jones is a whole. I don't think Tevin Jenkins is a whole. I'm a huge Ryan Bates guy. I know I'm higher on him the most, and I love Darnell Wright. I want to see Nate Davis in a year where he's not dealing with tragedy and where he's able to completely commit to football. I think last year, people who judge him are being wildly unfair to a guy who went through a really rough year. I want to see the group. That to me is the group where next offseason you're looking and saying, we need two more here, right? I would imagine we're here in the spring of next year saying edge rusher and a guard, maybe guard/tackle is what the final touches are. But I think Braxton Jones is better than most people do. I think we're going to see a different offensive line when the quarterback doesn't stand in the pocket for 14 minutes and make them look terrible.
Too. I mean, he can avoid super well. He has that awareness, that Aaron Rodgers awareness to avoid sacks better than field.
But the last guy didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So going back, guys, I wanted to touch on this just because you'd mentioned this possibility, Robert, in terms of Trey Hendrickson. So he has 13 and a half or more sacks in 3 of the last 4 seasons. That's how productive he's been. You look at PFF, which is something I always reference. He was the 20th overall PFF edge or D end this last year. He was 15th, 27th, and 28th each of the last 4 years. So he's a guy that's consistently been up there. He's a better pass rusher than he is a run stopping D end, but I think opposite Sweat, you could do something like that. And the other thing too is how we've been with clearing up the salary cap. That's when you do move like this, because you could structure it however you wanted to. When you have a rookie quarterback contract, you can backload stuff. You can make it, however you want to add in those extra years on the end just to make it work for a couple of years. So it would be fun to keep the band together here. I mean, the other debate is, do you, extend Keenan Allen and keep him as a slot only as he ages?
Man, I mean, Nick, how do you not? I really am not quite. I'm not totally grasping how I need to cope with this kind of moment, because this is one of those Nick, normally guys like us will sit on podcasts for an entire offseason and we'll say, hey, they should make a move to bolster their offense. And literally every data, basic data. This is not hard. You don't have to be Ben Baldwin to sit down, look at this and say offensive success correlates to wins, right? We all want to win football games. And the Bears' way of doing things is outdated. You might be the biggest Rome Odunze hater on the planet. And that's fine if you are. But the Bears are doing something differently, Nick. It is so neat. And hey, Jeff, can we give somebody some credit? Obviously, Matt Eberflus is cool with this. Matt Eberflus just handed the security of his job to a rookie Gen Z quarterback and a wide receiver. And he said,
I've been telling everybody for months and months and months. His job is not on the line. They are committed to him. This is a team now. And we all thought they were gonna reach for a defensive lineman. Oh! Now Robert is going to do another show, a rival show. He's taking a hat with him.
Oh, it's in person. He has to go run somewhere, and he has to.
I don't think the show's not live. It is living room.
I'm kidding. Wouldn't that be funny?
Room? By the way, what room in Robert's house is this? Because I'm looking now at the background that he's left up, and it looks like nothing else happens in this room but him coming in there and doing podcasts.
What is the curtains on the ground too? Like,
is that a curtain?
I don't know what that is. I mean, it looks like a green light. I don't know.
It looks like a green screen. Like he's
green screen. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Nick, you tell me. So you know this stuff about. So I know Robert didn't want to answer. There's got to be guys now that are not going to go in this. So this Newton character from Illinois.
Yep.
Who I know everybody was high on. I saw a bunch of mock drafts that didn't have him going in the first round, but everybody seems to think he's a superior first round talent. Is it all medicals with him?
I think it is. I mean, he's a little bit of just like Murphy. He's a little undersized. There are some things like he played. The thing with Murphy is people are pumped because he had really high pressure rates, but he played half the amount of snaps per game than Newton did. Newton was always out there, and he has a bigger sample size. So I feel safer with him. It's the medicals are there. I don't know that he's ever going to be a superstar, but I think he could be a good. I mean, 3-tech. He can be a good player. I mean, think of like a Tommy Harris level player, like not elite. He'll have a good couple of years here and there, and then I know Tommy had the knee, but like that's kind of maybe where I put Newton. I don't think there's a big gap between Murphy and Newton for me personally.
So as we look at the Steelers here, they're taking I can't pronounce the name. Fountain. Yeah. So they're taking another fucking tackle. So this is the crazy tackle draft. We have Brian Thomas. Do we think Ladd McConkey is going to sneak into the first round, or we think he's a second round guy?
I love Ladd McConkey, Jeff, but the reason he's fallen a little bit for me is because his medical history is something I didn't know about. He had a back injury and an ankle last year, and then from like a 6-year period from I don't know if it was like middle school through high school or maybe the first year of college, he broke a bone like 6 straight years. So there's some medical concerns of like, can he hold up?
Is he drinking enough milk? Is the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Because his bones aren't holding up.
I think he's Ed McConkey's son, if I remember right. You remember him?
Yeah. So I looked up at McConkey because I was like, I thought he was Phil McConkey's son, and Phil McConkey was on the Giants in the mid '80s.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not Phil McConkey's son. He is a different McConkey. There are apparently multiple rival McConkey families, and they're all football players. Yeah. So here's why I mention this now. If we're trying to keep this on a Bears context, the Bears don't have a second round pick.
Nope.
They're going to have to think about tomorrow night probably whether they want to get into the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Who's falling into that second round that will be appealing to them? And I guess we're thinking about pass rushers, defensive linemen who can rush the passer. I think that's what we're looking at. Is somebody falling that's going to be worth them making a move?
So I'll give you a few pass rushers that I like.
Great.
The highest one probably ranked would be Darius Robinson. So he's like think of like a better DeMarcus Walker type. Like he's a fringe. Is he a 3-tech? Is he a big D end? But he really impressed at the Senior Bowl. He's not going to be, he's not going to bend the edge like Latu or, Turner, but he's going to push the pocket, which I think might fit the scheme better. Like you look at the guys they cut from camp last year, they cut the pass rushers and they like the guys that are better against the run. So it's like, maybe Robinson is your type of guy, I also like Marshawn Nealon a lot from Western Michigan, similar to Robinson, but a better athlete. And again, a small school. I also like, you could talk about what's his name? Chris. Why am I not seeing him right now? And I'm looking at a big board, and maybe I should be looking this way. Alabama's other D end, Chris Braswell, off the top of my head. He's again not as much potential, but I think he's a solid floor guy. But I think that they have to do something at edge because if you can't go into the season with Walker as your only D end.
I sometimes forget to unmute myself.
I was wondering.
Yeah, no, I didn't pass away. I guess the question I have now is this is why I'm always fascinated by guys like you who study the draft. When you get to the back end of the first round, and I think we still have 10 picks. Every time I look up, I think we have 10 picks.
Yeah, there's a lot still.
Give me a guy that's going to be picked here that might surprise people. Is there another quarterback? First of all, I thought Brian Thomas would be gone by now. I think he's actually a really good player, and he's not gone. Is there a guy, though, that might be picked here that we're going to be surprised by, that these teams might have valued way higher than the media has? In the same way, nobody had Penix in the top 10.
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, there's some like I don't know if a team's gonna there's a couple of Michigan guys like Mike Sanders still. He's kind of a nickel, more of a smaller corner, but he tackles super well. So there's some teams that value things like that. And he's not going to be that outside classic corner. Junior Colson could be the first linebacker off the board. Again, he's not your current type where he's like great in coverage, but he's going to be super solid for you right away. I think those guys could jump up potentially.
Are we ever going to see a time again when an off-ball linebacker is a top 15 draft pick?
I don't think no, I don't.
No, it seems like those guys aren't even talked about. Like they're not even in consideration anymore.
I think.
And where are we with the running backs now? Are we assuming, unless you're some kind of a superstar running back, the first round is almost a reach? Is there going to be a running back that goes here in the first round?
No, not a chance. I think there's more odds of a running back not going in the first 2 rounds than a running back going to round 1.
It's crazy to me. I mean, I know that the position's been devalued, but it's still an important position. Yeah. There's got to be some middle ground here with that position where we can see a value to pick a guy at 35. Who's the first guy off the board? Is it Brooks?
Trey Benson's my favorite guy, but Jonathan Brooks could be the other running back. I think it's between those two.
And I think Blake Corum will be the first one that goes because I think Harbaugh is not letting him go again.
Yeah,
he let him go. He let him go once. He's not letting him go again. What? I would find every running back on the Michigan roster. They're gone. They're all gone.
That's the joke. How many Michigan guys does he draft?
I'm looking at Jeremiah's best available, right? So he has Arnold and then Quinion Mitchell.
Yep.
Who is? Oh, this is the GM. Would you look at Mike McDaniel? I love these outfits. Mike McDaniel looks fantastic. I think the coat looks great. Have we had a corner go? Have we had a secondary guy go?
Nope.
My Lord, when's the last time that's happened in 20 picks?
Well, I like Cooper DeJean a lot too. I mean, he's out there. He's a fringe. He could play safety or corner. I think I think Green Bay is going to love it. I think that the Eagles could take one. I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's going to be some value to be had, I think.
All right, so I'll let you sort of take this away as well because there are questions I've had. Where are the Bears? The Bears don't have a lot of picks left. So where are you, as somebody who studies again, 3rd round and beyond? Where do you want to see them look? And give me some names.
Yeah, so I think round 3, you could either go with, the edges that are going to be there. I just don't know that they're going to be a difference maker. Like you could look at and hope Chris Braswell gets there. Adiza Isaac, Braylon Trice, but they're going to be. I don't think you're getting as much value out of that. It's just going to be just a guy to stick there at an end. I'd rather sign somebody. You could get a solid rotational tackle, to take over in that role where Justin Jones was last year. And I like Brandon Dorless. You could get.
Just to pause you, Nick, real briefly. My boy Chop just went. My boy Chop just went to Miami. Chop is
Yeah.
going to Miami. Chop
I mean,
is
again,
fun.
crazy good athlete, Jeff. I mean, that's what Miami loves. I mean, he's a crazy good athlete. I don't know that he's not refined yet, but he's twitchy.
I can't remember who they got to take over their defense.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
I probably knew it a month ago, and I've already forgot. It takes me a month in August to relearn all this stuff.
I mean, there's some other D tackles if we want to keep going here. I mean, like Michael Hall is a nice poor version of Murphy for me. Ohio State. Like if you want a 3 technique that can pass rush and he's rotational in there. I mentioned Dorless already. I also like Braden Fisk from Florida State. Tested out really well. A little older guy. If you want to pivot, there's some offensive linemen. I think you could go there. Like if you wanted to get a rotational swing tackle, I could see it. I don't know that someone's going to be good enough there to pick, but I also like Brandon Coleman, who can play interior O-line. He is risen up boards from TCU. Dominic Pooney, who is from Kansas. He could play tackle, also guard. I don't think he'll be there. My dream pick at 75 would be Christian Haynes, guard UConn. I just see him as being a solid starter for years. That's probably where I would look in that range. The other thing I wanted to throw your way, Jeff, is, we're pumped about the 3 receivers in Chicago now. I think we also can't forget that they drafted a guy I kind of like in Tyler Scott, who's now your wide receiver 4,
which is
to develop
perfect
as well. Like that's a nice little 4 guy,
which is perfect. I said this to Robert about a week ago. I said, if Velus Jones could catch, my Lord, what a situation he'd be in as an offensive player, because all they'd be asking him to do is run go routes. Just run past defenders. They are going to own, with Odunze especially. Odunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore, you are going to own 10 to 15 yards from the line of scrimmage. It is going to be impossible to defend these guys. And all you need is somebody to take the lid off the top. And I think it'll be Scott, only because I think that they're just going to get tired of watching Velus Jones drop passes, even though he'll be a yard and a half more clear than Tyler Scott would be. They're just not going to put up with it for long. They're going to give him a chance, because I know Ryan Poles is not going to give up on him. They're going to give him a chance to be that guy in this offense.
Well, I mean, also you could keep Velus and have him just do like those jet sweeps or just screens to him.
Yeah, all of it. It'll just be jet sweeps. It's going to be a ton of jet sweeps. They actually, I actually can't imagine. There's never been a time where they had a number 1, a number 2, a number 3, a 4, an arguable 5, and a terrific tight end who can catch the ball, and one of the best screen backs in the game. They have I just did 7 viable pass catching options now as an offense, and it's fascinating to see how he's gotten them here. I'm talking about Poles in such a short period of time. There's not a lot of excuses for Caleb. I'll tell you this. I mean, for all the field people who went crazy with their excuses, there aren't a lot for this quarterback. He's got a lot. He's got a lot going for him in this offense. I'm very excited. I think Tyler Scott's going to have a very big year. I just believe that position now with Odunze. I haven't really even thought about it. I haven't had enough time. Odunze, I think, in this offense is going to be a move the chains, 3rd and 6, catch the ball at the 6th guy. That strikes me as what his role will be, at least in year 1. Where does the role go in year 2 and year 3? That depends on Keenan Allen. But they're so lined up for the future now. I mean, it's remarkable. Keenan Allen leaves next year. It's not a big deal.
No.
It's not a big deal. They've got the guy right behind him ready to take the job. It's to feel like you're in competent hands is not safe space for me. It's just not. And I'm sure not for you.
And you also look at, too, like, if we get away from, like, because the skill guys are just, like, insane to look at right now. Yeah. But then you look at, like, with how this has been built, it's like, man, we can't afford literally any injuries. But now you look at the offensive line, right? So, like, I like Braxton. You talked about Ryan Bates. I like him as, I like Bates. If he's going to start at center or if he's going to be your backup on anywhere in the interior, like you said, I believe in Nate Davis. I think more than other people do. He was a
Yeah.
top
Just
25
had a
guard
rough,
for 3 years.
yeah, just
You
had a
know,
rough. He had a rough. It was a personal year. I'm
Right.
willing to give
Right.
him a year to show better. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean Tevin's a top 10 guard if he's healthy, and then you have a rookie in Wright. So besides that, you have okay, if it's Bates or it's Shelton, doesn't matter. Backing up in the interior, that's better
Yeah.
than it was in previous years. Then you have Matt Pryor, who has starting experience.
Yeah.
You have Jake Curran, who has starting experience to back up kind of those outside. So it's not like, oh no, he went down and now we have to put Riley Reef in, or we have to put, someone terrible. And like even that structure, Jeff, like the way they're building right now they're getting okay, there's an injury, or hey, someone needs to just get a breather. That level is so much better. Like the Bears are
Yeah.
getting me so much better next year on so many levels.
I got tired of seeing like, oh, this guy who's never played center is going to play center this week, and I'm like, that's not how this position works. Like you just can't do it. And then we couldn't shotgun a snap for the year, and like
It was
and people,
ridiculous.
it's absurd. And it's like now they have 2 centers on the roster. That's great. By the way, what's the deal with I thought this center, the hyphenated guy, Johnson Powers, what's his name?
Yep.
Where is he slated to go? Because there was people talking about him as a first-round pick in January.
Yeah, they were. To me, he fell off because I've heard some potential medical and some actually like character in terms of like attitude concerns with him. I think he's going to be round 2 now for sure.
So round 2. So the Bears won't have a crack at him in round 3. If they're interested in him, they have to. Okay. So what's going to be the position of value in round 3? What? I mean, forget about position of need. I don't think you're still thinking about needs in round 3. Give me the positions of value in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, I do think D tackle is going to be a position of value. I mean, I think there could be some receivers there that I really like Malachi Corley. Like if you want to talk about just pure value, that guy could be there. You could find maybe some corners. If you wanted to get some depth there, if you wanted someone behind, if you don't totally believe in Terrell Smith, et cetera, like Max Melton is super athletic. He's a guy I think that can play a little bit of everywhere in terms of inside and outside. They brought in Pritchett from Auburn. He's super athletic. He's someone you look at around 3, maybe round 4. Because again, we just talked about this, like maybe having some more depth in areas. A guy I love.
Just to pause you, Nick, real quick. Quinion Mitchell does not look happy that he fell to 22nd. He looks angry.
Quinion Mitchell, Jeff, was I think the best defensive player in the draft. So
are you watching the TV right now? He looks
angry. He is not.
He is not happy.
Wow.
That is. Oh yeah, that's. Of course, the Eagles get him. Like that is a guy who I would not want to go up against early in camp. He is not pleased. He thought he was going top. That's the guy who thought he was going top 10, and he's not happy.
Yeah, I thought he was in play potentially for
Atlanta.
Yeah. I thought he was.
So did I.
So a safety, Jeff, that I like in terms of like I love that we have Kevin Byard. Right, you bring him in. You can help teach some of the young guys. In terms of backup safeties, they bolstered it. You know what I mean? You got Jonathan Owens, and you got the other Packer guy. Who is that? Look quick. Well, I mean, there's Hicks there, but I don't really like him. Tavarius Moore. Like you have some athletic guys, but a guy I really like is Kalen Bullock from USC. He's long. He's 6'3". He's super athletic. He reminds you of Eddie Jackson a little bit in terms of he's really good with ball skills. Like, he was a former corner, but he doesn't like to tackle very well. But you had someone like him, let him learn for a couple of years behind Byard. And when Byard's done in, 2 or 3 years, then you have a guy potentially to take over. He could be a developmental guy that helps special teams wise, mix and match if you need someone that can cover well in the back end that's athletic. But he's a guy that I would really like at 75.
Who is the next quarterback off the board? Is it going to be Rattler?
I think Rattler, Michael Pratt is another guy I like out of Tulsa.
When do they come off? When do they come off the board?
Round 3. I don't think they can go round 2. I don't think at all. But heck, I didn't think these guys were all going to go round 1.
Yeah, when no one saw 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 picks.
That Unreal.
It's bananas. All right, so I think everybody would agree. I mean, barring you're just a loose cannon, that the Bears kind of struck gold here with 1-9. Fantastic. What do you think they've got to do in the rest of this draft? So they don't have a lot of picks. So what is just find another role player? Is it? I mean, that's even asking a lot. They have a third. When you're not picking to the third round, they're really coin flips at that point, and they're coin flips that usually land on the wrong side. So, what do you think they have to do the rest of this draft?
Yeah, that's a good question because I think people, I at least how I look at the draft is I look at round 1 and round 2 as potential starters. I look at round 3 and round 4 would be developmental guys, but also you're starting to look at special teams ready and like who can make this roster, right? So we just talked about the depth at O-line, the depth at receiver, the depth everywhere. You look at it, grabbing any D-end is going to make the roster. I know they signed Jacob Martin, but like anyone there can make the roster because I think Dominique Robinson is not good. And also you could get a rotational guy at D tackle. I think linebacker doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think, and maybe a corner. So I think it has to be all defense the next 2 picks, unless someone is just such a great value. Like I said, in Christian Haynes. The other, again, if you want to get super greedy, a guy me and Robert both love this guy, is tight end Ben Sinnott from Kansas State. He's a guy that can be like a fullback, a tight end.
I've heard a ton about this guy.
Yeah, like super.
And if I've heard about them, then they did their mainstream. So and I've watched him. He looks like looks a little bit like Hawkinson, maybe a little less athletic, but he's got a little bit of that same vibe.
Mm-hmm. And he's my tight end too. So I love him that much. And he's super athletic. So, do you get him to be your developmental tight end and he takes over for Everett, long term? I mean, I know that seems a little greedy, but again, like in round 3, round 4, those are the roles you're looking for. Like people like you're not going to get your defensive end opposite Montez Sweat in round 3, round 4. Like that's such a small outcome. But if you find good roles for guys and then know that, hey, we have to sign, Carl Lawson or whomever else to patch that up for a year, then it makes sense.
Do we think, I don't know, you probably already seen it. Do we think Jacksonville takes a wide receiver here? It's a need for them. This seems like a Brian Thomas spot to me.
Yeah, that's right. They moved back.
Why is Shad Khan's son in a neck brace? What? That's Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars. That's his son who runs the rival wrestling league to the WWF or E, whatever the hell it is now. Did he get in the ring? So the first lady of DBB is telling me that she thinks he got in the ring. And this
first lady of DBB, I love it.
Yeah, but yeah, she is. She thinks he was shooting his mouth off, is what I've been told.
Oh, no.
And now he's in a neck brace. No one even uses those old-fashioned neck braces. Let's see who the pick is. I'm sure it's already out there.
I could see them going Terry and Arnold too. They need a corner bad, so they could go corner or receiver here. Both would make a ton of sense, in my opinion.
The Jaguars are one of those franchises, Brian Thomas. So the Jaguars are one of those franchises where I don't know what the hell they're doing. It's they go on these spending sprees and then they come back and I think there's still questions to answer on Trevor Lawrence. I'm bigger on Trevor Lawrence than most people are, but his production is only a 7. I love these numbers. He's an overall 86, but his production is a 79. What on earth do these numbers mean? I mean, how is there any rationality to that? Hold on, Dallas is next. So with Dallas, they're going to take somebody who can make them better in September because everybody's on a 1-year deal now in Dallas. Yeah. Everybody.
I think they go O-line is what I think they do.
Who's the best offensive lineman still out there?
I think Graham Barton makes a lot of sense for them. He's a versatile guy. He can play kind of anywhere. He's still out there. I mean, again, we talked about the other, Jackson Powers Johnson. I don't think that he's going to go there. Tyler Guyton could be a guy they develop into a tackle. That would make sense. Those two, I think, make the most sense.
I know Kansas City has been interested in tight end. Do you think Kansas City would take Sinnott at the end of the round?
No, I think that's too high. I think that I see them as a sleeper taking a tackle, Kingsley Suamata from BYU. That's my, I don't know, I guess sleeper pick for them.
I just have this feeling they're going to take McConkey.
That'd be
It just seems so ruthless if he gets a player like that in that
Yeah.
offense. It just strikes me as
You know what's interesting, Jeff, is so we're at this pick so far in 23 picks have already happened. There's only been 2 trades. Like we thought it was going to be so many trades.
I saw it this morning when people started putting out their mock drafts this morning, and I was seeing, well, this good team's happy to be at 4, this team's happy to be at 5, and I put out a tweet that just said, this could be a very boring night. And that's what happens. All of a sudden, teams start to settle into a guy they like. Listen, I think the Bears probably had plenty of offers to get out of the 9th pick, but ultimately decided they wanted the player. And the player is more important than the picks. I'll argue that till the cows come home.
Oh, yeah.
The player is more important. And I think Poles, I said this to you guys earlier, I think Poles probably had a guy or two. He said, if he's there, unless we get blown away, we take the guy. And teams aren't that willing anymore to give up, but there are teams that are willing to give up a ton. The Rams and Saints historically. But who is this? Hold on. They were just in the Cowboys war room, and I think there's a new Jones, a kid Jones in that room. I need to go back and rewind. There's just so many Joneses in that room now. I think what happens in the mock draft process is we all get enamored with what this team needs, what that team needs, what this team's trying to get, what that team's trying to get. It's just not how a lot of them conduct these rooms. They just say, we're more than happy to make our picks in each round unless something dramatic happens. And this has been a very boring first round, other than the Phoenix draft pick.
Right. So something interesting here. So a guy that I trust who's like a fantasy expert, whatever, he already has his projection for Caleb Williams. And in terms of everything, but I think that the main part would just be the passing. So his passing yards prediction in 17 starts is 3,849 yards and 21 touchdowns and 11 picks. That's like the baseline projection already. That's not like
that's the greatest. That's the greatest quarterback season in the history of the Chicago Bears.
I know. Isn't that nuts?
A sign for it. Can I? Is there some place I can put my signature? Yeah, I mean I just can't remember a quarterback having this kind of group around it. And what's amazing about the group is that I don't know what the phrasing would be. They're very QB friendly. Almost all of them. Odunze is a big body guy. Keenan owns those sort of shallow crosses. DJ Moore is just great. Cole Kmet's almost always open. I still say Cole Kmet would have had a way bigger year if he had an accurate quarterback who could hit him in stride, because he was open so much more than people even know. And DeAndre Swift is a guy, yes, he's injured a lot, and he's not a great player, but man, he is lethal out of the backfield. Caleb Williams is going to have 800 yards passing next year on screens, because that's what this guy does. I think 3,800 yards. I think I would take the over if you gave me the offer right now. I think this could be a 4,000-yard rookie passer, because there's so much opportunity in this offense now because of how they structured it.
Right. I mean, like I said, like when Poles said he wanted to flip the script, this is exactly what it is. Like, it is not in terms of, well, we have to stay true to our board and we need to build the whole team. He's like, no, we're going all in on offense. Falus, we gave you 5 second-round picks, and some money, brought in some linebackers. Like, we gave you that. You have to figure out the D-line, okay? We have to start investing in the offense, because that's what the NFL is right now.
Yeah, we went and got you a second-round fucking edge guy in the middle of last year.
Yep.
So you're good. Like, and again, I think they would have been comfortable. What just happened?
Lions
traded up.
Yeah.
What do they want?
They could go corner. They could go Terrion Arnold right in front of Green Bay. That's the best value
Well,
right now. I think. Terry and Arnold.
Why would they have traded that? You think it is? They would have traded in front of Green Bay. That does make sense. Green Bay was probably looking at secondary defense.
Or Cooper DeJean is right there. Well, that's dirty. Right in front of your division rival.
Yeah, I like it. Get them all
That is-
fired up. I've spent some more time looking at Robert's setup here. I've got so many questions. If you open up the image, you can actually open up the image.
I know the pick.
Who's the pick?
Terry and Arnold. Exactly who I thought it was.
You called that one. So it's Terry and Arnold. So now I think Detroit is in that unenviable place right now for franchises where the only positive outcome for your season is the Super Bowl. And it's a very tricky place to be. They had expectations last year. They didn't have expectations like they're going to have next year. People are going to be picking them to win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, I'm sure.
Right?
I'm sure.
It's going to be very common. If they get off to an 0-3 start, things spiral out of control quickly. So it's a very interesting year. Now, I'm always amazed by the celebrations all these teams have when they make a pick. But yeah, it's a very interesting scenario for them. I'm thrilled for their fans. I don't get on board with all these Bears fans who get mad about the other fan. This fan base deserves what they're getting right now. They have a winner.
Well,
Remember,
the other thing that helps, Jeff, is, again, things are always going to change. But looking at what it is right now, the Bears have the third easiest schedule in the NFL next year. So they play, like, you think of like the crossovers and all that kind of stuff. They play New England, they play Washington, they play a lot of these super easy teams. That's on that. Like, you just take that for what that's worth. Their over under is set at I think it's 8.5, and then you have now adding Rome Odunze to who everyone already knew they were going to get Caleb. You know, like, Robert wanted Byron Murphy. Okay, I did not think he was worth that. But when you look at the best player available at 9, it was Rome Odunze. So, like, they're already like adding more value just based on taking the best player that was there, not reaching for a need.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's going to hurt the Lions this year is they're going to be in a lot of high-profile games, including early in the season. They're going to be on Thursday nights and Monday nights. They're going to be all over the Sunday night schedule. Everything's going to be in the limelight this year, and I'm not that big a believer in that team. I know they should have gone to the Super Bowl. They had San Fran dead to rights. And if that ball doesn't bounce off Kindle Vildor's helmet and into Aiyuk's hands, they're going to the Super Bowl. If he catches it, they're going to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't love them this year as a team. And one of the reasons I don't love them is because I think the Bears are coming strong this year. And I think the Bears have their number. And I think the Bears can defend them because they know how to pressure Goff. They know how to beat Goff. I'm not a big believer in this team. On Jeremiah's best available now, top 200. So it's the guys you just mentioned. Spartan is DeJean. He has Newton. But we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 8 teams left.
Yep.
So who goes off the board here in these final 7, 8 picks? Oh, who's he bringing out to announce this pick? This is where it gets very silly. Just bank the picks. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. You're in New York. Yeah. I mean, I think DeJean goes next. I think Guyton has to go in terms of an offensive tackle. Nate Wiggins could go, another corner. Like, this could be the little corner run here. Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's a potential first-round guy too. Yeah, it was weird. I had Detroit as maybe taking Marshawn Nealon, that D end that I liked, as like a surprise guy, but they already picked, obviously, right here. I see corners, O-line, and maybe Newton. That's probably the end of this run, and then your guy McConkey. That's probably the last 8 picks is going to be a ton of.
I think Andy will have a hard time passing on McConkey in that last spot. He just strikes me as the kind of guy that he would just love to have for the quarterback.
Yeah, Graham Barton's still there. Holy buckets. Yeah, he's got to go. Graham Barton's a good player.
We have Green Bay next, Tampa, Arizona, Buffalo. Buffalo desperate for a wide receiver. Does Buffalo let McConkey go by them at
Yeah,
28?
maybe not. I mean, there's also Adonai Mitchell is a guy that a lot of people liked. I mean, he ran a 4.33. He's 6'2", but he's got some medical and some character concerns that some people I've heard rumors of. They have him off their board completely.
This is the wide receiver?
Yeah, from Texas. Yep.
Yeah. The one who ran the super fast. So
No.
everybody,
No, that's the other one, Jeff. So they have the guy that ran the 4.21. He could go round one as well. And then you have the other one.
What kind of athletes do they have? I sometimes see these schools and I'm like, how do you ever lose a college football game when you've got 4 guys who can run a sub 4.4? Like, how bad can your coaches be? LSU, every year I have this thought where I'm like, so you have 18 first-round picks. How did anybody beat you in a football game?
I know. It's that honestly, like, and I'm a coach. That's my background, Jeff. So I've coached for 14 years. Like, literally, there's coaching, there's scheme, but if you got studs, it's really hard to lose a football game.
Right. Sometimes they just take it over.
Yeah, I mean,
where did Terry and Arnold? So just as a comparison, Terry and Arnold does not look at all disappointed that he was taken 24th. He looks happy. He's getting a hug. Quentin Mitchell looked like that the world had ended. Like that, no, he's never going to recover from the nightmare that just occurred.
Ooh, I got a spoiler alert of the Packers pick.
Who was the Packers pick?
Here's the thing. Before I tell you,
is it a quarterback? No, it's probably Spencer Rattler.
Oh, this is what Green Bay does. Okay, Green Bay, they're always in this position. They always take a guy that isn't the best available. It's a guy that's a little bit of a project. He's athletic, and they hope they can develop into something. Instead of taking, some of the guys we already mentioned, they're taking Jordan Morgan, who offensive lineman from Arizona.
I've never heard that name before.
So he's a guy that I've heard could play maybe only guard. I've heard some that think that he can play tackle. So he's 6'5". Here, I'll get the whole thing here. 6'5", 311. He has played football for 5 years in college. He redshirted, and then he had some injuries early in his career. I mean, he's a big guy. He's a good athlete, which is what they chase, just like Chicago. They care about that RAS score. I just don't know where he's going to be. Like, against power, he's a balanced guy. The comp that Dane Brugler gives him is Matthew Bergeron, who went to Atlanta last year in the early second round. It's like, okay, but like I already said, like, Graham Barton is a better football player, and he's available right now, and they didn't take him. You could argue, Cooper DeJean, who we talked about, or any of those corners. We know Green Bay's corners aren't good outside of Jair. I don't know. I don't like this pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're Green Bay is such an interesting franchise. They just do it. They just march to their own drummer, and that's what they do. And they believe in it because they've had a great quarterback for 30 years, so they don't have to worry about anything else. And if they've got one again, they could have a great quarterback for 40 years. So they get these things wrong all the time, but their quarterbacks usually make up for it. So
here, this is something me and Robert disagree on. What are your thoughts on Jordan Love in Green Bay next year?
I don't think Jordan Love is as good as everybody else thinks he is, but I think they are going to. If you ask me to pick the division next year, I would give Detroit the division, but I'm giving it to them narrowly. I think the Bears and the Packers will be right around each other, both around 10 wins, 10, 11 wins. That's where I have them. But I think Jordan Love's a good player. I don't think he's a great player. I think he was made to look way better because of they outcoached some teams there down the stretch. They coached the hell out of it from Thanksgiving on. They really did. I'd like to see now that people have a year's worth of tape on him, how they approach him next year. That's usually when things change. And I think there will be big changes next year.
Yep. Yeah, and that's
what about you?
I'm in the same boat you are, because like early in the season, Jordan Love looked like he's not going to be their quarterback. And the last part of the year it looked like, well, he was perfect and couldn't do anything wrong. And I'm like, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Like
Yeah.
you're not going to live like look at you like Trevor Lawrence, right? Trevor Lawrence had a way
Yeah.
better year 2 years ago than he had last year. Like you're going to have ups and downs, and then during that time, he's going to have to lean on the guys around him. And they're all these young guys are all doing well, around him, and they're all going to grow together. Who does he have around him? Does he have a DJ Moore, a Keenan Allen, a Rome Odunze? No, he has these like tier 3 type of guys, like Christian Watson can't stay healthy, but he's fast. I get it. And I like Jaden Reed, but Jaden Reed isn't a superstar. He's a good player. You
Right.
have Romeo Dobbs, solid guy, never going to be a star. The tight ends, I like the tight ends, but the tight ends aren't Travis Kelce. They're not Brock Bowers. So you go through the list. It's like, I just don't see them, because everyone's like, oh man, they beat Dallas and then they were close to being San Francisco. It's like they were playing the best that they could play, in my opinion.
Yeah, they played
And-
great. They played brilliantly for most of that Niners game. They were just, and they still lost, but they were brilliant for most of that game. And the question becomes, did they hit their ceiling at the back end of last year, or is there still room to grow? And is Love going to get better? If Love gets better, they're going to be a contender now for years to come. I don't see that much out of him that I'm worried.
Right.
I like where the Bears are right now in this division. There will definitely be a point in August where I put a bet on the Bears to win the NFC North, because I actually think the Bears are going to win the NFC North. Now, they need the quarterback to be good, not great, to do that probably. Because if he's good, not great, he'll throw for 3,500 yards. If he's great, he'll throw for 4,500 yards. That's how much they have around him. So,
but I think 4,500. Like, I don't even think it's crazy to think he could throw for 4,500.
I don't either. Not with this group of players.
Yep. And plus, like, it's not like we're like, okay, we're hoping Mitchell Trubisky can throw for 4,500 yards. Like, we're not being like unrealistic, crazy homers here. Like, we're looking at a guy that has that level of potential, and you matched it with a bunch of weapons. It's like, this looks like the perfect marriage for the best rookie year potentially ever.
It's just there's so much. I'm looking at Jordan Morgan now. He's a smooth mover. He redirects easily. Well, that's good. Everyone should have that skill. He struggles versus power. Well, you don't want a guy who struggles versus power in the first round, do you? Probably not. No.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, hold on. His athleticism is an 81. That's too low. Too low. I love these draft scores. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't want to get ahead of myself on Caleb Williams, but I actually, one of the things I keep saying about him is I don't know how much he's going to have to do to be productive. There's so many players there. There's so many outlets, and they're not going. This is not Tom Brady having to throw deep balls to Randy Moss. These are guys who are going to be open in short range. Wow, the pick came in quick from Tampa. So they've got somebody they like.
Well, I know who they're getting. It's the guy that I thought was Green Bay should take, the best guy on the board.
That was who was that?
Graham Barton.
So they went with the offensive. They went with an offensive lineman as well. Okay, so now if Buffalo's thinking about a wide receiver, which everyone knows they need one, they're going to sit here. Arizona's already taken one today, so that's not going to be a problem for them. So if somebody wants to leapfrog Buffalo for a wide receiver, this is the place you do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, and again, like Adonai Mitchell still could be, on teams' boards. You could take Xavier Worthy, the guy you talked about, that ran the 4.21 40, or you could take Ladd McConkey. Those would be the next 3 receivers. Now, some guys that are out there, I like Troy Franklin from Oregon. Robert doesn't like him as much. He potentially could sneak in round 1 too.
We have now what? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 6 picks left. I asked you the question again. Is somebody sliding out of this first round that you didn't expect to?
Man, if Cooper DeJean falls out of the first round, if I was Chicago, I would trade up and take him. He's a good football player. Now, he would be the first white starting corner since Jason Sehorn.
Yeah.
which is interesting. But he also plays safety. He can play slot or nickel corner too. So he's got versatility to his game. But man, he's just such a good football player. I'm not. He can return punts too. I'm not sure why he's still around.
So who do we have? Who do we have from Jeremiah's board? So Jeremiah did that mock draft this morning that everybody went crazy for. I can't see. There's too much going on my phone. It's just I don't like it. Well, let's look at his board because he is probably going crazy right now. Now he has the. Let's look.
Yeah, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 6 picks left.
6 picks.
Arizona. What's Arizona? Arizona, man, Arizona could take. I mean, so many of these guys they would love. I mean, it's weird though, Jeff. I still wouldn't even put them past. They could take a receiver too, because you could have Harrison plus another receiver for Kyler Murray, and you have McBride. It's a nice, trio.
Yeah, I this seems like a spot right now where if you're thinking the Bills are going to take a receiver, you try to trade up, but there just hasn't been any movement like that.
I know it's weird.
There hasn't been any. I mean, there's been a couple of really small moves, but basically nothing. And I think teams are looking at the depth of this draft, and people think it's a deep draft. They're looking at tomorrow night. The Bears pick where tomorrow night? It was 70 what? 75? So 75.
Yep.
So if the Bears want to move, go ahead.
I got the pick. If again, I'm
give it to
spoiling
me. Yeah,
it for
give it to
people
me.
or
Yeah.
whatever, but I don't know how many people are even still here. But they got Darius Robinson. So it's that again tweener, 3-tech, big D end. Like remember I said the bigger DeMarcus Walker who can put pockets.
Yeah.
That's who Arizona just took.
So now
I like him.
Buffalo has, if they want McConkey, they got McConkey, and they have
Yep.
a receiver there if they want one. They'll probably take a defender because that's what McDermott does. And hold on one second. See how long is Schmitz gone for right now? I have very little material left.
Oh well, hold on. Did Tyler Guyton not get picked?
I don't think so.
Oh wow, I can't believe he's still on the board. I missed that. Tyler Guyton. Oh my gosh, he's still out there. Wow, I could see Buffalo shoring up offensive line as well. Take a receiver or O-line. I mean, honestly, they need so much there. They just kind of doing a little mini rebuild. They could take Cooper DeJean. There's a lot.
Yeah, Buffalo's having a rocky offseason here, but I don't think they're willing to spend. I don't think they're willing to think of it as a rebuild. That's why I think they're going to have to grab somebody who can help them immediately. To me, that would be McConkey for them, just to get an option there for Josh Allen. And what time is it right now? I can't be on this thing all night. It's 11:15 at night in my time.
Well, Robert, he talks a lot, right? So he's
He does
probably, that he's like, hey, I'll be on there for 15 minutes, and it's going to be, 45 minutes.
He's talking to Bill, and Bill is at the end of his rope now because he's on Long Island. He's tired.
Yeah.
He's up the road. He's got property taxes are too high. He's just trying to get through this night. All right, I'll ask you one more, then I'm leaving you by yourself. The best case scenario. Give me a position and a player. Best case scenario for the Bears at 75 is what?
Man, I would say best case scenario. I'll give you 2 because there's 2 guys I think would be dream picks for Chicago there. One would be Michael Hall. He's super athletic, 3-tech, so he could fill some role that is realistic at 75, and be the poor version of Byron Murphy. And then the other one would be again the guard I talked about, Christian Haynes. I mean, you could even mix in maybe like a Cooper Beebe, like an interior offensive lineman that very realistically could be a starter for you moving forward. I like both players. I think they're solid players, and getting them at 75 would be just such a win for this team. I got one thing for you. So when this whole thing went down, with why Chicago has this pick. They made the trade, right? Trading the first overall pick. And that morning, what was it? I made a prediction about like what I thought the trade would be with Carolina. And I don't know if you commented on it, I think. And it was funny. So I think we were both fairly close with what that trade package would be. I think that was like our first interaction, if I remember right.
I don't remember it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I was
a long time ago.
I was locked in on a lot of that stuff because
Mhm.
I had thought the pick was going to be traded to Tennessee, and
Oh, really?
Tennessee had offered just a crazy package for that pick, and when Poles went back to Carolina, he basically said, "I want DJ Moore." They did not want to put DJ Moore in that trade; they just didn't want to do it, and I told Robert this. Tennessee countered with, we'll put Traylon Burks in. And it was like, yeah, it's not quite the same thing. So that was their counter offer. So yeah, it has the potential of being the most remarkable trade in franchise history, the most remarkable trade in NFL history.
Mhm.
If this quarterback turns out to be what I think he's going to be. It's a very exciting time.
It's special. Oh wow, the Bills are trading back.
Oh, my buddy who's with the Bills told me that was going to happen. And he was like, "It's going to piss off all our fans." I said, "Don't trade back. Don't do it."
Yeah, they're trading back. Who are they trading back with? Let's see here. Bills are in trade talks to move out. Not done just yet, although I just saw that they were trading back from another source. Interesting.
Why does Dallas have that second pick? Whose pick is that? What's that for?
Oh, this is weird. I already know the Cowboys pick at 29, but I don't know what happened at 28.
Jeez.
Oh boy.
All right. That's my sign to go to bed. Nick, it was a pleasure to hang out with you guys. Tell Robert to get back on the damn pod.
Yeah. Well, you know what's weird is I saw him tweet something probably 20 minutes ago.
Tell him to get back on the pod. Was he taking a nap?
I'm like, Jeff left me.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
All right, Jeff. Thanks, man. All right, y'all. So this is actually a time where if you guys put in some questions in the chat, we can kind of have a little Q&A. I don't know what was it. So I got the Nick cast. Yeah. So questions you guys have, we'll go through that. I'll go through picks that happen here. Dude, I am beyond excited right now for what's going to happen with Chicago, because like we talked through who's the Cowboys pick. I saw the Cowboys pick was Zach Martin, the center that I really, really like from West Virginia. So that's exactly what I saw for the pick. Robert's under the green screen. He's hiding. That's a good one. What's the most likely way to solve the edge? Okay, good question. Let me do a little bit of research here, because there are some edges that are free agents right now. So I'm going to go through those with you guys. Okay. One, I think if you want to go with a veteran guy that
I just got done.
Yeah. Oh, what? Now you're back?
I just got done popping Claritin and ibuprofen to pound out the last 40 minutes.
Dude, you should see the chat right here. They were so excited because it was going to be the Nick special, the Nick cast, and now you came in and you just spoiled it. Man.
How have you felt so far? What'd you think about Jordan Morgan?
I'm just kidding. So hold on, let me answer this, because they were talking about what's how we're going to solve Edge 2. So I was going to go through some free agents. You cool with that?
Do it. Go for it.
So
Nick cast.
Okay, you
Nick
talked
cast.
about the Nick cast. Yeah, you talked about Carl Lawson, which, I mean, Carl Lawson's more of a pass rusher than he is a run defender, which, I mean, I don't know how much that fits the scheme. But one guy I think that if you're looking and we're like, hey, we're pushing this year, we're going to do something, a guy that would be interested potentially coming back would be more of a pocket pusher who's proven to be good. It's Calais Campbell. Again, I would like the deepest voice ever, but he's like super huge. You want to put two big guys that you can't literally get around the edge because they can reach, he would be a guy. If you, I mean, again, you couldn't play him the whole game. It's going to be a limited amount of snaps. But I think Calais Campbell would be a fun answer at edge. What do you think, Robert?
I mean, I think he'd be a lot of fun. I'm always going to worry that a 38-year-old edge rusher ain't got it no mo, right? But I think there's this part of me, Nick, that's just distrustful of these late free agent edge rushers after Yannick Ngakoue was like, hey, no, this option makes sense. This works for everybody. And he was the worst edge in football. Like,
Oh, Calais Campbell last year. Okay,
really good.
where do you think you PFF ranked last year?
Really good at 37.
Yeah,
But at 38, is he different? Like,
he was the 23rd best edge according to PFF last year. He was ahead of, again, you guys are gonna know these people: Bryce Huff, Jalen Phillips, Rashawn Gary, Joey Bosa, Robert's boy, Daniil Hunter, Jonathan Grenard, AJ Panessa, my guy, Adam Montez Sweat, Chase Young. I mean, I think now you could convince him.
I am here. I am ready to send it for Trey Hendrickson for whatever reasonable option the Bears want to go for. I can I say I kind of love this? Like, for most teams, there's no way this would work. For this team, this fits, right? The shoe fits.
The 4-2-1 wide receiver going to Kansas City. Yep.
Don't you think?
Xavier Worthy is going to go to Kansas City. That is unbelievable. They traded up. Now again, they traded up with Buffalo. Buffalo trading down with the team that they were always competing with. That's kind of
I appreciate that Buffalo seems to understand the spot they're in, and I really mean that. Right? That this is just not the year to go mega ham. This is the year to take a breath, retool, come back better for it in 2025. You cannot win the Super Bowl every year unless you are the Chiefs, at which point, I guess why the heck.
To be fair, though, I'm not super high on Xavier Worthy.
No. Well, problem to me, Nick, is you said earlier that you hate the term generational, right? Mm-hmm. I hate the term game-breaking speed because most people's speed isn't game-breaking. They're just really fast. Best example recently is Tyler Scott, who is really fast, like everybody who plays skill positions in the NFL. Yeah. So when you're really fast and they're really fast, then all you are is NFL, I don't know, reasonably fast. And there are some things that'll help with, but a lot of times, Nick, it'll get neutralized. Tyreek Hill is different because he is actually game-breaking. And I'm not saying that Xavier Worthy definitely is, but he was one of those rare guys on film that was able to make guys look undraftable because of his speed. Like, you can't keep up with him. And then he runs an underneath route because you cushioned him, and he ran by you again. So I don't know that it's going to work. I mean, Tyreek's also like a tank. I mean, he's really, really physical for as fast as he is. And I doubt Xavier Worthy's going to do that. But at least you have the speed, and that is legit speed. Now, Nick, here's my question. How many times do you think he's going to fight the ball, even if it is a 65-yard gorgeous deep ball placed right on him?
I know. That's the problem. Is he's not a natural catcher. He's not physical, as we know. I mean, after the catch, it's got to be the thing is, you look at the Chiefs. They traded for Kadarius Toney, drafted Sky Moore in the second round. They drafted Mecole Hardman in the second round, who came back. They drafted Rashee Rice in the second round. Like, they keep investing in receiver. Well, after they get rid of Tyreek, they keep investing to replace him. And I don't know how. Again, they're winning, but they're not really finding a guy.
Right.
But if you want to go back, man, I am cool if you want to talk about Jordan Morgan.
What do you think about the division so far?
I'm excited
smart
about
pick
the Chicago Bears.
Smart pick by the Lions, if you ask me.
Yeah.
That's I don't want to say it was chalk because it's not chalk, but like once Quinyon got picked, smart of them to understand that Tyrion was right about to go and go get him.
Well, think of why you take him. Look at what Chicago's doing.
You need it.
Yeah, you got to defend. man, you got to defend that onslaught of aerial attack that Chicago's going to have.
The whole North. I mean, you have to deal with Jay Jetta. You have to deal with Chicago's room, Green Bay's room. Whether we like it or not, Green Bay's room is pretty unbelievable given the price. Like, let me.
Well, hold on though. Hold on. We
Come
just talked about this, me and Jeff. You are higher on Green Bay than we are.
No
And
way.
well, okay, so look, go through Green Bay's room versus Chicago's room. Their top guy. Where do they rank among the Bears 3?
I hate it when people do this because, yeah, I know. I'm aware that, like, you're going to say that Jaden Reed isn't better than Keenan Allen, right? And, whoa, I'm going to sound like a complete stupid doofus if I say Jaden Reed is better than 6-time Pro Bowler Keenan Allen, because that's what we do in April. On the football field, the Packers put 55 on one of the best defenses in ball. Then they were a series of poor Jordan Love decisions away from beating the Niners while hanging 27-30 on them. Like, it is obviously an accomplished group. Now, Nick, the argument you might be making is that they caught lightning in a bottle. I guess that remains to be seen. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you there. But their receivers massively overperformed. And good for them. You know what I mean?
I mean, couldn't use. And again, I said this, and this is where we disagree. I don't think Jordan Love is actually at that level. I think that and you said they overachieved. I think they're somewhere in the middle. And to me, that's not.
I'm trying to tell you not that I think the Packers have the best receiver room in the division, but that I think that they have a chance to get the most out of their receivers given what they spent on them. The Bears have a chance to get outright the most out of their receivers. They just spent a lot on them. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? In the world of you get what you pay for, they're
You look in
paid a
the
lot.
division, they have the worst receiving crew in the division.
The Packers?
Yeah.
I think the Lions have the worst. Receiving room?
Really?
I think the Lions have the worst.
If Amon-Ra.
That's it though. I think Jaden Reed is at Amon-Ra's level.
Okay. They have I have Laporta above every Green Bay tight end.
Well, tight end, yes. I think Christian Watson, when he's healthy, is at Laporta's 750-ish yard level and does two things really well level. And then I think Dontavion Wicks really popped. But we're arguing medium semantics. My argument with the Lions for a while, Nick, has been we love the Lions and we let go of the fact that they are a one-man offense in a lot of ways through the air. And we love Laporta. Of course we love Laporta. Dude,
I like Jameson Williams too.
I loved him out of college. Him in the pros has been so disappointing. And I mean, that's okay, I guess. Like, we're in his division. So if he's
Cowboys just made a good pick, man.
Who'd they pick?
Tyler Guyton.
I liked Guyton Senior Bowl a lot.
I can't believe he was still here. I missed him. We were talking through like best available guys. I was like, why is he still here? Why is Cooper DeJean still here, man?
I feel like people don't know where to put him, right? But also you have to remember, it's worth remembering though that we're kind of, Nick, at like pick 25, not literally, but we got more quarterbacks than we anticipated, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's actually true. That's fair.
The rankings that you're thinking, 28th, it's more like 26th in your head, which might change things a little.
Here we go. Ready? Baltimore and the 49ers are up. Not, you know what these teams do? They just get value.
They just take the best guy they can.
Yeah. So
who even is that? Johnny Newton?
Who's what?
Like,
well, I would argue, I think Cooper DeJean is the best available.
DeJean's a really good player.
Nate Wiggins is out there. If you want to talk about pure corner, Nate Wiggins is out there. Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, if you still want to go with him. I mean, there's still some talent, man. I mean, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Right. JPJ is a good option. I could see San Fran potentially going with JPJ, but they may consider it too much of a, I don't know. I'm not going to put anything past anybody. I need enough ibuprofen to get through this that I don't totally
you're struggling,
trust myself. You know what? That we don't need to talk about. Battling through it, as always, right? But so, Nick, main thing that I wanted to more say, right? I think that there's a piece with the Packers. I'm not about to sit here and thump for the dadgum Packers. Do not make me do it, right? But I feel like Bears fans do put themselves in a hole sometimes where they say the Packers aren't even all that talented. Yeah, you're right. Like I stood on that soapbox before the season last year, and I was right for 8 games. And then Matt LaFleur went into his little basement and came out with a playbook that somehow managed to make everything ultra easy for everybody on that offense. And kudos to you, man. Like kudos to you,
He did a
man.
great job.
Like,
yeah. But here's my question, okay? What happens in round 2 of that, right? Round 1, people saw the script now. They have a whole year of watching how you schemed everything up and, tight end delay, beat rookie Tyreek Stevenson, etc. How's that going to be the second time around?
I hope you're right. I feel like we've been predicting the Packers' demise every season for the 12 years of my life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm also okay, Nick, saying this is an overperforming Packers offense, and the Bears might have an overperforming Bears defense that matches up with them all right, especially if they add a decent edge rusher. And then on the other side, this is a Packers defense that tends to underperform, and a Bears offense that's loaded.
Yep.
So what if we just outscore them? What if we beat the Packers 34-31? What are you gonna do about it? Like,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that too. I just will believe. So the joke that I've made to enough people, Nick, I think you're gonna like this. Jordan Love looks to me like he's just good enough to kickstart Caleb's legacy in a huge way. Jared Goff too. Let's really dig into the storytelling and the narrativism. Anybody here coming for hard-hitting analysis based on X's and O's? That side of my brain, I'm turning it off for a hot moment. So just live with it, okay? Nick, if Jared Goff and Jordan Love are top 10 quarterbacks, but not top 8 quarterbacks, right? Like that top 12 or the 12 to 8 region, that is the perfect spot to build a legacy stepping over. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, it's Kirk Cousins.
that's where you get Jared Goff. That's where you get Caleb Williams plants a football on a wide open DJ Moore in the corner. Soldier Field freaks out. And then 2 downs later, you see Goff over the mid. It's picked off. TJ Edwards coming back the other way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, then after the pick, Caleb Williams gets up, ball in the air. Like, you can hear Jeff Joniak, right? Caleb drops back in the pocket, lets it fly. Rome Odunze is wide open, and then such a bang.
Yep.
Like, and it's all over every sports center ever. And the week after that, they go to Green Bay, and Green Bay's big. Green Bay's bad. They show every Bears loss under the sun to Rodgers and Favre, just in time for if Caleb. It's so funny. You want to hear the danger here, Nick? And I'll let you talk. I promise. The danger here is that if Caleb goes 1-1 against the Packers, ESPN's going to call it a win. They're going to talk about how long it's been since a Bears rookie beat them at all. Mm-hmm. If Caleb goes 2-0 against the Packers, it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. If Jordan Love gets hurt,
it could be a defensive win. Doesn't matter.
I was about to say, if Jordan Love gets hurt and it's just not even a contest twice, nobody cares. That's not the point anymore. Nope. That thing's going to be everywhere. Oh, man. Man.
So one other thing. I mean, Nate Wiggins just went to Baltimore. So, again, great value. Just like we thought. And also, I was thinking about the Cooper DeJean. I'll come back to the Packers thing in a second. The Cooper DeJean drop reminds me of the Kyle Hamilton drop. Like, similar player. Can play slot. Same thing with who's the guy with Detroit?
Which one? Oh, Branch.
Branch. Same thing. Like those type of guys, right? But no, you're right. Like it's a perfect. It's enough of an edge where if Caleb beats them, it means something.
What does beating Darnold mean?
What?
What does beating Darnold mean? Like, for your
Nothing.
legacy, what does beating
Nothing.
rookie JJ McCarthy, who ends up out of the league by 2028, mean? That's not what I'm predicting. I'm more saying, like, we've seen these before. What does it mean when you beat Christian Ponder, and then people look back and they go, Christian Ponder? Who cares? Right?
Yep.
Beating Ryan Tannehill,
right.
you could build a legacy on beating Derek Carr and Ryan Tannehill. And there's always going to be a Derek Carr. There's always going to be a Ryan Tannehill. Like, if you ask me, I know you're pretty down on him, mostly because, Nick, you're pulling away from the people who are anointing Jordan Love elite. But to me, Love reminds me a lot of that Derek Carr-like player, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, this is a good quarterback. You could even call him underrated. Will he ever crescendo over that mark? Like, will he ever have a better season than he had last year? I legit don't know. That was a lot of things coming together well, and you caught everybody sleeping. Like, to your point, Nick, now there's 17 games of tape. Now there's people who are building books on you. So,
Well, I mean, we were talking earlier, numbers, and you were like, well, let's hold up with the Caleb Williams numbers. Jordan Love had 41-59 passing yards, 32 touchdowns.
I know.
I mean, and honestly, it was like 2/3 of that production was done the second part of the year.
Nick,
It's lightning in a bottle. And it's like, okay.
it is really scary to me how reasonable projecting unreasonable things for the Chicago quarterback is right now. Like, it's bothering me because I don't want to sell. Nick, have I told you why I started doing this?
This?
Yeah, all of this.
No.
I grew up convincing myself that the Bears were going to win the Super Bowl every year. Why would you be a fan of a team and not do anything else? Right? I grew up saying, yeah, we've got a quarterback in Jay Cutler. What else do we need? Yeah, okay. We got Earl Bennett. We're done. We traded for Brandon Marshall. We're good. Like, we look at Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall. How bad could the defense really get? Trubisky's going to save the season. Kendall Wright was good at Baylor. Like, Marcus Wheaton is going to be solid. I did this for most of my life. And then around 2018, 2019, I started to want to answer questions that I didn't have answers to. Why was this stuff not working, man? Like, why did these guys not end up good? Right? Just scratching and looking for my own answers and sharing with people what I found. And I ended up, I guess you could say, building most of the shows and stuff I make off of a combination of make what you want to make meets talking to the younger version of myself who was selling himself on Justin Fields throwing to Equanimeous St. Brown, throwing to Dante Pettis as a playoff team, where I was like, this can be fun. They will not win much. They're not going to win much because they're not good.
Oh, you know what? I don't. Sorry to cut you off. Do you have more to this or no?
I mean, all this to say, normally my brand is be realistic. Where's it going to go wrong? And there are places where it can go wrong. There are things that can go wrong. This is one of the better insulated Bears teams I've ever seen in terms of how wrong can it go? Well, that's a tougher question to answer than I think it seems like. You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you. So to that, okay. But we talked about this, me and Jeff. Something we didn't even talk about tonight. I like Tyler Scott. Now Tyler Scott could be one of the better wide receiver fours in the league. Developmental guy. He's the speed guy that you need to take the top off at times. He's developing. He's good after the reception. Like he needs to do better in terms of ball tracking. He needs to do better in terms of hands catching. Like there's certain things I think he can improve on for sure. I mean, remember, he's a guy that's a converted running back. He hasn't played receiver for very long. Keenan Allen, good guy he can learn from. DJ Moore, same thing. He can learn from Rome Odunze too. Not to try and make it all weird, but like it makes a lot of sense there. And so that helps out everybody too. Like it's like, man, that I forgot about that. I'm like, man, that gets me excited too. Like Bayless can just be a screen and jet sweep guy,
Mm-hmm. I mean, It could be really fun. Like, the funny part I think that has been forgotten about Tyler Scott. So look, here's the other thing that I never want to get in hot water with anybody, right, Nick? I know you don't either. But like, the other part about Tyler Scott that's hard to talk about is when Bajent was his quarterback, he got more work. Bajent knew where
Yeah.
he was, especially that Vikings
Mm-hmm.
game where the plays were called where it was like Tyler Scott was the wide receiver 2 and DJ Moore was the wide receiver 1, and Bajent found Scott on the backside because he was not.
Oh,
Oh no, this is cool. This is great. Good for them.
I got a spoiler. Oh boy.
Well, I think we all know
Sorry.
at this point,
I'm sorry,
right?
man.
No.
Huh?
We all know. You like it?
49ers pick?
Yeah.
Is this true? Ricky Pearsall?
What? Oh, I took Bradley's word in the chat and just thought
No,
that's
no.
what was going on.
Oh, they're taking Ricky Pearsall.
Seriously?
Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall just got picked over Lad McConkey, Donnie Mitchell, Ian Coleman.
If this is my
Roman
moment
Wilson.
where I end up dead on about Lad McConkey falling to the mid-second, I am going to be excited about this. So I do like being right. But
Wow.
that's okay. So Nick, we joked
And
earlier about how Ricky Pearsall was a lot more fun when he was a third rounder. Is this too high for you?
Okay, hold on though. Yes, but I mean, I like Ricky Pearsall, man.
So do
you know,
I.
like we kind of I don't know, maybe I didn't talk about this with you. I talked about it with someone else. Oh, don't follow Doff, man. He's the fake person. Just anyway, I'm not going to talk badly. Anyways, Ricky Pearsall and Lad McConkey are really close to the same player. Good route runners. They're tough. I think they're both underrated. Both do a few different things. I think Pearsall's a little bit more vertical in terms of catching up, above the rim, and McConkey's a little bit better in terms of, I think, quickness and speed. They're both very similar. So I don't think it's like so super crazy. I just did not expect it.
Isn't he old? Like really old?
So someone else here has pick 31 as Cooper DeJean. So am I wrong?
No. I don't think you are.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Bills are trading back again. Panthers are getting up to 32.
Get it. Get it, Bills. Get it, Bills.
And Bills just keep trading back.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this the last pick?
How funny. If only
Ricky
because
Pearsall.
I see Pearsall as also much more physical than McConkey. But when you're under 200 pounds, look, I don't want to pretend like you can't be 190 pounds and physical, Nick. But it's more like, I think I like those receivers that min-max a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And like, I want you to, if I get to choose, I would like receivers that are above about 180. 185 is a nice value for me for a smaller receiver. But when when you are 185 and your feet are like lads, I go, yes. Because
Yeah.
at that point, you're not gonna, the hope is that you're never touched, but when you are, you can get off the jam. That's all you're
Well,
really looking for there.
Xavier Worthy's 165, so there you go.
Oh yeah, he's just a blur, right? That guy is, please don't touch me. I'm not gonna let you. But it's, I don't know, man. As we talk through all of this, I'm stoked. I don't know how not to be stoked. You talked about Tyler Scott, and I remember in particular, do you? I'm really gonna pull from a while ago. Week 2 against Tampa. At one point,
Mhm.
Tyler Scott runs an in, like a slant, and he
Oh,
splits.
he's open. Yep.
He splits the DB. He's like 4 or 5 yards open. And it's always stuck with me, not that one route specifically. What is it like, do you think, for a rookie?
Hold on, just so I have it right. Wasn't that when Roshan Johnson ran a seam? He was open behind him?
Different one. Because on that one, I actually thought Tyler could have run maybe a little harder. So I guess that there's a little bit of both here. I'm talking about the one where Fields goes left to middle to right, back to Cole Kmet, and just stuffs the ball to Cole Kmet for a completion with Tyler Scott wide open on the backside. that
Yep.
he looked at and didn't throw, and I could not figure out why. And it was the start of me being really worried, because obviously that Tampa game was its own problem. But anyways, this isn't me trying to make it about Fields. It's more looking at this whole situation and saying to myself, Nick, I think that there's something there in Tyler Scott's game. Fields was not the quarterback that was going to let it show, because you do need a quarterback that's going to find the guy. Does it stun you? Let me ask you this. Nick.
It's a receiver. Sorry.
Does it stun you that the teams with good quarterbacks find these 4th, 5th, 6th round receivers? Do you think there's a correlation there? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Of course there's, because quarterbacks can make receivers better. Yeah,
shocker.
for sure.
Josh Allen allows Khalil Shakir to be good. Do you think Khalil Shakir would have been really good in Chicago over the last couple of years?
No.
Probably not that, right? So who's to say, to your point, that Tyler Scott can't channel his inner Randall Cobb?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you can go through. I think is Puka Nacua the same if he was in Chicago versus the Rams with McVay and with
Man,
Stafford?
Stafford was dealing last year too.
Oh, dude, Stafford is so good, man. So did you see who this is?
Is Bradley on it this time?
Bradley is correct.
So they said to
It's not.
themselves, I get to draft a second Jonathan Mingo? I have to trade up for that guy. Like
Lyle McConkey's right there.
They said it worked so well the first time, we need a second one. I mean, do they have an analytics profile for receivers just like Leggett, where they said we have to? It's in our contract. This is very weird to me.
Like you want different types of receivers, just like Chicago has.
I really hate this pick.
I don't like it at all.
Am I allowed to say that? Like,
Yeah,
to me, the best part about this pick is that we have there too. Like, thank you.
True.
Thank you, Carolina. I mean,
All right.
I look at this, Nick. I'm going to say something really harsh, but I think I mean it. I think I mean this. I look at this pick and I'm like, wow, you managed to use your first rounder and not get meaningfully better. Like, that too, if I was a Panther fan.
And more, right? Like they gave up more to trade up to do it too.
Seriously. I mean, I would just be mauled. I'd be melting if I was a Panther fan. Like, not only do they take one receiver out of the SEC with 3 years of doing nothing and then 1 year of doing something, then they go find a very similarly athletic receiver who did 4 years of nothing in the SEC and then 1 year of more something. And they're going to pair these guys, by the way, imperfect route runners, ball winners, with a quarterback whose whole bit is being very precise with everything without a ton of arm strength. Where is the fit? What am I missing, Nick? Am I off here?
The only thing I'm going to give it is Dave Canellis, right? New coach. I mean, maybe trust him because it's not the same regime. So, so I wanted to just review a little of like I can't believe some of these guys are going to be in round 2. Like Cooper DeJean, we've talked about. Jackson Powers Johnson did fall out of round 1. Remember all of the hype, man? Like a month and a half ago of like, he might not make it to 20. Now he's fallen. So Tyler Guyton went. Okay, Johnny Newton fell. Kool-Aid fell. Lad McConkey fell. Adonai Mitchell did fall out of round 1. Anyone else?
There can only be so many that fell.
Yeah.
Especially because I doubt that you had a bunch of consensus guys that were like right there at 30, 31, and 32.
Yeah. So we don't have to keep going on a ton. I know you're a little sick.
No.
We made 4.5 hours of a stream,
yeah.
Robert.
We should recap at least a little. Like, we already did our live reaction, and I get
that. How many guys do we have in our party right now?
I actually don't
106.
know. Nice. Yes.
106.
Yes. And Nick, here's my honest question. Do you want to do all of day 2? or do you want to like pick a time to pop up and just be near your phone? Because here's the thing. We love the draft, and I get that. It's also a Friday evening, and the Bears aren't scheduled to pick. And I'm going to be real with you. I would have been certain they would have been picking if they picked a defender, but they didn't pick a defender. So they totally might wait till 75.
So okay, looking back, we all know where I'm at with this. Are you disappointed that they took Rome instead of Byron Murphy?
Me? I don't know
Yes.
how you can be. My thought is that, okay, so we had somebody in here named New Poster earlier that was really, really down on Odunze. He said, how on earth are we excited? This guy is unbelievably overrated, and said a whole bunch of other things about that. And Nick, even if you thought that, I guess I'm kind of talking to New Poster through this, but I'm also talking to any huge Rome doubters that are out there. Because, Nick, I can be kind of a Rome doubter. Just a little. I love guys that separate big. Everybody that tells me subtle separation sounds to me like coded. I know he doesn't separate, but I think he's good. So I'm reframing the negative as a positive, right? It's
Yeah.
the whole, Nick, it's the whole, yeah, he's really good at contested catches. Why are all his catches contested? Thing. You know what I'm saying? But setting that aside, because I think he's good, passes my eye test, blah, blah, blah. Nick, there's part of me that's okay with seeing that this org values their quarterback, values what their quarterback wants, has a head coach that's willing to get out of the way. Like Matt Eberflus said, 2024 is a big season. And with that big season, we're going into it with a rookie quarterback and a rookie that we want to become a major point of our offense going forward. We said we want to pass the ball. We have 3 receivers we're spending big money on. And Matt Eberflus endorsed this. Not only that, Nick, but Matt Eberflus said, you don't need to spend huge resources on me. Haven't you done enough? Haven't you done enough for my defense? And all of these are green flags. And that's before we even get to the player. You know what I'm saying, Nick?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the vibes on that pick rule to me. Then we get to the player. He is, according to anybody that's smart and likes the draft, a top 6 player. Is that wrong? So
Yeah.
then at that point, he's rock solid BPA. What's to get mad about, Nick? Like, if the Bears passed on Aaron Donald II in Byron Murphy, maybe we'll look back and be a little disappointed. But it's draft night. And in the middle of Rome's presser, his quarterback jumped on him. What am I supposed to do? Frown about this? There's so much to like.
Hey, not a good teammate, remember?
The vibes on this team are awesome.
The way I phrased it to Jeff is I said, Rome was the best player available, and they didn't overthink it, and they supported their quarterback doing it with a receiver that completes the receiver room. Like it's tough to find a better pick that they could have made if you drew it up.
No.
You good?
Yes. I'm right there with you. Where it's like
all I have is only one. No, never mind. I have a bunch of texts I didn't read. I one from you is the last one I didn't check.
that was you telling me, hey, he left me. And I was like, yeah, I'm literally on my way back. we hit the 30-minute mark, then we hit the 40-minute mark, and I was like, this is going a lot longer than I thought it was going to. And worked my way backwards. Was there... You asked earlier if there was anybody that fell out of round 1 that I guess I'm surprised about. I feel rug pulled again by Ladd McConkey. I love Ladd. My eval did not change, to be clear. Like, I think you and I have talked about this before, Nick, where I'm always trying to run 2 evals simultaneously. What do I think? What do I think the league thinks? Right? Yeah. And everybody was putting Ladd between 24th and 31st. And I was sure this time, finally, the player was good enough where this made all the sense in the world. And then 80 didn't get drafted, and I should have seen it coming. That they would
you know what's interesting? I agree with you. You know what's interesting is I think about, I mean, we're loaded at weapons now, you know? And if someone falls to 75, do you take him? Just because it's BPA. If Adonai Mitchell is there at 75,
Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, if something crazy, if Keon Coleman is there at 75, if I mean, does this stop you from taking? I told Jeff this one, our favorite tight end from Kansas State. Ben
Oh,
Sinnott,
no.
like,
It definitely doesn't stop me from taking Ben, but I
Yeah.
think Ben slaps. So that one's me
Yeah.
just cheating, right? I think 75 is going to be a sick offensive line pick. Like right now, 75 is shaping up to get you what? Like, I don't even have a good name. PFF keeps dropping Cooper Beebe there. And I'm like, why?
Well,
This is a second
my
rounder.
dream O-line would be Christian Haynes. I don't
Would
think
be
he makes
would
it
be
there.
sick. Oh, the Blue
Yeah.
Air asks, what do you think about Turner to 17th? So I don't want to be the I told you so guy because I basically expressed a couple concerns and that's it. I was not loud enough about this, right? But Turner falling to 17th totally fits with what I thought of him, especially given that he got drafted after Latu, who's a better pass rusher. I think you'd agree with that, Nick. And after Murphy, who I think is a better pass rusher. So it totally fits my agenda for Turner to be down at 17th. The other way to look at this is that Turner got picked closer to what we would have considered 14th because we did not all think Penix and Nix were going at all
Yeah.
in that
No,
top
that's fair.
16. And so I guess he gets picked closer to 15th in this case. But that fits a little more of what I think we expected from Dallas Turner. He's Brugler's 14th best player. And even then, I'm not hating. I'm not hating at all, Nick. If I was putting together a draft card and I was Dane Brugler, it would be very easy for me to just take the young guy and list him the highest. Like, once you get into that cloud where all the evals are really similar, athletic young guy, listing him the highest, ending up wrong about it, I'm not going to look stupid.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Smitty has an interesting one in here. He has Mason McCormick at 75. He's not a bad guy if you want like a developmental backup guard. But yeah. So to answer, about Turner, like you talked about that. He's like 14, long armed, young guy. Am I surprised he fell a little bit? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But like I also thought 8 honestly was kind of a forced need pick for Atlanta. When you look at in terms of the best values in the draft, I don't think that would have been Dallas Turner right there. Like we talked about, like the three edges. Latu had the best technique. Turner's the youngest and most athletic and longest arms, and versus the biggest middle. But like you could argue any of them are better than any of the other ones. So, Austin Cole. So the Bears got the best wide receiver core, right? You must have missed earlier when I argued it has the best wide receiver core ever. And that was even talking about Tyler Scott. So I am up there, yes. Robert's trying to have me say no.
I just
The
don't want
Vikings
to
don't have
be.
a better core. Do the Vikings have a better wide receiver core than the Bears? No way.
I don't think so. But a lot of that relies off of what you think of Keenan Allen for 2024. And I think
Sure.
Keenan's a dog. Like, I'm not walking that back. I think DJ's a dog. But it's always tough when you take a guy like Justin Jefferson, who practically feels like 2 wide receiver ones. Like the really good guys, right? They're a force multiplier in an unbelievable way. And so, especially if Rome can hit that like really high level, I think you've got something really special. Part of me wants to Part of me wants to wait until the cart can get there before I put the horse in front of it. But that's not me trying to be too crazy, right? Austin, we appreciate you. How was Tom? Hope he was doing well. I'm stoked. I don't know how you're not stoked. To me, Nick, this is my final take, and then I'll kick it to you for yours. The funny part was how chalky this started to feel about 2 days ago, where I didn't really let the idea that the Bears would actually take Rome Odunze, less that he'd fall to the Bears, until Caleb posts about him. And I'm sitting here like, this is a kid who knows. Like, this is not a kid who's asking. He's telling. You know what I mean? Like,
I can't believe they put that out there. I was like, okay, now they're going to get
I
sniped.
thought it was a mistake, to be honest with you. I just wasn't going to go loud about it because it was fun. And like, you know what? I can get in on the fun. But then, I mean, you want to talk about like, I'm not really going there. I'm being kind of tongue in cheek. So any wonderful, amazing Christians, do not think I'm being sacrilegious. You want to talk about God giving one more gift to the Bears, Nick? Atlanta's not trading off of a quarterback. Like the pick that was supposed to be the gotcha, this is me stealing Rome from you pick, that team was locked in on a quarterback. And you're not moving if you're locked in on a quarterback. You're saying, thank you that he fell to us. So then you would have had to go up to 7. Why would you think to do that? Right? And then Tennessee's thinking, what? I'm not going to get him at 10. Are you kidding me? Because they don't think Atlanta's going for Penix. So, like, the deck just fell. It fell as Bears as I've ever seen it. Because Atlanta, Nick, you and I were joking earlier about what would it look like for the Bears to pick at 8th because of the tampering thing. They did. For all intents and purposes, they did. This is what it looks like.
They fell on the sword. We'll take Penix and let's fall on the sword.
No. Don't punish us. We'll just take Michael Penix.
Yeah, like you guys don't get it. That's funny.
You get to keep your pick, but you have to take Michael Penix. What?
That's a good one. I didn't even think of that one. And actually, Quentin here, yeah, he mentioned, I think it's Pooney, right? Is that the Dominic? I also like Coleman too. Coleman's athletic, man. He's rising lately, I think, in terms of a tackle, potential guard. He would fit the Bears scheme, but yeah, there's a lot of linemen there. I agree.
Quentin, if you're still in here, while Nick makes his final point, I want to see your list of throw the board away briefly, Quentin. Who do you think are the top 5 linemen that you think are liable to just end up way overdrafted? Not because you think they're reaches, because you think they're dogs that the draft process has started to pigeonhole as roughly their slot. Like the next Cole Strange is what I'm going for. I want to see your list. Go ahead, Nick.
I got you. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Man, like I joked about this live, but like I have messaged multiple people. People don't know this. Me and Robert talk when we're not on air. Me and Robert had a phone conversation today about the Byron Murphy thing. We had multiple DMs about this. Like I lost sleep over the Bears reaching for Byron Murphy. Like it was not going to be, I was not okay. Cause I'm like, this isn't a value. This isn't the most pressing need. I don't understand this guy's, again, production profile and athleticism didn't match up with the 9th pick. If you want to argue 15th or later, okay. But 9th, I had a relief because I wasn't crazy, Robert. Like that's the kind of where it was. It's like, am I crazy? Am I the only, like you're in the room and everyone's like doing something weird, and you're like, am I the only one in the room that doesn't think that this is going to be weird to like go along with this thing? That was my best thing. Not that Rome. I love Rome. I think it's great. I would have liked Bowers too, I've been on that train. But like, I'm just glad that Chicago did the smart thing. It's so weird. I know we talked about this, but like, we've had this huge history of the passing and all that kind of stuff. We somehow lucked into the best quarterback prospect in recent memory. You could argue 10 years. And then to back it up, the 6'3" receiver that had a 9.92 RAS score just falls to 9 when he shouldn't be there. And everyone's like, man, are the receivers going to go 4, 5, 6? Or like, Tennessee could take one, because they want more offense with Brian Callahan. And, Kirk wants another receiver. They're in a short win now range, and they take a quarterback. So, but then you get them at 9, and it's just like, everything goes together, and you see how they are together. They've already thrown together. Like it's such a script. It looks like Hollywood. This honestly, Robert, this script looks like draft day. Here's what you're going to do. Sonny Weaver Jr., you're going to trade down, and you're going to get this awesome haul, and the quarterback that they trade up for is going to suck his rookie year so bad that you get the first pick next year, and that quarterback's going to be generational. And you're like, No, they're not going to believe that. Yeah, but then the pick that you had
Sounds
at
fake.
9 is going to be a top, like whatever you want to call it, probably top 10 wide receiver prospect of the last 5 years. I don't know, something fair, right? You're going to get him at 9. He's just going to fall to you because there's going to be some weird stuff that happens. Like, what? Like, it feels like a movie script. And it's so weird as a Bears fan to believe it, Robert. Like,
I'm-
it's so
It's-
weird.
It's wild to me. And then another thing that I think is really interesting, because I saw somebody mention this as a concern earlier. Hey, call me nuts, man. But the fact that Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen are both Sunday open receivers tells me Caleb isn't afraid of learning to throw to tighter windows. We've
Yeah.
seen him do it. Turn on any of the big time games. I'm talking like Oregon and Notre Dame's another big one where you see this a lot. Caleb Williams will throw into tight windows when he basically expects that the defense requires he will. Does that make sense? Because I feel like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
no, I
almost too
agree.
double negative. When he actually expects the defense to take away multiple reads, he will throw into the best read he gets and call it a day. So it's not that he can't. Rome plus Keenan tells me this is Caleb being willing to learn a new skill. DJ says, hey, this is what life was like at USC. And I see this as like a harmonious balance. I mean, look, I just can't wait for double post with Keenan running an option, like
Yep.
an alert for DJ Moore, but behind it is Mills. And then on or other different spots where you've got what do you call it? Whirl, where Rome runs a curl, Moore runs a dig behind him,
Oh, yep.
or a basic, and he pops wide open. Like there's so
Or
many
wrap. If it's a
wrap.
shorter one, it's wrap, right? If it's deeper, you could. I mean, dagger. I mean, again, when you have a 6'3" dude, things change.
Things
You know,
change a
like
lot.
yeah. I mean, jump balls in the end zone. That comes back. Remember Marshall and Jeffrey? Because people are like, well, fades aren't good. Well, if you practice them and you have the back shoulder and you have the other one, and you have again, like I was just looking at Perry Arnold. Like I think it's a good pick for Detroit. But again, let's remember this. Chicago just got a 6'3", 210, 220 guy that runs a 4.45. The corner Detroit just got is 5'11", 189, and ran a 4.5. I like our odds.
Oh yeah. The one more thing I'll say, just one, because JC, this isn't me calling you out. It's more talking about something that bothers me, and it started to bother me since last year's draft. Nick, some JC mentions the Bears could have traded with the Vikings and still got Odunze. Just saying. First of all, not only do you definitely not know that. I mean, you're gonna say, well, yeah, they could have traded with the Vikings, and then we would have gone quarterback, Olu, quarterback, as if the Jets wouldn't have taken Odunze, which we can't say for certain. But getting beyond that, Nick, I do think we are getting so obsessed with draft value in some cases that sticking and picking becomes automatically wrong so long as so long as you could have gone back a couple more spots. This is actually the same argument. But before you nod, this is the exact same argument I was making about Murphy. So it does cut both ways. Where basically my take is, so long as the player is good, and if you don't like the player, separate problem. Why don't I like the Leggett pick? Because I don't like Xavier Leggett in
I got
not just the first round. I don't like him until you get close to the third. But that's my eval, if that makes sense. When I look at Rome Odunze, even if you think he was drafted 5 to 7 spots too early, to me, you get one pick every 32 rounds. So if that's your guy, if that's your BPA, that's the pick. That's how every board should look, in my opinion, Nick. It's the same idea with Murphy. You think he was drafted 10 spots too high? It fits. Even like that's how BPA works. That's how you end up with all kinds of different what?
Well, let's also add this in here, okay? So like, the Bears take Rome because you want him, right?
Right.
Okay, you could flip with Minnesota. The other part of that is you take Rome, the Jets are up. The Jets are like, it could trade with Denver or the Raiders, right? Take whomever, they could leapfrog Minnesota. And Minnesota doesn't have a quarterback. You're not taking on that chance because you want to get Rome so bad, but it's still a good chance instead of guaranteeing Minnesota the quarterback. So there's a lot of things at play.
I'm here for
Paul-
maximizing
Paul's is
draft.
talking right now.
Shoot, we're gonna have to
Uh-oh.
drop and watch. I'm
Yeah, man.
here for maximizing
live.
draft capital. I promise I'm here for maximizing draft capital. I get it. I am a capital N nerd. But you know what I mean, Nick? Where it's like, we can obsess like you're never ever gonna overpay. Secretly, you're making little overpays all the time.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Tremaine Edmonds, overpay. We knew this.
Yes.
We knew this the moment he was signed.
Larry
It's just-
Ogunjobi would have been an overpay if it would have went
Mark
through.
Montez Sweat is a near undeniable overpay. The fact that
Mhm.
he's less of an overpay than it may have seemed at the time is implicitly really good because they paid top of the market for him. When it's a good player at an important position, takes a little bit. It costs money. That's the market. And so, I don't know. I think I'm just, I
Let's-
almost look at it and I'm like, if you don't like Odunze, I hear you. If you like Odunze and you think the Bears paid too much for him at 9, I personally think you're looking for something. Like you're looking
Yeah.
for frustration that's, I just don't think you need it.
So yeah, so again, I mean, we'll wrap this up, y'all. Dude, you guys were with us. Thank you. This is awesome. I mean, subscribe, follow Robert on Twitter if you guys aren't already. Follow me
got
on
it.
Twitter if you're not already.
Have you seen this Poles quote?
No.
You know Poles ends up too honest. Dude says, if you told me we'd end up with both Caleb and Rome weeks ago, I would have said you're crazy.
That's my dude. But Robert, so while we have some people still here before we leave, let's figure out tomorrow. Do you want to wait until like the start of round 3 before we start recording?
I think that makes sense, personally.
Okay.
Just
Sure.
just for flexibility's sake. If you want to go earlier, I could probably do it. I set the time aside. But or we could even just stay frosty and basically like boom, jump in the moment we
Well,
see the
just
Bears
let-
trade
just let
up.
the people that are here know, or people that check this out, recorded. Like we'll think mid to later second or early third we'll start.
Man, I cannot believe that in the receiver arms race we're seeing across the NFL, the Bears planted their flag, man. They're in it.
best. The best wide receiver core ever, Robert. I'm serious, bro. I'm I'm not hyperbole. I'm not.
I know you are.
Like I'm trying to think of. I think it's the best ever.
There's a lot to live up to once you get there, but I'll tell you what. All right, so here's my thought. This won't happen. I'll be shocked if this happens. If this ends up happening, I'll pretend that I didn't say the part where I said this won't happen. Are we all clear? Nick, if the Bears have assembled a team where throwing for 4,000 yards is a near given, that's insane. That's insane. So what if he threw for 5? Best receiver core ever. Didn't you just say that?
I know.
Like,
I know. It's
that theoretically sets the ceiling pretty dang high. If that's what happens here. I mean, we're talking about Caleb Williams is super overrated territory. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
we're talking he's not that good. Stop saying he's that good.
Everybody's so open all the time. Good.
What did he do that's hard? What about this is difficult? Like
Yeah. There you go. Donald, Rams, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. Okay, yep. And then their third was Azir Akeem, who could be like Tyler Scott. And then Ricky Prohl, who Rome Odunze crushes. And their tight end was like a Williams, if I remember off the top of my head. Cole Clement's better than that. The Rams are way better, that team. Marshall Falk is way better than DeAndre Swift.
Man,
so that's the one I would give him.
I've seen more Bears receiving
Ernie
teams.
Conwell, yeah.
So
Did they have a Williams? Look it up. Was it Marcus Williams?
Nick, do you remember the Legion of Zoom? It wasn't long ago. You have to remember
Legion
the
of Zoom?
right?
Legion of Boom?
A couple of Bears content creators came up with calling Dante Pettis and Marquise Goodwin and most of the 2022 receiving options the Legion of Zoom. You get what I'm saying? You follow the joke I'm making here? I'm very accustomed to that receiver core, though. Not that one specifically, right? But more a bad group that we're talking ourselves into. Because as Musa Muhammad said years ago, Chicago is where receivers go to die. And that's been pretty common. And so seeing NFL Network show notable skill players in Chicago, and it's like a list of guys, and Everett's not even shown. Like he didn't make the cut. Okay.
Oh, look at this. Text from a non-Bills scout. This is Matt Miller, NFL Draft Scout. Trading back to 33 for Buffalo is super smart. Now they have all day tomorrow to try to trade for T. Higgins or one of the 49ers receivers. That's
That would be
juicy,
fun.
man. That's juicy. All right, man.
right.
Let's call it. We'll do mid to late second or early third, y'all. Thanks for staying
did
on.
they pick
We
at
appreciate you guys.
75 or did they flip it for Hendrickson?
We got to get out there, man.
But I'm saying, if the Bengals,
I have not sat in one seat, Robert, for 5 hours straight,
You
maybe
admit at
ever
one of
in my
these
life. I
streams.
have to get up. Okay? I can't
if
do
the
this.
Bengals trade Higgins, fire sale, baby. Like the gate is open.
I will love it, but Robert, I will just jump off this air and you
Catch you
can be
later.
solo.
Catch you later. Guys,
Later.
we love y'all. Subscribe if you haven't. Like it if you haven't yet. We'll do more later. I'm stoked. Nick, literally leave. I got this.
I came this far. Just 1 minute. Just cut it. I
Yeah,
don't want to cut out a minute early. People are going to say things.
My expectation is that I should be able to get some old school breakdown content done of the guys that are on the team. If I can be really blunt with you guys, the Civil War thing on Twitter was so exhausting that it sounded really comforting to get to the part where nobody could be in my comment section whining about how blank player wasn't a bear yet. Like Caleb's the easiest one, right? You know what I'm saying, Nick? Where it's like
Trevor Sikkema, immediate post-draft thoughts, Bears playoffs. Oh, Bears, let's go.
I'm
I'm
just
with
saying.
You. Same with me. Yep, I agree.
It for me, being able to sit down and process out a Caleb breakdown top to bottom without my first comment being Caleb blows, draft JJ McCarthy is so.
Yeah.
Oh, what a breath.
You see what Donald said? See what Donald said?
Yes, he did.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I honestly, I felt like I was on an island. So
Nick, you're very valuable. You're very valuable.
Appreciate it, man.
Not only when we agree, but especially when we disagree. Because you have to remember, somebody out there thinks the same way you do, no matter how crazy and tinfoil hat we ever get.
You know the other thing too that I think me and you, Robert, I know are like this. And dude, there are so many DMs, guys, and texts and talks me and Robert had on this. It's always about football. It's never personal. And that's the issue I think some people have on social media is it's all about like, oh, well, this person like doesn't like me. And it's like, no. And honestly, today, me and Robert got closer on this than ever in that Robert thought Murphy at 9 was an overpay, which you just kind of talked about. But getting him at like 14 or 15, there's really like no difference for him. And to me, there would have been a difference. That's about literally all the difference was. He likes Murphy a little bit more than me. But again, we talk about this through. And I think that's something we need to do more of because more talk, it's more perspectives and more opinions because who knows who's right.
I'm a huge 2 to tango person in the draft. Everybody wants to trade down. My assumption is that by and large, Nick, everybody wants to trade down eventually. Who? What just happened?
So speaking of, right, you need someone to hold you accountable. Ryan Poles said he was worried Rome wasn't going to be there, and Ian Cunningham had to hold him back from trading up.
Good job, Ian.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, because that's the funny part to me, right? Is, I don't know, to me, Nick, when I look at this, I say to myself, if you like the player and you're within about 10 picks, who cares? Somebody out there is going to say, Robert, how on earth do you think that? Give me your nerd card, right? But I'm saying, okay, if you're not trying to draft Cooper Beebe at 25 And instead, it's a matter, Nick, of Latu. Latu's my favorite example. Did they overdraft Latu because they drafted him at 15? Shut
I
up.
think so.
Like
But
not
it
you,
doesn't-
not
it
you
doesn't
specifically,
matter.
right? Like
It doesn't matter.
have a preference. Like
Right.
you like the player, you think he's good, draft him. Anyways,
Look at the last comment.
I know. That's when you get roasted, you know you're done.
Did you guys just forget to end for the 18th time in 2 minutes? Yes.
Yes.
This is how it is.
We'll catch you guys later.
I'm just too stubborn to leave, and Robert doesn't want to end. This is where we're at.
This is how I stay up until 2. It's me saying, I know
Hey.
I should end it, but
I have a job for you tomorrow, Robert.
sleep.
Would you look at more than 2.5 games of Rome Odunze?
Well, yeah, that's my plan. I pulled down another 4. Like, I not gonna be shy about it. I mean, it's for me explosive players. So, Nick, it's entirely a translation thing. Okay, when Devin Singletary didn't look especially fast against lower level competition, I said, well, what? He's gonna look faster when NFL linebackers are chasing him down. He got to the NFL and he ended up, I don't know, pretty much the same speed. Like to me, Nick, it's easy for anybody to look at college film and say, well, if he's only medium open against college, he's probably going to be low open against the NFL. This is how you get Allen Robinson, who was always open because ball precision is way more precise in the NFL. You know what I'm saying, Nick? Where it's like being half a step open is enough at the NFL level. If Michael Penix ends up Rome Odunze ends up 1.25 steps open consistently, that's quite open at the NFL level. And that's before, Nick, you get to the fact that most college corners are playing a whole lot of zone against guys that they don't think they can handle physically. NFL doesn't really do that because the NFL, that corner has been out physicaling guys his whole life.
Yep.
220
he's
pounds.
super athletic.
220 pounds, 6'3" hits a little different when it comes to physical battles. It wouldn't surprise me if we see Rome Odunze play more physical when he gets to the NFL level. But we'll see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Jay Sanders talked about this. Kirk Cousins is already mad. I got the quote. Ready? From Cousins' agent on selecting Michael Penix at 8. Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is, the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation.
I would be really mad. I would be pretty pissed.
What if overnight the Falcons trade to the Raiders, who they need a quarterback? They were the one that were left out. Who did the Raiders take? It took Brock Bowers. They do a flip, so then Falcons can have 2 tight ends.
Oh my
but it makes
God.
more sense than Michael Penix.
Oh my gosh, do you see Grant Lake in here in the chat over the years has come up with some phenomenal zingers. Do you see this one? He said, Ryan Pace doesn't tell people about draft picks? Really?
Oh my gosh.
I love the idea, Nick, just based off what Grant's saying. Terry picks up the phone to call Kirk and he says, you don't have to do that. Like, trust me on this one. Just put the phone down.
I just don't get it. Anyways, we got to go, man. We got to end this.
Catch you guys later.